Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Song of a Northern Sorcerer, The True North, 2 Part 3. Gripping the hilt of ice tightly, Ned watched carefully as small gaps started forming between the wooden logs that made up the walls of Hardhome as the wildlings outside used whatever means they could to try and create a breach. "Shields forward!" Ned yelled as the trained men of the North got into position, forming a makeshift shield wall between the wall and the rest of them. "Archers, knock arrows loose as soon as you have a shot. Make your arrows count." He knew that this was not going to be an easy battle, not that any battle ever was. Even with half of the attacking force being decimated by the avalanche, they were still outnumbered at least 2 or perhaps 3 to 1 at best. On top of being outnumbered, 2 of their 3 force users were currently out of the fight for the time being. Knox was too busy controlling the storm he'd created outside the walls. And his son Robb had to be forcibly taken to the rear after nearly passing out due to blowing on the horn of winter. They still had Jon, and granted his son was indeed proving to be a great warrior and a man that would make any father proud, but he was still just one man. Bowstrings started snapping as arrows flew, almost all managing to find their way through the small gaps being created and spearing into whoever was unfortunate to be directly on the other side of the opening. Even with using mostly stone arrowheads and poorly crafted arrows, the skill of the free folk is indeed impressive. But no matter how good their aim, arrows alone couldn't hold back the approaching army as entire sections of the wall began falling inwards, providing a path for the attacking wildlings. "Shields advance!" Ned shouted as the shield line locked their shields tightly together and braced for the first few wildlings that managed to get through the wall. Spears and sword at the ready. Cut these bastards down. The first line of wildlings reached them and collided with the shield wall. Fortunately for them, the wildlings were more brawlers and raiders and had little experience in modern warfare. Instead of trying to find holes in the shield wall or trying to simply circumvent it, they charged headlong into it, hoping their brute strength and numbers would carry the day. They quickly learned their error, though, as the first charge bounced off the shields and fell to the ground. Those carrying spears and swords that were behind the shields immediately set upon them, using quick openings in the shield wall to make the kill before pulling back so that the wall could reform. But while the shield wall was a powerful defensive formation, it wasn't infallible. It could be overwhelming if the enemy had the numbers to do so. That was exactly what was happening as more and more of the wildlings poured through the openings being created in the wall. Beside him, Winter growled as he watched the men that made up the shield wall break formation as the pure chaos of battle settled over Hardhome. "This is the part of battle I hate the most," Ned thought with a growl as he brought ice down on the nearest wildling, the Valyrian steel cutting through the man's fur and flesh easily. "You can set your formations and plan your strategies. But quickly enough, all battles will descend into this chaos where strategy and tactics mean nothing, and the tide of battle relies on strength and skill alone." Sensing something wrong, Ned tilted his body backwards just in time to avoid a spear thrust. His left hand snapping out, Ned grabbed hold of the shaft of the spear to hold the attacker in place before bringing ice up, severing the spear shaft in 2. Tossing the stone-tipped end of the spear away, Ned gave his attacker, a woman, a pitying glance before bringing ice down onto her neck, removing her head from her shoulders. The fact that he'd just killed a woman did not necessarily sit well with him, but in this case, he agreed with Knox. During the thick of battle, mercy and even honor to a degree usually served to get one killed. Taking his eyes off the now headless woman, Ned quickly passed a critical eye over the chaos. Their line was holding on by a thread, and the only reason why it was even holding at all was because of the clearly superior skill of those that they were fighting alongside. The clan leaders Mance had introduced were all proving why they'd been chosen to lead their clans as they fought with a veracity of seasoned warriors. And Mance was proving why he'd earned the title of King beyond the wall as he cut a bloody path through the attacking wildlings without hesitation. Even the women clan chiefs, Val and Carci, were fighting with a skill that could make any master at arms proud. The lords of the north were cutting down the attacking wildlings left and right. The men of the Reach were also holding their own, their shining armor making them stand out almost like lighthouse amongst all the fur and leather around them. Further down he spotted those from Dorne being led by Prince Oberyn, and while Ned might still not entirely agree with the character of the eccentric Prince of Dorne, there was no doubting his skill with a weapon, especially when one saw the dead piling up around him. But perhaps the largest, both figuratively and literally, reason their line was holding was the single giant, Mag, that was fighting alongside them. Even the tallest of men only came up to his knee, and with each swipe of his club, which was the size of a tree trunk, the giant was able to incapacitate or kill at least 5 at a time. Sensing another disturbance, Ned turned without looking and raised ice so that it was shoulder height and perfectly perpendicular to the rest of his body. His arm jolted, and he knew without even having to look back that a wildling had impaled himself on the end of ice. Wrenching his family's sword free, Ned kicked back like a horse to send the dying man to the ground and putting him permanently out of the fight. Hearing the telltale sound of quenched steel and humming, Ned turned his head just enough to spot Jon in the thick of the fighting. If it were up to him, he would never have his sons having to experience the field of battle. But he knew that was simply not a possibility. Not in the world they lived in. But despite his misgivings about having his son on the field, Jon was more than proving his worth as he fought with a skill that could even give the legendary Sir Arthur Dayne pause. And when combined with his lightsaber, a weapon that literally did not belong on this world, Jon was a force of nature near on par with Knox. Snapping ice off to the side to flick the blood off the blade, Ned recentered himself as he forced his attention off his son and back onto the chaos before him. Jon can handle himself. Robb is safe at the rear for now, and the best way to keep both my sons safe is to end this battle quickly. So, come, Winter, let us end this. For our sons' sakes. Beside him, Winter let out a howl, one that was echoed by Grey Wind further back before the two of them rushed back into the thick of the fighting, steel and fangs cutting down everyone that dared get in their way. Greatjon Umber was a man who, like all true Northmen, loved a good fight. He'd been making corpses of men since the time his balls had dropped. Most of his fights were spent hunting down random wildling raiders who dared to trespass on his lands. A challenge to be sure, but there was little fun to be had in just hunting down small packs of raiders. Then the rapist dragon and his mad father stole away the she-wolf of Winterfell and brutally executed Lord Rickard Stark and his future liege Lord Brandon Stark. Needless to say, by the time the Raven had reached him that Eddard Stark had claimed the title of Lord of Winterfell and was calling the banners to war, Umber had already had his men marching south. The exhilaration of a pitched battle was nothing like just hunting down raiders. Fighting side by side with his fellow Northmen to get revenge on the rapist dragon who dared insult the old kings of winter, there were no words to describe the feeling. But once the dragons were dead or fleeing, the war was ended, and he was back to hunting the odd raider, bandit, or deserter from the Night's Watch. But then the Greyjoys decided to be utter idiots and declared war on the Seven Kingdoms, and he was once again called to fight. A call he answered eagerly. But the war was practically over before it could even begin as Knox made the squids look like complete jokes as the man single-handedly laid siege to Pike and captured the 3 Greyjoy brothers with hardly even breaking a sweat. But right now, all those battles paled in comparison to the sheer pleasure he was feeling in finally facing these wildling cunts in a true battle. To him, there was nothing better than gutting these wildlings. Especially after what they did to his lady cousin by the way of his Uncle Morse, abducting her at night, subjecting her to gods only knew what, and leaving her final fate unknown to his family. When Ned had first revealed his plan to speak with the king beyond the wall, Jon had just about been ready to break faith with his liege and storm out of his hall. But Eddard, and the sorcerer, had earned Jon's respect. Ned may have been raised mostly in the Vale and fuck only knows where the sorcerer hailed from. But neither fact mattered to Jon. Both men had proven themselves true men of the North through blood and deed. He still didn't know if he fully believed Ned's and Knox's tale about the White Walkers returning, and gods knew that part of him didn't want it to be true. How did one fight against death itself? But if Ned and Knox were telling the truth, then he supposed that it would be for the best if the fucking wildlings were on their side instead of dead and fighting against them. But to achieve that, they first needed to kill the wildlings who'd broken from their king beyond the wall. An act that he was all too eager to comply with. Swinging his greatsword around him in a wide arc, Jon smiled as he felt the blade sink into the flesh of a wildling who'd tried to charge right at him. The idiot's warm blood hitting his face was almost as welcome as a warm cup of mead after being out in the cold. "Come on," You fucking cunts, Jon yelled, swinging his sword, breaking clean through the spear shaft of another wildling and taking the man's head off in a single stroke. I am Jon Umber, he screamed, cutting down yet another wildling. And I dare any of you fuckers to cross blades with me. Umber, face me. Jerking his sword free of a wildling's gut, Umber whipped around and glared, trying to find the one who challenged him. It didn't take him long. Standing just within the breach in the wooden wall was a small wildling, at least small next to Jon, wearing bones as if they were some sort of armor and a large skull as a helmet. The sword in his hand was old and rusting from improper care, but he could tell the jagged edge had recently been sharpened to an almost adequate level. Umber didn't need to be the most intelligent man to know exactly who this wildling was. He'd kept abreast of the wildlings of note ever since the disappearance of his cousin. Lord of Bones, Jon grinned, his hold on his greatsword tightening as his heart began beating. Like thunder in his chest. Perfect. Pushing his way through the chaos of the battle, Jon raised his sword and swiped down at the infamous wildling chieftain. But the little shit proved more capable than the few he'd slaughtered so far. Before Jon could render his flesh, the wildling quickly sidestepped and counterattacked, forcing Jon to abandon his own attack and sidestep lest the wildling catch his sword arm. Gritting his teeth, Jon held his sword in his two meaty hands and squared off against the wildling, who seemed content to just stand and wait. Fucker fights by using his speed to counter his opponents. I hate these kinds of fighters, so annoying. Jon growled, realizing the Lord of Bones' endgame as the two stared at one another while the battle raged around them. Fuck it, never was one for waiting. Roaring, Jon swung his sword in an overhead strike, aiming to cleave the man in half. But Bones dodged the attack and quickly slashed at his face. The strike was fast, but Jon had fought faster during the wars and was able to lean his head back enough to dodge the blow. Gotcha. Jon grinned, kicking out with his foot and catching the wildling's chief in the chest, which sent the bastard stumbling backwards and onto his ass. Dead now, fucker. But the little shit proved nimbler than Jon had anticipated, as he managed to quickly roll out of Jon's killing thrust and quickly getting to his feet, making it so that Jon buried his sword into the ground rather than his chest. The bastard then grabbed one of his own men and threw him towards Jon. Letting go of his sword, Jon simply grabbed the new screaming wildling by the throat with both hands and squeezed until he felt the man's neck snap beneath his fingers. Dropping the freshly made corpse, Jon quickly looked around, trying to find his prey. He hadn't made it far, less than halfway back towards the breach in the wall. But he was currently locking blades with another wildling. This one he recognized as perhaps the only individual he had ever met who could match him in terms of sheer size outside of his son or that son of a bitch mountain. Giant's Bane, Jon roared, yanking his sword free and charging at the two. He's mine. Not wanting to lose the chance to gut the son of a bitch himself, Jon charged headlong through the crowd, uncaring of whether he was knocking over those who were standing with him or against him. Reaching the two, he swung his greatsword down between the two, forcing them apart before putting himself in front of Giantsbane. Back the fuck off, Giantsbane, Jon growled, holding his sword up in a mid-guard as he squared off against the Lord of Bones once again. No, Giantsbane growled, shouldering his way next to him. You back the fuck off. This fucker has had this coming for a long time. Gritting his teeth, and forcibly reminding himself that he was not to kill the wildlings who were siding with them on his liege's orders, Jon risked a glance at Giantsbane out of the corner of his eye. Then you better kill the fucker before I do. Lunging forward, Jon brought his sword around just as Giantsbane brought his own blade down from the opposite direction. The Lord of Bones, clearly realizing he had no chance against the two of them, started scrambling backwards as he tried to put anything or anyone between himself and them. No, you don't, Jon growled just as the infamous wildling reached the breach. While the Lord of Bones was distracted with Giantsbane, Jon cut low, catching Bones on the back of the leg and hamstringing him. The wildling let out a cry of pain as his leg gave out. Giantsbane quickly capitalized on the opening and stabbed his sword through the man's chest, the edge easily slipping through the bones covering the wildling's chest. Not to be outdone by a wildling, Jon brought his sword back around and with one clean stroke removed the Lord of Bones' head from his shoulders. Breathing heavily, Jon looked from the severed head to Giantsbane. That one counts as my kill. Giantsbane didn't answer immediately as he instead spat on the corpse. If ya need the kill to up our numbers, he's yours. Growling, Jon pivoted and cut down another wildling who'd been trying to sneak up behind him to run him through the back. I've killed 1 in 10 of your friends so far, Giantsbane. Not my friends, the large wildling shot back as he cut down a woman by the sound she made. And behind. That's 4 in 10 for me. What? Jon roared, feeling a new surge of anger flow through him as he cut down 2 more in one stroke. I'm not about to be outdone by a fucking wildling. 12. Come on, you savage fucks. Come and meet the gods at the edge of my blade. Pulling his sword free from the gut of a wildling, Garlan used his shield to bash the dying man away from his person as he readied himself for whoever charged him next. He'd been expecting something to go wrong this day, he'd felt it in his gut when he'd woke this morning. And unfortunately, he'd been proven correct as his brother returned to the northern dreadnought with literal boatloads of children and elderly. The fact that his brother was returning to the ship with apparent wildling children and elderly instead of any of the other lords or ladies that went ashore caused no small amount of confusion. But once his brother was pulled aboard, he quickly explained the situation. The talks with the wildings, free folk, was going well. However, during their talks a runner had appeared and brought news that a group of wildings that had splintered off from the supposed king beyond the wall were marching on Hardhome with the intent on killing everyone there. Lord Stark, along with his sons, Bannerman as well as the few from Dorne and the Westerlands, despite being outnumbered perhaps 10 to 1, had all decided to stay behind and fight alongside their soon-to-be allies. He could tell his brother was hesitant to ask him to join with those that had stayed behind, but he didn't have to. His brother hadn't even been able to finish his explanation of what was going on before he'd already ordered Dickon to fetch their armor and swords. Die, kneeler cunt. Acting on reflex, Garlan just barely managed to tilt his head back far enough to avoid the club that had been aimed at his head. While he would never even think about entering a battle without his helmet, he could admit that the damn visor over his face was obscuring his vision more than a little. If it hadn't been for the wildling crying out their intent, he would have never even seen the attack until he'd been hit upside the head. Slashing across his body, Garlan just barely missed the wildling that had tried to take his head off. But as he readied his shield and sword to face this new adversary, he found himself hesitating. Standing before him wasn't some oversized hairy barbarian wielding a stone club. No, standing before him was a squat thick-boned woman. It took every ounce of self-control he had not to lower his shield. A woman on the field of battle it wasn't supposed to happen. To be sure, there were a few women here and there that would take up arms during wartime, but this one looked to be some sort of leader amongst the wildlings given her better state of dress. And from the way she held her club in one hand and a dagger in the other, he could tell that she was no stranger to the weapons. As much as he wanted to take it easy on her because she was a woman, he knew that he couldn't. The rather painful lesson he'd learned from the woman Osha in Winterfell demanded that he keep his guard up no matter whether his opponent is a man or a woman. Crying out, the woman started lashing out wildly at him, her strikes seemingly without reason other than trying to overwhelm him in a flurry of movement. And if she were going against a less skilled opponent, her technique would probably work. But against himself, while he was wielding a shield and sword, her attacks were next to ineffective. He was able to easily either evade or block her dagger with his sword, and his shield was more than thick enough to take the brunt of her club strikes without issue. The woman, while skilled, was clearly not used to fighting opponents more skilled than herself as desperation and anger started showing in her strikes as she became wilder and wilder with each hit. He was able to block or evade. Her anger soon got the better of her, and she overextended with her club, giving him the perfect opportunity to catch the underside of her right arm with his sword, cutting clean through fur and muscle but not deep enough to sever the arm completely. Her right arm, now useless, dropped the club and fell uselessly to her side. And before she could recover, he pivoted and brought his shield around with as much strength as he could muster, catching her full in the chest with the edge of the shield, knocking her to the ground. Rushing forward, he placed the point of his sword at her throat. There was fear in her eyes as she stared up at him. Fear that made him hesitate to finish her. Gods damn it, he cursed, his arm unwilling to move just a few inches to end her life. You're beaten, woman, for your sake, stay down. Removing his sword from her throat, he made to find a new enemy when he felt something hard hit him in the back of the knee. The weight of his armor betrayed him as his leg folded in on itself and brought him down to his back. Dirt and darkness clouded his vision for a moment before his visor was roughly pulled away from his face. Sitting on his chest was the same woman he'd just knocked down, a feral grin on her face as her bloodied right hand was holding onto his helmet while her left had a dagger raised and pointed towards his face. "Dumb, kneeler cunt," the woman smirked. "Shit. This can't be how I meet the gods," he wailed in his head as he reflexively tried to bring his hands up to defend himself. But given her position upon his body, they were pinned to the ground. Her arm moved, but never reached him. Instead of lurching forward, the woman lurched backwards, her head snapping back. Blinking, he saw another wildling woman standing behind the one that had downed him, her fist full of his adversary's hair. Without a word spoken, the new wildling woman brought what looked like a small hand scythe across the first wildling woman's neck. The woman's blood flowed freely, spraying everything in front of her, which unfortunately included Garlan, who suddenly found himself having to close his eyes and turn his head lest he get the woman's blood in his eyes and mouth. Hearing the woman's lifeless body hit the ground next to him, Garlan turned back to the one who'd saved him. She had moved her hand scythe to her left hand and was holding out her right to help him up. "I fucked up," he realized, taking the offered hand and getting back to his feet while quickly collecting his sword and shield. "That was Harma, kneeler," the wildling woman said once he was back on his feet, a dagger and scythe in each of her hands as she calmly slit the throat of another wildling. "Why the fuck didn't ya kill her when you had her on the ground? Hoppin' to steal her or something?" He didn't really understand what she meant about stealing her. He vaguely remembered the woman Osha saying something similar, but he hadn't bothered to inquire what she'd meant when saying it. "Because I was a fool," he replied honestly, immediately settling into the rhythm of battle once more as he caught a wildling in the chest with his shield before bringing his sword down into the man's neck. Finding himself back to back with the wildling that saved him, Garlan looked around, his visibility much increased now that he was without his helmet. "Ya didn't hesitate to kill any of the others, but ya did with her. Why? 'Cause she had a cunt. I heard you southern kneelers often have trouble fightin' a woman." Gritting his teeth, Garlan forced the woman to move as he blocked a club with his shield that had been heading towards her. The wildling woman didn't miss a beat as she daftly maneuvered around his shield and managed to get her dagger into the attacking wildling's heart. "Women don't fight in the Reach," the woman scoffed. "We ain't in your fancy Reach kneeler. This be the true North. We women are just as strong as our men." "I've noticed that," he shot back, as the two went back to back once more. "And my name is Garlan Tyrell. Not Kneeler, Carci," the woman responded. "Ya got a woman of your own, Garlan." Blinking, Garlan had to fight the urge to balk at the question. "This doesn't seem like the time to ask that." "Just asking, Garlan," Carci responded. "Take it by tone ya don't. Good, you're not bad lookin' and you're skilled with a blade. Might just be lookin' to steal ya when this is all over and give my son and daughter a new sibling." This time he couldn't help but freezing slightly. "Did you just proposition me?" "Not sure what that means, Garlan," Carci shrugged as they protected each other's backs. "Just sayin', don't be mackin' yourself unavailable once the fightin' be done. Nothing better than a good fuck after a fight after all." "By the gods," Garlan sighed, feeling more than a little mystified, stupefied, and shamefully interested. "Just what sort of people are these wildlings?" Grinning, Oberyn quickly thrust his spear forward, impaling a wildling through the heart before retracting as quickly as his viper namesake and moving on to his next opponent. While he knew that his love would not agree with him, this was by far the most fun he'd had since arriving in the North. Conquering a new woman or man, be they a whore or not, was an enjoyable pastime. But to Oberyn, nothing beat the thrill of a good fight. And this was indeed a fight unlike any he'd experienced since he last sided with Knox in Valyria. "Perhaps I need to increase my efforts to entice Knox and Nyra into moving to Dorne on a permanent basis," Oberyn thought with a smirk as he parried a sloppy thrust of a spear before retaliating with a killing strike to his attacker's neck. "Or perhaps see if I can extend my stay here in the North past whenever Arianne succeeds in her goal." Exploring and fighting in Valyria had been an exhilarating experience. And now a small war. Fun certainly does seem to follow Knox around. And I'm confident that with enough gentle prodding, Ellaria and I will eventually get Knox and Nyra into bed with us. I may never get to personally experience either, but just having them in the same room and participating in the fun would be more than enough. Hearing an all too familiar feminine scream, Oberyn turned on a coin, his eyes searching almost frantically for the source of the scream as a new, unfamiliar fear settled into his chest. Laying on her back just a short distance from himself was his daughter Obara, her sword spear out of her reach, and standing above her with a large scythe raised to the sky was a thickly built balding man with blonde locks of hair running down the length of this back. Feet digging into the mud and blood, Oberyn raced as fast as his legs could carry him, his spear reaching as far as possible to try and get between his daughter and the descending scythe. Wood knocked against wood as Oberyn just barely managed to get his spear in the path of the scythe, the tip of the blade less than a hand's width from his daughter's face. Using his momentum, Oberyn turned his spear downwards, digging the tip into the ground and using it to vault himself forward. While in the air, his hand still on the shaft of his spear, he kicked out and caught the confused wildling in the face with the bottom of his foot. The moment his feet touched the ground, Oberyn spun in place, his spear kicking up a wave of bloody mud up into the face of the now dazed and confused wildling. "Are you all right, daughter?" he asked, his spear and eyes trained on the quickly recovering wildling. "I'm fine, father," Obara grunted from behind him as she scrambled to retrieve her weapon and regain her footing. "He caught me by surprise, that's all. He's mine, Obara. Go find another prey to play with." Not waiting to hear his daughter's response, Oberyn slowly twirled his Valyrian spear around as he approached the now fully recovered wildling. "Do you know who I am, wildling?" The wildling spat out a wad of blood and mud as he readied his scythe. "Some dead man." The wildling was quick and strong, but he lacked finesse. Which was why it was almost comically easy for Oberyn to predict exactly where the man would strike. He didn't even really need to use his spear, just his footwork was more than enough to avoid the wildling's initial onslaught of attacks. Quickly growing bored of just evading, Oberyn waited until he saw an opening and quickly thrust the tip of his spear into the man's leg on his inner thigh. It was barely a flesh wound and nowhere near any vital veins, but it would still give the man a painful limp and slow him down. "My name," Oberyn said, drawing back and lazily smiling at the wildling while all around them the fighting had come to something of a standstill as both sides began watching the spectacle. "Is Oberyn Martell, and that woman you almost killed is my daughter, Obara. Now, as is only polite, I would know the name of the wildling I'm about to kill." Clutching at his leg, the wildling glared at him. "I be the Weeper, Kneeler. And that bitch there is daughter, a fine set of tits and good hips. After I kill you, I'm gonna claim her over your rotting corpse. After I've gotten a few whelps out of her, I'll cut her good and leave her to bleed as a snack for the creatures of the forest." Oberyn's hand stilled. A rage unlike any he'd ever experienced save for the day he learned of his sister's demise came over him and nearly made him shake in place. Rotating his spear, Oberyn drove the point into the ground and reached for one of the finger-sized glass vials he kept hidden on his back attached to his belt. "Foolish, Weeper," he said through gritted teeth as he touched upon the vial he was looking for. "I was planning on making your end quick, but now I won't. I'm going to hurt you now. More than you ever thought possible. And soon, you will be begging me to end your life. And do you know what I'll do? Nothing. I'm just going to stay here and watch you slowly suffer to death. You have to kill me first, Kneeler," Weeper shouted, raising his scythe and charging headlong at him. "I'm going to eat your fucking heart out of your chest." Letting go of his spear, Oberyn waited patiently as the oversized brute screamed and charged him. At the last moment, Oberyn stepped forward, avoiding the scythe, and putting him almost chest to chest with the wildling. Before the man could reposition himself, Oberyn lashed out with his fist towards his open mouth, shoving the glass vial into the open orifice. "Eat this, you fuck," he commented dryly before catching the Weeper's chin with his left hand, breaking the glass vial open in the man's mouth. The effect was almost immediate as the wildling's head cocked to the side as blood and spit flew from his mouth. Or at least tried to. What came out was a small splattering as the man's jaw remained shut while his body went completely rigid and fell to the ground. "It's a rather interesting concoction that I made myself," Oberyn explained, uncaring of the battle raging around him as he retrieved his spear. "The primary poison within is obtained from a fish known as a puffer fish. It's quite the nasty poison as it completely paralyzes the body yet makes it so that you still feel pain. Lowering the tip of his spear towards the man's inner thigh, Oberyn only had to exert the smallest amount of pressure of the Valyrian steel to slice clean through the fur and leather and into the man's sensitive parts. I also added some manticore venom and the venom from an adder snake which, while not lethal by itself, is incredibly painful as I'm sure you're realizing now. Truthfully, I haven't truly tested this as I intended this concoction to be a surprise for one far larger than yourself, but I suppose that you are working as a good test subject for now. On the ground, the wildling's eyes were watering, his pupils wide as his body shook ever so slightly from the undoubtedly insurmountable pain he was suffering. His gurgled moans of agony being muffled by his blood and forcibly closed jaw was almost music to his ears. I could end this now, Oberyn remarked, withdrawing his spear from the man's thigh, and placing it over his heart. But, you threatened to rape my daughter, use her as a prize broodmare then leave her for animal feed once she'd served the purpose you had planned for her. So, I'm not going to end this right now. Instead, I'm just going to let you die from the pain racing through your body as you choke to death on your own blood. Turning his back on the soon-to-be-dead man, Oberyn passed a critical eye over all of those who'd been watching. The wildlings, on both sides of the battle, had ceased their fighting in the immediate area and instead were all staring at him. Some with respect, others in fear as they watched one of the leaders slowly die on the ground next to him. Well, Oberyn smirked, twirling his spear around and readying himself. Who's next? No one approached him as the wildlings began casting looks between each other. Then one of the attacking wildlings, a woman that could be pretty if she'd properly bathed and taken care of the rat's nest atop her head, stepped forward and raised her spear. But instead of attacking him, she opened her hand and let the spear drop to the ground. Her action was quickly followed by the other attacking wildlings as one by one they began throwing down their weapons. Wise choice, Oberyn smirked as he raised his own spear, blade pointing towards the sky. A boring choice, but a wise choice nonetheless. Pivoting on his right foot, Jon evaded a spear lunge as he brought his lightsaber around, ending the life of the attacker that had tried to run him through. Breathing hard and trying not to stare too long at the now headless wildling, Jon brought his attention back around to where he knew his father was fighting. His father was standing just a few short paces away from him, ice and winter moving around his person so quickly they were almost a blur as his father and the direwolf brought down one wildling after another seemingly without ever breaking stride. Outside of the small skirmish between Winterfell and White Harbor, which he was almost too late to even participate in, Jon had never truly seen his father fight in a battle. And now that he had, he understood just why his father had earned his moniker, the Quiet Wolf. His father didn't boast or yell or taunt. He just fought. He was methodical, each move made with purpose and with little to no flair, as Prince Oberyn liked to describe his fanciful movements he performed while he fought. A small whine by his left brought attention to the fact that Ghost was watching the duo fight as well. I know, boy, Jon said, admiring the way his father and Winter fought in almost perfect harmony with each other. We'll be at their level soon enough. Feeling a pull from the Force almost powerful enough to knock him off his feet, Jon whipped around and tried to find where the sensation came from. The feeling was urgent. He wasn't in danger, but he needed to do something fast. Rushing through the chaos of the battle with Ghost on his heels, he used his lightsaber to clear a path as he tried to find where the feeling had originated from. Hearing a scream, accompanied by another pull from the Force, Jon tore away from the thick of the battle and went towards one of the ruined huts. On the opposite side of the hut, away from the thick of the battle, he found a pair of wildlings, one on her back, a bow held between her hands, and the second standing above her, his axe pressing against her bow as the edge slowly lowered towards her face. Acting on instinct rather than rational thought, Jon sheathed his lightsaber and reached out through the Force and grabbed hold of the woman before roughly pulling her to the side, away from the man and towards himself. The attacking man lurched forward, and the woman let out a cry of surprise as she was suddenly flying directly towards him. In his haste to get her away from the man, he hadn't really thought of just how to stop her. Within a breath, she'd flown across the distance separating them, and Jon was left with no other option than to open his arms and catch her. The impact knocked the air out of his lungs slightly as the two collided, her momentum carrying the two of them around in a circle as if they were in a dance rather than amid a life or death battle. Finally catching himself enough to stop them from falling, Jon got a look at the woman he'd saved. The first thing he saw was an unruly mop of flame-red hair, and underneath was a set of blue-gray eyes that were staring up at him in shock. With a start, he realized that he recognized this woman as the free folk girl that had brought news of the impending attack on Hardhome. But before he could ask if she was all right, her eyes went wide. Feeling a warning from the Force, Jon turned while still holding onto her midsection with his left arm, his right grabbing hold of his lightsaber and bringing the blade to life. The tip of blade cut easily through the chest of the wildling with an axe, the same that had been trying to end the free folk woman in his arm's life. The man blinked confusedly, the axe dropping from his hand as he fell to the ground dead. Feeling the free folk woman shift in his arms, Jon loosened his grip to let her free, and found her with a bow in hand, an arrow pointing right at his face. The strange thing was, even though he was staring at the stone-tipped arrow less than a hand from his face, he didn't feel any danger from the Force. The woman's lips quirked up as she shifted, the arrow moving out of his face before being let loose and flying past his ear. A grunt came from directly behind him, and as Jon turned his head to see what she'd hit, he found a second wildling man standing a pace or two behind him. Her arrow sticking out from his eye. Grabbing her by her shoulder, Jon pushed himself past her, his lightsaber moving without thought as he cut down yet another wildling that he hadn't even realized was sneaking up behind her. Behind him, he could feel the wildling woman notch another arrow and let it loose. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew, without a doubt, that her arrow had found its mark. Jon had no idea just how long the two of them stood back to back, circling around each other. Anyone that got close to them quickly met their end by Jon's blade, while the girl let loose arrow after arrow, each one taking down a wildling that was outside of his reach. It was the strangest fight Jon had ever been in. He didn't know how, but somehow, he just knew how the girl was going to move, where she was going to aim and where she would be. And for her part, she seemed to know just as much about him as she was able to perfectly stay out of his way, allowing him complete freedom of movement even though they were practically touching one another the entire time. Cutting down one more wildling, Jon pressed his back up against the girl and waited for the next. Only to find to his surprise that they were alone between the buildings, surrounded by numerous dead bodies that had either met their end at his blade or from her arrows. Sheathing his blade with a hiss, Jon turned to the girl. She was staring up at him, her blue-gray eyes narrow and filled with something that he couldn't place. But what he sensed from her was pure fire. That was the only thing he could think to call it, and it seemed to match perfectly with the look in her eyes. "Well," she said, knocking him out of his trance. "They're all dead, and we got a warm room just over there. Ye gonna finish what ye started, or do I need to show ya the way?" He was going to ask her what she meant, but a shift in the Force killed the question before he could ask it. Looking to the sky, Jon's brow furrowed as he noticed the Force storm his master had created slowing down until it started to dissipate before disappearing completely. Is it over? Was the only thought that went through his mind as Jon pushed past the free folk girl and ran back towards where he'd been. Arriving back at the wall, Jon was greeted with the sight of dozens of wildlings throwing down their weapons. And it wasn't a great mystery as to just why they were doing so. The wooden wall, despite being mostly destroyed by this point, was covered in the blood of the wildlings that had attacked them. The ground was soaked in the once white snow that had gently covered the ground now stained red with blood. And standing at the forefront of it all, with his mask in place and his lightsaber drawn, was Jon's master, Lord Nox. And flanking him on either side were Jon's father and Mance Rayder. The wildlings that just a few moments ago been out for their blood, were now dropping their weapons as if they were on fire and backing away in a show of submission. "Sorcerer, stand and face me." All eyes turned towards the one who'd yelled. A lone wildling, who'd yet to drop his spear, was making his way through those who'd surrounded them, his eyes fixated on Lord Nox as he walked. "I am Alfen Crocular," the wildling named himself, drawing a number of surprised shouts from the Northmen who knew of the infamous wildling who'd made a name for himself by hunting down brothers of the Night's Watch. "And I challenge you, Sorcerer. Stand and fight, or be known as the coward are." Lord Nox's mask made it impossible to see any facial expression, but Jon could feel annoyance seeping from his master. "It's been too long of a day to trade insults with a pathetic worm like yourself." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the battlefield as if he'd been shouting at the top of his lungs. You have a death wish. Then so be it. Come at me, and I will send you to whatever gods you wish. Lowering his spear and grabbing it with both hands, the infamous wildling raced forward, clearly intent on running Lord Nox through before he could move. Jon didn't need to watch to know what was about to happen, as he'd seen more than a few make the same mistake when facing off against his master. And, true to form, his master didn't even bother using his lightsaber. He just raised his hand as small arcs of lightning danced between his fingers. Then there was a flash, and the lightning flew from his fingers and struck Crocular in the chest. The infamous wildling took 2 more steps before coming to a stop. His head tilted downwards towards his chest. In the center of his chest, right over where his heart should have been, there was now a smoldering hole the size of a man's fist that went clean through. Crocular managed to lift his head one more time and give Master Nox one last glare before he crumbled to the ground. The Battle of Hardhome was officially over. And they had carried the day against seemingly insurmountable odds. The true North throughout her entire life, Olenna Tyrell had always had certain notions about regions outside of the Reach, particularly when thinking of the North. The land was cold and the people were colder. Neither offered much value to the civilized people that lived below the neck, outside of being a good place to send the unwanted. But during her admittedly short time here in the North, she was finding that she was needing to reassess her assessment of the North and its people. The land was still bone-chillingly cold, and it wasn't even a winter year yet. The people were still standoffish and very wary of any outsiders. But on the other hand, she had never seen a more joined, more hard-working group of people than the people of the North. They worked to better themselves, as did anyone else. But here in the North, they took the saying, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, to an almost extreme degree. And the people of the North were also brutally honest. Something which she could greatly appreciate after having spent her entire life around sycophants and liars. But while she could admit, though never aloud, that she had misjudged the people of the North, there was still one inescapable fact that was weighing heavily on her mind. And that was the fact that there was very little for her to do here in this blasted land. Especially now that her grandsons had left with the wolves, the Dornish Horsemen, and the Lost Lion to speak with the wildlings north of the Wall. That wasn't to say that she had nothing to do, far from it in fact. She was constantly busy every day from the moment she woke to the moment she closed her eyes for the night. After all, it wasn't every day that she had the opportunity to carefully observe how a land had managed to go from a group of barbarian people to one of the most influential powers in the realm seemingly overnight. Every day she spent her time wandering around Winterfell and even Wintertown, taking mental note of everything she could until she returned to her room so that she could write them down. Their alcohol production, their massive glass gardens which now spanned several acres worth of land. Their glass production, hell's even their martial training which she admittedly had little interest in. Everything that made the North into the power it currently was she took careful note of in the hopes that once she returned home, she would be able to implement them into the Reach and give them the advantage once more. But after days of doing this, she realized something was very wrong. She was able to come by the information far too easily. The glass-smiths, while not outright giving away their secrets, did not bar her from watching how they made the glass. In fact, they even identified most of the components that were needed to make the glass as strong as it was. Same with the alcohol, though granted the creation of alcohol wasn't a great secret. The men sworn to House Stark also didn't make any effort to hide their training regimes from her eyes, though after watching them for a few days she was sure that if she tried to make their training standard in the Reach, then House Tyrell would find themselves without any guardsmen. But still, the fact that she was able to get what she wanted so easily greatly unsettled her. And it wasn't just her, the same was true for the Dornish whores and the imp, both of whom she knew were snooping around just like her trying to learn what they could before taking it back to their homes with the hopes of replication. Why are they not being more secretive? She wondered, and not for the first time as she went back over her notes again for the 10th time that day. The only thing I haven't been able to ascertain is just how exactly they make this miraculous medicine that can apparently cure even Greyscale. The glass, their exotic food, and the medicine has made the North into a serious player in Westeros, yet they are doing very little to safeguard that which has brought them such good fortune. Why? The only logical explanation she could come to regarding their openness was the fact that the North didn't need to keep these secrets to keep their power. Which meant that Stark and the Sorcerer had more secrets that made those which were already known obsolete. And that truly troubled her. She'd already heard her grandson's squire talking about some sort of horseless carriage. If they could make such a thing come to fruition, and she had already learned the hard way not to doubt the Sorcerer or the Starks, then they would have a whole new advantage to hold over the heads of everyone else. As if they don't already have just about every advantage one could ever hope for. The only thing House Stark in the North is currently lacking in is sheer numbers. But given the recent influx of people to the North, both from Essos and from south of the Neck, even that might no longer hold true in a decade or so. Olenna huffed as she got up from her seat and made her way to the lone window in her room, which overlooked the main courtyard of Winterfell. Immediately, her eyes were drawn to the far side of the yard, where the remaining Dornish women were gathered, their backs turned towards her, no doubt watching the sparring yard below and trying to pick out which man they wanted to bed. Not that Arianne needs to pick, she thought, her eyes traveling briefly over the tumbled mass of black hair that she knew belonged to the Dornish princess. Her granddaughter's prediction about the Dornish being after the legitimized bastard boy had unfortunately been proven true. And from the gossip floating around, the princess had managed to ensnare the so-called White Wolf in almost record time. The two were hardly apart from one another, as they often retreated into the Sorcerer's Tower to do gods only knew what, but given what Olenna knew of the girl's uncle, she had a fairly good idea about just how the princess had managed to get her wolf so fast. Not that Olenna blamed the girl in the slightest. The girl had used her assets well and had ensured the loyalty of arguably the most powerful of the wolf pups. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Olenna could just make out the slim form of the youngest Stark girl standing alongside the Dornish with that ever-present wolf by her side. Greedy snakes, Olenna huffed. They've already ensnared one wolf. And now they're trying for a second. While she loathed to admit it, the Dornish had done a far better job at securing the wolves than she had. While the Dornish had managed to get their hands on perhaps 2 wolves, Olenna had still yet to secure Sansa as Willis's future bride. Sansa, just thinking of the girl brought a mix of emotions to Olenna. She knew the moment the girl healed Willis that there could be no other candidate for the next Lady Tyrell. With her power, the people of the Reach would flock to her, to house Tyrell, in the hopes of receiving her blessing and healing. It would have been a boon if the girl was a devote of the Seven. But, alas, while she was open to the faith of the Seven, she still held on to the old gods. Though not as tightly as the rest of her family. And on top of her magic, she would also bring with her the support of the North. Plus, the girl seemed naive. And while such a trait was not ideal in the long term, her naivete would allow Olenna to mold the girl into a perfect future Lady of the Reach. But there was a problem. One that she had not seen until after the wolves had left. She'd thought that with Ned Stark and the Sorcerer away from Winterfell, she would have the perfect opportunity to catch hold of the girl and ensure that she pressured her father into accepting the marriage contract. That first night, she'd maneuvered it so that she and Margaery would have tea with Sansa and Lady Knox. The latter of whom Olenna would have preferred not to have been present, but it did give her a chance to see just what about this former common girl had so captivated a man of the Sorcerer's caliber. The evening had gone exactly as she'd hoped. Margaery and Sansa quickly formed a rapport as they gossiped like the girls they were and started sharing stories of their childhood. The Lady Knox had been more standoffish, but Olenna had not earned her reputation by backing down from a challenge. To her utmost surprise, Olenna quickly came to learn that the Lady Knox was more than just a pretty face and a bedwarmer. She had a mind, and she knew how to use it. No matter the bait that Olenna laid out for the Lady Knox during their talks, the woman managed to avoid falling into her traps as if she'd been trained how to play the game since birth. As the night progressed, the stories slowly shifted to tales of the Reach. Margaery took the lead here, telling tales of tourneys, other houses, and the grandeur that was the Reach. Each of which Sansa seemed to cling to, asking question after question. All which Olenna and Margaery were quick to answer. It wasn't until after the tea was completed and Olenna and her granddaughter were back in her room that Olenna realized her mistake. She'd been played. The girl and Lady Knox had followed their stories closely and asked questions that, while on the surface seemed innocent, were anything but. In one conversation, the two had managed to subtly learn of the different houses of the Reach, who was aligned with whom, who had the most pull in the land and who were rising quickly through the ranks of the nobility in terms of standing. And while they'd managed to get all of that out of Olenna and Margaery, they had in turn given them nothing regarding the inner workings of northern politics. She'd been so surprised by the realization of what had happened that she'd collapsed onto her bed. She'd been played by a 2- and 10-year-old girl and a former common girl turned lady through marriage. She would have been damn impressed if she wasn't so worried. If Sansa was already this skilled at the game at her age, how skilled would she be in 4 years when the marriage between her and Willas would take place? Olenna dearly loved all her grandchildren, but she wasn't blind to their faults. If Sansa was already truly as skilled as she thought, then by the time they wed her skills, not to mention her beauty, would be more than enough to wrap Willas around her finger and allow her to take complete control of the Reach for the North. And she would be powerless to do anything as she would either be dead, or in King's Landing helping Margaery take control of the crown. She needed to know if the girl's skill was genuine, or if that one instance had been a fluke. Unfortunately, finding another opportunity was proving exceedingly difficult to obtain. The girl was, well, she wouldn't say that Sansa was outright avoiding her, but she never seemed to have the time to sit and talk with her again. In a way, it was understandable. The girl was left in charge of Winterfell and the North, and even with the formidable Lady Knox aiding her, that was not an easy task to handle. And on top of dealing with the day-to-day running of the North, she also had to deal with the fact that there were members from 3 of the great noble families of Westeros within the walls of Winterfell. And even with all of that, the girl still managed to find time every day to train with her younger siblings in the way of the sword or their magic. Though how exactly they were practicing their magic without the oversight of the sorcerer was a mystery to her. Perhaps Sansa was more advanced than she'd shown and was teaching the younger ones how to use their magic. It would make sense as the girl was the eldest. But that thought was also more than slightly unsettling as it meant that the power that the girl had showed them was just the beginning of it. But where I have failed, Margaery has succeeded, Olenna thought, trying to console the fact that she had yet to truly get a firm hold of Sansa. Margaery had managed to befriend Sansa in a relatively short period of time, and the two had even started to work together on a project Margaery had brought forward to try and improve the lives of the orphans here in the North. And much to her pleasure, her granddaughter's future handmaiden Mira Forrester had arrived in Winterfell just a day past along with another girl named Gwyn Whitehill, who was apparently going to marry Myra's brother here in Winterfell after Lord Stark returned. And ever since their arrival, the 4 girls, well 5 if Arianne decided to join them, had been near inseparable from each other. The girl is doing her part well, Olenna thought with a smile. Building a good rapport now with arguably the hardest to please people in Westeros will go a long way once she has a crown on her head. But she's not pressing hard enough. I'll need to talk to her about pressing her ideas more and making sure that the people of this land know that it was her that brought about these changes and not just the Starks. As she was trying to figure out just how to further her granddaughter's name here in the North, she spotted something that caught her eye. A group of Stark men-at-arms were leading a few ill-kept men through the courtyard at a hurried pace. She was about to dismiss the sight, but something didn't let her. There was something about them that just demanded her attention. And it wasn't until they had disappeared into the great keep of Winterfell that she realized that the small folk had been carrying a chest of some sort, and the men-at-arms had not been walking as an escort, but rather they'd been arranged in such a fashion as to try and keep whatever it was they were carrying away from prying eyes. Well, Olenna thought with a smirk as she found a new target for her inquiries. Sansa is currently with Margaery touring the glass gardens outside the walls of Winterfell, so, they are not going to her right now, but rather Knox's wife. Which means that whatever is in that chest is important to the sorcerer. And if it's important to him, that means it's important to the North's continued advancement. Which means that I need to know just what is in that chest and if it is possible to steal away with at least a piece of whatever is inside. In all her admittedly short life, Nyra Knox had never once thought that the duties of the steward of Winterfell would be all that difficult or time-consuming. But she was wrong, so very wrong. She worked from nearly sunup to sundown, helping to oversee the goings-on of not just Winterfell, but Wintertown and the other small villages within the confines of the lands that belonged to the Starks. And if that wasn't hard enough, due to their position as wardens of the North, the Starks, and by extension herself, were responsible for other disputes that stretched across the North. Thank the gods for delegation, or else Naira was sure that she would never be able to catch even a wink of sleep. And as if her normal duties were not difficult enough, she now had to perform a delicate balancing act with the visiting nobles from not just one noble house. Oh no, that would be way too simple. No, she had to manage guests from 3 great houses. To be sure, Sansa aided where she could, but the girl was still just that, a girl. Damn you, Alim, and you too, Lord Stark, for leaving me to deal with these people while you men go off and play negotiations with the wildlings. Naira cursed, placing her quill back in an ink pot and wringing her sore wrist out as she read over the document that she'd spent most of the morning working on. Mercifully, I haven't had to deal with any of our guests as of yet, Naira thought, setting the parchment aside and grabbing a new sheet. Though I suppose I am just being a little unfair to our guests. They truly haven't been a bother. They've been helpful, and I wasn't expecting that. Though I shouldn't be all that surprised. Alim warned me that these people were experts in the game. And while their being helpful is useful, their actions were not out of the goodness of their hearts. They were trying to sway the Starks into allying with them. And proving themselves useful to the people is indeed the quickest way to prove their worth here in the north. Perhaps the most surprising of their guests was none other than the infamous Imp of Castle Rock, Lord Tyrion Lannister. His whoring and drinking were legendary, even here in the north, which was saying something. And for the first few days the man stayed true to the tales, drinking whole bottles at a time, and spending more coin at the brothel than most men made in 4 years' time. But then something changed one day after Tyrion spoke with her husband. The imp no longer frequented the brothel, and he had taken to aiding Lady Bethany in the teaching of the young folk of Winterfell. It was confusing. At first, she thought that maybe the man had set his sights on either Bethany or her daughter. But after speaking with her, Bethany stated that was not the case. The man simply seemed to enjoy teaching the young students. Given Bethany's responsibilities, Naira knew that the woman was certainly not going to complain about free extra help with the children. Then there were the Tyrells, who were providing good coin and food to help shoulder the burden of their stay on Winterfell's coffers. While Naira was extremely wary of Lady Olenna, especially now that she had had a chance to sit down and talk with the woman, she was fond of Marjorie. The girl had a good head on her shoulders, easily befriending Sansa and Jane, along with Myra Forrester and Gwyn Whitehill, both of whom had only just arrived in Winterfell a day prior with a small escort each. Along with her blossoming friendship with the northern girls, she had also offered a few suggestions that would in the long run benefit the small folk, particularly the children, around Winterfell and Wintertown. And it was a proposal that she intended to bring before Lord Stark personally once he returned from beyond the wall. The last of their guests were honestly the ones that were giving Naira the most headaches, though not necessarily in a bad way. The Dornish were interesting, to say the very least. The way they approached life was so different from the North. Yet, at the same time, there were underlying facets within how they lived that made them more northern than anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms. But the one thing that was, well, unsettling about them was their flirtatious manner, which wasn't just limited to Prince Oberyn. The princess had pretty much stuck by Jon's side and had been working on wrapping him around her finger ever since she arrived. The prince's daughters had also been flirting with more than a few of the men and women in Winterfell. Then there was Ellaria, the baseborn lady who was Prince Oberyn's paramour. The woman was almost as flirtatious as her lover. While Naira couldn't say that the idea of maybe bedding her with Alim wasn't an unappealing thought, the idea that a prince of Dorne and his paramour would have any interest in her was just something else. And if Alim were there with them, Milady Knox, one of the guards standing watch outside her chambers, called out, snapping her out of the rather heated daydream. "You have visitors," one of the surveyors Lord Stark sent out. Immediately, Naira banished whatever thoughts she had of sharing her bed. It was time for her to be the Lady Steward of Winterfell and Lord Knox's wife. "Send them in." The guards immediately opened her door, allowing in a young man that Naira instantly recognized from her youth. "Thomas," she smiled, rising from her desk and walking around towards the man while a few others brought in a chest and set it on the ground before quickly leaving the room. "Milady Knox," Thomas replied, his eyes downcast as if he was refusing to meet her eyes. "Thomas, stop that," she said, forcing him to finally look up at her. "I'm still the same woman that you shyly asked to dance during the spring festivals back when we were still kids." He was just as she remembered him from their youth, though he had certainly aged a bit. But he still had kind eyes and a shaggy mop of black hair that refused to cooperate no matter what you did to it. Except unlike back then when he was nervous about approaching her just because she was a girl, now he was clearly nervous for another reason entirely. Right, a Lady Nox. I mean Nyra. You haven't told her lord husband about me, have ya? Nyra nearly wanted to laugh aloud. No wonder he had never once tried to visit her in all these years, or even send her a written note. He feared her husband. Oh, leave off it, Thomas, she said dismissively. Alim is not the sort of man to get overly jealous of a man from my past. Believe me, he wouldn't care that we used to fancy one another back when we were children. Unfortunately, Thomas didn't seem reassured by her words. I'll take your word for it, Lady Nyra. Sighing, Nyra shook her head. She knew that this was going to happen eventually, that the past she'd left behind would catch up to her and she would have to face the fact that things had changed. That she had changed. Well, Thomas, I hear you were part of the surveying team that Lord Stark dispatched some time ago. I take it that you've found something of note seeing as how you've returned. Thomas nodded his head. We did, but we just don't know what it is that we found. Following him back to the chest, Nyra watched with bated breath as Thomas opened the chest and pulled out something wrapped in a gray cloth. She knew why Lord Stark and Alim had sent the surveyors out to those specific locations, and if they were able to find what her husband thought was there, then the North would truly be able to become a power unseen since the fall of old Valyria. Holding up the wrapped item, Thomas slowly pulled back the cloth, revealing what looked like a chunk of pure silver the size of a grown man's head. But she knew that it wasn't that, based purely on the fact that Thomas was holding it in one hand with little effort. Nyra knew, even without having to ask, that this was the metal that her husband was so anxious to find ever since he returned from the Greyjoy rebellion with Red Rain to study. The metal that made the Valyrian Empire the ultimate power for centuries. Valyrian steel. Beskar, Nyra said softly, reaching out and taking the hunk of raw ore, surprising herself with just how light the metal felt in her hands. I don't know about that, milady, Thomas shrugged, his eyes never leaving the hunk of metal. But it's definitely something. We've been working on the raw ore since the day after Lord Stark and Lord Nox left for Dawwal. Master Mikan been helpin' where he can but we ain't seen nothing like it before. She nodded before turning towards the guards. Go and inform Lady Sansa that I need to speak with her immediately. And then fetch Master Mikan and Gendry. I'll need to have words with both of them. And, for the love of the gods, do not cause a scene, no matter what you do. There are more than a few eyes in Winterfell that do not belong to the North. And while they may one day be tied to us, that day is not today. The guards immediately saluted her and left the room, leaving her alone with Thomas and the hunk of silvery metal. But they were not left alone for long, as within a relatively short period of time Sansa appeared, followed quickly by Master Mikan and the young boy Gendry, who looked more than slightly uncomfortable standing so close to Sansa. Lady Nox, Sansa greeted her cordially. By the old gods, this girl was going to turn into a force to be reckoned with once she came into her own. I was told that you have something important to discuss with me. I do, Nyra nodded, holding out the hunk of metal. The surveyors your father sent out have returned, and they found veins of this metal at the locations provided to us by Lady Talisa from the Valyrian journals. Sansa's eyes immediately widened as she stared down at the silvery lump with the same fascination as Nyra. Master Mikan, the young lady of Winterfell said, motioning for the two larger men to step closer. What do you make of it? The Master Smith of Winterfell shifted his weight from foot to foot, an odd sight considering the man-towered head, shoulders, and chest over both Sansa and Nyra. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, miladies. He shifted the metal about in his hands as he gave it an intense, calculating stare. It looks like silver, but it is not. It's harder than any other metal I've ever worked with before in me whole life. And not even the blast furnace can reach a heat to make it malleable. We left it in the furnace for half a day with the bellows working as hard as they could to produce as much heat as possible. It glowed just like any other metal, but the moment we took it away from the heat we managed only a single hammer strike before the metal cooled to the point where you could almost touch it with bare skin. If we could get it hot enough form, or perhaps melt it down and pour it into a mold, I'm sure we could make the best weapons and armor in the world. But, we simply just can't get the fires hot enough and, to be blunt miladies, I don't know of any flame in our world capable of melting it. Frowning, Nyra returned to her examination of the metal now in Sansa's hands. As she did, she noticed that Gendry looked like he wanted to say something, but the lad was still clearly unused to his new position and didn't know how to speak up. Something she could understand, having gone through a similar transition after Alim began taking her under his wing. Gendry, she called out to the young man, surprising him. You have something to add. Milady, Gendry nodded, keeping his eyes downcast. My former master in King's Landing, he used to work with Valyrian steel. Not often, and nothing more than daggers or knives, but he did reforge them. Tobo Mott, Master Mikan said, naming Gendry's former master. He is well known, even here in the north, for being one of the few men alive who can rework existing Valyrian steel. But he never forged it from raw steel, only ever reworked what was already forged, and he never let any of his apprentices watch him work while he did it, Gendry added, raising and lowering Nyra's hope that he might have an answer. But, I think I might know how the Valyrians work the raw metal. How? Nyra pressed, excitement swelling within her at the prospect of having the secret before her husband returned home. Rubbing the back of his neck, Gendry looked more and more uncomfortable with each passing moment as he found himself the center of attention. Well, the Dragon Lords had something that could make fire hot enough to melt stone, dragons. What if they used the dragons to melt the raw ore, then mix it with something else so it could be forged into whatever they wanted? Nyra's hopes came crashing down as she realized the logic behind Gendry's words. It made sense, and it would also explain why no one else had been able to create new Valyrian steel since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Not only did it require a very specific type of metal, but the process to smelt said metal required the usage of a dragon's fire to heat it enough so that it could be used in forging. Well then, Gendry, it seems that you now have quite a task ahead of you. Me, milady? The lad asked, pointing to himself and looking around as if he wasn't sure she was talking to him. Unless either Lady Sansa or Master Mikan have suddenly decided to change their name to Gendry, which they haven't. So, yes, I'm referring to you, young man, Nyra said, fixing the lad with a gaze that had him frozen in place. Ever since my husband took you away from King's Landing, you've been looking for a way to make your mark, have you not? Well, here it is. You're going to figure out how to make a fire hot enough to match that of dragon's fire, without having an actual dragon. And you will then figure out how to forge this incredible metal into the best weapons and armaments this world has seen since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Gendry visibly shrunk as small beads of sweat started to form on his face despite the cool air of the north. I don't know, milady, if my husband believes in you, Gendry, Nyra said, cutting the boy off. Otherwise, he would not have bothered taking you away from King's Landing and placing you under his tutelage. I know he's already talked to you about how you've been unknowingly using the Force whenever you work in the forge. Well, now here's your chance to prove just how resourceful you can be. Figure this puzzle out, Gendry, and you will be known not only as just another acolyte of my husband's, but you will be known as the man who was able to solve the greatest riddle since the fall of the Valyrian Empire. The young man's eyes shifted back and forth between herself and the lump of metal that was now being offered to him by Sansa. I won't let ye down, milady. Of course you won't, Nyra smiled, then shivered as she felt something wash over her. Must be a draft in here, but I swore I closed the shutters this morning, just my imagination then. My husband brought you to the north for a reason, Gendry, and I do believe we just found out what that reason is. Consciousness returned slowly, and painfully to Jon Stark of Winterfell as he tried to will his eyes to open, only to immediately shut them as even the slightest bit of light felt like he was getting speared through the eyes. By the old gods, what happened last night? He groaned to himself, his body unwilling to even allow him to raise his head off whatever he was laying on. He remembered the end of the battle and the cheers that had followed as the few remaining wildlings that had fought against them threw down their arms after the death of Alfen Crocular. With the battle over, they began clearing the field, piling the dead wildlings into a large pile to be burned per Mance Raider's request, while those that fought on their side were treated with proper funeral rites. While the field was being cleared, word was sent to the Sea Wolf of their victory. Shortly after that, Lord Willis had returned to the shore with the children and elderly free folk, and they brought along with them just about every cask of wine, ale, and northern liquor that was aboard the ship. Things had become a blur after that as Rob, who'd mostly recovered after blowing the horn, and Theon cornered him and convinced him to join them in some sort of drinking game that he honestly couldn't remember much of. And that was where the trouble truly began. It wasn't unusual for his father to allow them a drink, and even lately they were allowed to drink ale and wine that wasn't watered down, but he always kept them at only a cup or two at most and only at feasts. But last night their father didn't stop them. If anything, he encouraged them to drink their fill as he said something about it being another lesson for the boys. Though what lesson that could be Jon still didn't know. Jon had no idea just how many drinks he'd had, but then the large free folk man, Tormund, had brought out several drinking horns filled with what he considered to be a true northern man's drink. He'd given one horn to the three of them, and they only managed a single sip before spitting it out, much to the laughter of the free folk. Jon couldn't for the life of him remember what the drink was, but it was just as strong as the northern liquor, perhaps even more so. He'd been tempted to just set it aside, but then the red-haired free folk girl from the battle grabbed his horn and downed the entire thing in one go without even batting an eye. After she finished the horn, she shot him a grin and threw the horn back at him. It was a challenge, and in his state of mind, Jon wasn't about to deny it. So, he'd had the horn refilled and, despite the taste, downed it all. Then the two started going back and forth, drinking first the free folk drink, then ale, then northern liquor, and then he honestly couldn't remember much more as his memory went black. But he did know that despite not remembering exactly what happened, the two continued to drink more and more to the cheers of everyone around them. Burrowing his head into the soft pillow he was laying on, Jon breathed deep. The pillow smelled wild. Not like flowers or something like that, but more like the forest. It was a more than pleasant smell to awaken to, especially when coupled with the soft warm object that he was wrapped around that was moving slightly beneath his arm. Eyes snapping open, Jon fought against the pain of the light as he took stock of just where he was. He was in a hut and laying on a bed under several firs. But neither was the source of Jon's warmth or the pleasant smell of the forest that was filling his nose. The source of that belonged to the mane of fiery red hair that was laying across his face. He nearly shook as he realized the warmth was coming from her flesh. Her warm flesh that was pressed firmly against his own. And there was no break in the warmth. He could feel every delicate and strong curve of her body pressed firmly against his own. And his hand, by the gods, his hand was resting upon her breast, his fingers acting of their own accord as he felt, that is a nice way to wake me. Jon froze as her voice reached him. Turning his arms, Jon was greeted with the sight of Wigrit, completely devoid of clothes, just as he was. Both of them were without clothes. And beneath his furs. And, dear gods, she was beautiful. Perfect, wild and untamed, strong, yet still delicate in all the right places. In this moment, the only thing he'd ever seen that was more perfect was the time in Sunspear when Arianne, oh gods. Arianne, she, oh gods. What have I done? Well, Jon Stark, Wigrit asked, grinning while one of her hands snaked between them and gripped his length, which was harder than he could ever remember. Are ye finally gonna put this to use and finish what ye started? Or do ya need me to show ya where to put it? While pretty much everyone within the confines of Hardhome were nursing what were sure to be massive hangovers, Knox, Ned, Mance and Val were wide awake and meeting once more within the large hut that had housed their first meeting the day prior. While the primary talks were occurring between Ned and Mance, Knox was present to act as an advisor and sort of intermediary as he did not have the centuries upon centuries of bad blood ingrained into him. And Val was present because she was the one Mance had chosen to lead the free folk after they'd crossed the wall. Their current talk was centered around the exact number of free folk Ned was willing to swear the oaths to the north and therefore head south immediately thereafter. 5,000, Mance said, repeating the number Ned had just given him. You promised safety beyond the wall for any who were willing to swear allegiance to the north. And I hold to that, Mance, Ned countered. However, we must also look at this logically. Settling the free folk into the north and getting them accustomed to our laws and expectations will take time. And the greater the number that cross the wall at the onset, the greater the challenge will be. We start with 5,000. Then, once they have adjusted, more can cross and be guided by those who have already established themselves. Plus, as you have already stated, some of your clans may not even wish to cross until the last possible moment, the Thens for example. 5,000 is more than enough to start. It is a not insignificant number for your people, yet it is small enough not to cause alarm amongst the people of the north. The leader of the free folk turned and shared a look with Val. I don't like it, but you make a good point. Several of them, in fact, Mance conceded. And, in truth, I don't even know if we will be able to convince even that number to kneel. It will take us several days walking to reach where the majority of the free folk are camped, and I will send trusted runners out to begin spreading the word to see if we can garner some interest before we arrive. Where do you plan on sending my people, Stark? Ned remained stoic as he faced the two free folk leaders. That still needs to be decided. For the interim, Lady Val and those who swear to the north will remain in Wintertown on the outskirts of Winterfell until I feel that Lady Val is ready to take up the mantle of a Lady of the Realm. I ain't no fancy southern lady, Lord Wolf, Val countered with a little heat in her voice. You soon will be, Lady Val, Ned countered back almost immediately. A lady who will have more than just the free folk at whichever holdfast you take ladyship of. You will have men and women whose families have called the North home for generations. And while I do not expect you to become a lady of the South, nor would I want you to, there will still be certain expectations of you while you lead the people that call the land you hold home. He could tell that, while she wasn't pleased with it, Val was accepting of her fate. Fine, Val nearly growled. But I warn ye Stark. Any fancy lordling of yours or their sons that think they can steal away into my bed just to take me lands and people will quickly find themselves without a cock. There it was again, that strange turn of phrase that Knox had heard several times throughout the course of the battle and especially after. While any knowledge on the traditions of the Wildings, or free folk, was scarce south of the wall, he had a pretty good idea about what they meant by stealing. Apparently, Ned was of a similar mindset as he was the first to bring it up. I heard that turn of phrase several times last night, Ned said, clearly just as curious as Knox was. Unfortunately, my knowledge on the free folk is limited, at best. I would appreciate being enlightened by this custom you speak of, though I have a feeling I might know what it entails. Mance grew slightly uneasy, but still he nodded. I suppose it's best to get any misunderstandings out of the way now rather than have them become a potential problem in the future. You see, amongst the free folk there is no such thing as a marriage between a man and a woman. Instead, how such couplings are decided is by. Before he could finish, they were interrupted by a frantic Jon Stark, who seemed to have only partially managed to pull on his coat whilst trying to finish the lacing up on his pants. The boy didn't even seem to notice where he was until he nearly ran into Ned, as his attention was kept firmly on the entrance he'd just used to barge in. Father! Jon nearly shouted, his voice cracking slightly as he let go of his pants, only to have them fall slightly, forcing him to quickly grab them with both hands and resume trying to tie them. Lord Nox, your grace, my lady. Whatever explanation the boy had was lost as a clearly irate free folk woman with flaming red hair and a scowl on her face marched into the hut hot on Jon's heels. Her clothes were in a similar disarrayed fashion as Jon's, as if she too had hurried to dress. For her part, the free folk girl seemed to take the fact that she was still in the midst of getting dressed in perfect stride when compared to Jon. And as for the four adults in the hut, all of them simply stared back and forth between Jon and the free folk girl. Val, Raider, Lord Wolf, Sorcerer, the young woman greeted each of them in turn as she finished smoothing down her furs. Wigrit, Mance greeted her back. I take it there is a reason you are chasing young Stark here while both of you are trying to get dressed. Wigrit, the one who managed to inform us of the other wildlings' impending attack yesterday, Knox thought, placing the girl and giving her a once-over. She's certainly wild, that is for sure. An embodiment of the free folk mentality and the place they call home. And, there is more to her than meets the eye. She's force-sensitive, but not like the Starks. Her powers have manifested differently, much in the same manner as Oberyn and Arianne. She can manipulate the Force to a degree, but it seems like it will be on a subconscious level. Yet, unlike Oberyn, she's still young. Perhaps there is a chance to fine-tune her abilities. If so, then perhaps she could become a melee warrior on par with any Force-sensitive battlemaster. Not much to say, Raider, Wigrit shrugged. This one here stole me during the fight, plucked me right out from under a fucker that wanted to split me in half with his axe. I was just finishin' what he started considerin' he had far too much drink last night to do the deed properly. Stole you? Jon questioned. I mean I rescued you and we fought together. But what does that even mean to say that I stole you? I was just explaining this very thing to your father and the Sorcerer, young Stark, so you might as well listen, Mance said, bringing the conversation back around to him. The free folk do not have traditional marriage customs like south of the Wall. Instead, if a man or a woman takes an interest in another, they will attempt to steal them. Ideally from another tribe or from within their own. Usually a man will steal a woman, but it is not unusual for a woman to steal a man. The one who does the stealing demonstrates their strength and skill by managing to spirit their target away. And the one who is being stolen is expected to put up a fight to see if the one trying to steal them is worth their attention. I have heard well your ill ease towards the topic of rape, Sorcerer, so I must stress that while this system does incur such an action on occasion, in most cases by the time it comes to consummating their union, both parties are in full agreement with the act. Knox could already see where this was leading and, judging by the slight amusement he felt trickling off his friend, Ned knew it as well. This will prove most interesting once we return to Winterfell and a certain raven-haired young woman. I see, Ned nodded, struggling to keep a straight face as he pointedly ignored Jon, who was clearly still trying to wrap his head around what was going on. This tradition will either have to be stopped or changed once your people are in the north. Such an act will not be received kindly, nor understood, by the people of the north. Mance merely nodded. I expected that to be the case. I think for the first of our people to head south it would be best if we allow only those who have already stolen one another, and therefore are not tempted to steal sons or daughters from those who do not understand our ways. Wait, Jon cut in, holding up his hand. Forgive me, Father, your grace. But what does all of this have to do with Wigrit and I? Amusement flowed through the room as all eyes turned on Jon. You're a smart lad, Jon, Knox said, just barely able to contain his mirth. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jon's attention flickered back and forth between Wigrit and the others in the room. You stole Wigrit during the battle, Mance said, a full-blown smile on his face. And she has accepted that fact. Which means by the traditions of the free folk, she's your woman. Or, as you Southerners call it, your wife. Jon's reaction was just about what Knox expected of his young and inexperienced apprentice. His eyes went wide, and his face drained of all color as his jaw dropped. And all that he could manage in response was a single, strangled, what? The True North 3 Part 2. Standing on one of the many overlooks of the Red Keep that looked out over Blackwater Bay, Petyr Baelish, member of the Small Council and the Master of Coin, idly sat in his office while swirling a glass of arbor gold around in his hand. For the longest time, he had had a set goal in mind. He knew what he wanted, and he knew how he was going to obtain it. But now that goal was shattered. Part of it could still be salvaged, but the most important piece to his future, the one thing he wanted more than anything else in the world, was now gone. And no amount of power, gold, or pleasure would ever be able to fill the void left by the loss. But he wouldn't be like Robert. No, he wouldn't lose himself in sorrow and self-pity just because what he wanted was ripped away from him. No, he would just have to modify his plan to ensure that he was not the only one who felt this pain. He would make all those responsible for his pain suffer. He would have his chaos. He would have his vengeance. And he would start today. Hearing 2 sets of heavy footfalls and a third lighter set, Petyr resisted the urge to smile as he set his glass of wine down. Right on time. Not that I expected less given what I am offering those 2 fools. Turning his back on the bay, Petyr walked back into the keep and right into the path of the 3 that were coming his way. Making a show of being startled, Petyr gave an extravagant bow to the smaller figure of the 3. Your Grace, he said, bowing low of the clearly surprised Prince Joffrey, forgive me, I did not mean to cause you a fright. I was merely just taking a moment to admire the view. The Crown Prince quickly recovered from his surprise as his face went back to its normal sneering look before Petter could even right himself. A prince does not get a fright. Only women and weaklings do. Petter fought the urge to smirk. Yes, Joffrey will work perfectly. Of course, Your Grace, I apologize. I did not mean to imply that you are either, Your Grace. Only a fool would think of such a thing. Good, Joffrey replied shortly. Now, out of my way. Of course, he smiled, moving aside to give the Crown Prince a wide breath. But, before you go, Your Grace, I offer you my deepest condolences regarding your magnificent beast. Truly, such a creature did not deserve such a fate, especially for only doing what the strong do, devour the weak. Joffrey stilled, then turned and looked at Petter. That's what I said. A lion is strength, and that fawn, it was weak. But nobody understood. Not father, not even mother. They all just babied Tommen because he started to cry. And pride was the one to die. It wasn't fair. Allowing himself the smallest of smirks, Petter shared a look with the two red cloaks that were shadowing the young prince. Both men gave him the slightest of nods before taking a step back away from them, ensuring the two have a moment of privacy. It cost me the service of 4 of my best whores for a day. But such is the cost when one wishes to speak with royalty in the middle of the Red Keep with any manner of secrecy. If I may be so bold, Your Grace, Petter said, putting as much as a friendly tone as he could into each word. While a man of my position has no business prying into the private affairs of the royal family, I can see that you are suffering, and I wish to help. But, you see, your father did not kill pride because of your brother. He did it because he is afraid of you, Your Grace. Or rather, he is afraid of the great man you are shaping up to becoming. Joffrey was clearly taken aback, which was good. He needed the boy to be shaken to mold him into what was needed. My father is. He's not afraid of me. He's not afraid of anyone. He brought down the dragons. He caved in the chest of Rhaegar like it was a melon. Yes, he did, Petter nodded. But that is not the type of fear I am referring to, Your Grace. Your father, the king, has indeed done great things and will no doubt be remembered. But he fears that, with the way you are growing, Your Grace, that you will overshadow him one day soon, and that all his accomplishments will mean nothing in the face of your own. That he will be forgotten. That is what he fears. And he is not alone in this fear, Your Grace. Your mother fears it as well, which was why she has done nothing. And even your grandfather, the great Tywin Lannister, clearly fears what you will become, as evidenced by the fact that, despite pride being his gift to you, he has done nothing in the wake of its death. Joffrey was clearly thinking over everything Petter was saying, which again forced Petter to keep a tight rein on his emotions. He'd known this boy for years, so he knew exactly what he needed to say and do. Tell me, Your Grace, Petter pressed on, not wanting the boy to think too much on it just yet. Have you heard much of King Aenys Targaryen, son of Aegon the Conqueror? Joffrey blinked, clearly thinking on what he asked before shaking his head. No, not surprising, Your Grace. He is often left by the wayside in favor of his father who tore down dynasties and forged a new reign. Petter explained, stressing the connection between the actions of the Conqueror and Robert, which thankfully Joffrey seemed to pick up on. Like all dragons, Aegon was prideful. He'd done something that no one else could do, and he would not stand for anyone, not even his own son, outshining him. So, he kept his son and heir at arm's length, preventing his son's greatness from flourishing and being known across the land. And the moment Aegon passed from this life, pockets of rebellion rose up across the land. Because Aenys's greatness had been suppressed by his father and family his entire life in fear that he would outshine them all, he was unprepared to handle the situation. But eventually he did. The rebellions were crushed, and the people started to recognize the king for his greatness. Aegon may have united the realm, but it was Aenys, the son, that truly held the land together. Joffrey seemed enraptured by his story, which was good. And what happened to Aenys? Smirking, Petter sighed dramatically. He died, only 5 years into his reign. His death was not natural, but no one could truly prove how he did. However, the last person to see to him personally was the Conqueror's widowed sister-wife, Visenya Targaryen. And now, It is widely accepted by those that study history that the Dowager Queen Visenya had the king assassinated because she feared that his deeds, his greatest, would one day soon outshine everything she, her sister and their brother husband had accomplished. And now, poor King Aenys is little more than a short footnote in the annals of history. Walking up beside the boy, Petter took a risk and set his hand on the boy's shoulder. I tell you this story, Your Grace, not because I wish to cause you distress, but rather because I want you to succeed. I see greatness within you, Your Grace. And it would be a shame to see it get smothered just because there are those who want to be remembered over you. It was a sign that he was getting to the boy that he didn't shake his hand off immediately. And what do you get out of my greatness? Good, he isn't a complete fool. Remembrance, Your Grace, Petter explained, drawing a confused look from Joffrey. I have risen as high as a man of my station can. And now I wish what all men wish, to be remembered. But I will not be remembered under your father's reign, as his time of greatness has already come and gone. But you, Your Grace, your greatness is only just beginning. Joffrey stood up straighter as he smirked, the same smirk the boy always seemed to be wearing when he thought he was better than those around him, which was most of the time. So, you wish to ride my coattails to greatness then? Petter smiled and spread his hands in a shrugging motion. That is the unfortunate limitations of a man of my station, Your Grace. But, unlike most, I accept the fact that I can only achieve greatness by attaching myself to a great man. And you, Prince Joffrey, despite your young age, have the makings of the greatest man the Seven Kingdoms have ever seen. And my only wish is to serve a great man like yourself as an advisor. Joffrey's chest had puffed out slightly, his back straight and his head high. Then start now. What advice would you give your future king? Patience, Your Grace, Petter answered. Right now, your father, mother, and grandfather are all on edge and watching you carefully for any sign that you might one day soon outshine them. So, I would advise patience. Let them think that you are cowed by them. And once they relax and cease watching your every move, then start building your base of power for the day your father leaves this world and you ascend to your rightful place on the Iron Throne. And, if I may be so bold, Your Grace, I do believe that there are a number of people that I can discreetly introduce you to that will be more than anxious to help a great man like yourself secure your place in the annals of history. Joffrey's smile was so condescendingly self-assured that Petter had to almost prevent himself physically from smacking it off the boy's face. The endgame, Petter. Think only of the endgame. I will heed your advice for now, Baelish, Joffrey said, making to move on, only to stop. Continue to prove yourself with useful advice, Baelish, and I might just allow you to ride my coattails to glory and greatness. Smiling, Petter bowed deeply. That is all I can hope for, Your Grace. Until that day, I remain your faithful servant. Should you require anything, and I mean anything, Your Grace, even if it might seem unsightly to some, you need only to ask, and I will see that your every desire is fulfilled to the fullest. Receiving a dismissive wave from the boy, Petter moved off to the side and allowed the young prince to pass him by with his two guards who were now rushing to catch up with their charge. The board is out, and now my first piece is down. Petter smirked, watching Joffrey, one of the keys to his long-term goals, turn the corner and disappear. And one day soon, my vengeance will be at hand. After the battle against the splintered wildlings, things took a turn for the, quite frankly, boring for Knox, as their next task was to make the march south away from Hardhome in order to meet up with the rest of Mance Rayder's army and discuss the terms that had been reached with the rest of his people and try and see if they could meet the quota that Ned had set on the number of people that were to be allowed south of the wall. Normally, Knox didn't mind traveling as it gave him a chance to study new people and cultures. But this time they were traveling by foot, without roads, and across a landscape that could make Hoth seem hospitable. The lords from the north at least seemed to acclimate to the weather and traveling conditions quickly enough, but the same could not be said of those who were not from the north. Ned had recommended that the lords of the south head back to the wall on the Sea Wolf. However, none of their guests would hear about it. They were clearly anxious to show their strength not only to House Stark in the north, but also to their new allies as well. And so, despite the multitude of warnings they received from the northern lords and the free folk, the members of House Tyrell, Martell, and Lannister all grabbed their warmest clothing, finalizing their decision to follow House Stark back to the wall on foot. It was a decision that, Even after a single day, Knox could tell all of them severely regretted making. Despite their bravado, after leaving the relative protection of Hardhome, Oberyn and Oberyn had taken to donning as many furs as they could while still maintain their freedom of movement. And the Tyrells were no better, though honestly Knox was surprised that Garlan had insisted on keeping his armor on, though thankfully Garlan had been talked out of the notion of wearing his full plate armor all the way back to the wall. The man moved slower than a slug in the suit, and considering the weather the man was more than likely to die from exposure to the cold in his armor than he was from an attack. The only one from south of the neck who seemed to be the most well adapted to the cold was Garyon Lannister, and even saying that was a stretch as he was simply wearing the least amount of furs out of the group. The only other entertainment outside of the Southerners' attempts to stay warm during their trip was provided by his apprentice Jon and the young free folk woman Wigrit who had attached herself to him. The young woman was tenacious in her pursuit of Jon, something that seemed to both baffle and unsettle his young apprentices. Outside of Arianne, he'd never had a woman chase after him. Of course, just about everyone seemed to be getting a good laugh out of watching Jon trying to keep the woman at arm's distance. Especially during the night when they laid their heads to rest, as she had taken to sneaking between his furs while he slept, which of course resulted in Jon all but forcing Ghost to sleep next to him so that she couldn't sneak into his bed. And to Jon's utmost confusion, the ones who seemed to find the situation the funniest were the Dornish, and Prince Oberyn especially. The Prince of Dorne had been the first to find the two, pressed firmly against one another for warmth on the second day's morning after the Battle of Hardhome. Jon had scrambled to his feet, all but throwing Wigrit away from his person. But to the boy's surprise, Oberyn had merely smiled and told him that his niece would have to step up her game before leaving the two of them alone to ready themselves for the day ahead. Jon will have to start asserting himself soon, he thought as his sight passed over Jon and Wigrit, who were walking close together. He has a tendency of drawing strong-willed women to his side. And if he's to keep up with them both, then he will need to be just as strong-willed. But there was far more to this young woman than just her strong will or tenacity. There was something about her that reminded Knox greatly of Oberyn and even Arianne. And he didn't mean her general demeanor, which almost seemed right at home amongst the Dornish. The girl had a presence about her that made Knox curious. She wasn't Force-sensitive like Jon or any of his other acolytes. But she wasn't a stranger to the Force. She was much like Oberyn in that regard, using the Force subconsciously to enhance her own natural physical abilities. A theory which he had been able to confirm after Theon, for Force only knew what reason, challenged the girl to an archery contest. Theon was a good shot, there was no denying that. But Wigrit was on another level when compared to him. The ease with which she wielded her bow was astonishing. And every shot Theon made, no matter how difficult it might seem, Wigrit was able to make. Their little contest eventually came to an end when Theon failed to hit the mark he'd set, a small brand on a tree several hundred meters away from where they were standing. Wigrit had not only hit the mark, but she had done it after walking away from him with her eyes closed, and it was that shot that cemented his thoughts on the girl and her abilities. She was using the Force subconsciously to guide her arrows. Her affinity wasn't necessarily great enough to make her an acolyte like the others, but if she'd been born in the Empire there was no doubt in his mind that she would have undoubtedly been one of, if not the, most sought-after sharpshooter in the galaxy. The revelation about her abilities answered why she reminded him of Oberyn when he'd felt her out, but there was still the curiosity as to why she also reminded him of Arianne. It was something that he was going to have to investigate, and thankfully it appeared as he would have plenty of time to do so as Wigrit, despite Jon's rather pitiful attempts to keep her at arm's length or further, seemingly had no intention of leaving Jon's side anytime soon. It seems like I'm going to have to revisit my lessons on not throwing away potential assets with Jon. Especially an asset as skilled as this young woman. The rest of the ride and walk south he spent his time trying to learn as much as he could about the free folk. Mother Mole had been a wealth of information for him, and she was also an interesting individual to talk to as her precognitive ability matched that of even Jedi and Sith who considered themselves experts in the field. But unfortunately, the old woman lacked the ability to properly explain how she was able to receive her visions. To her, it was just a normal thing, like breathing. She didn't know how she did it, nor could she explain it. To her, it was simply a fact of her life that she had come to accept and incorporate into her daily life. After several days of riding and walking, they finally reached the large free folk encampment and began their next task, actually convincing a group of free folk to take them up on the offer of shelter south of the wall. Predictably, the initial reaction after Mance had presented the offer to those who were not at Hardhome had been poor at best, and almost violent at worst. But the protests were quickly put down by not only Mance, but also by the other chieftains who were there at Hardhome and had already agreed to the decision. It took almost a full 2 days, but eventually Mance was able to gather a group of nearly 5,000 of his people, most of whom were younger individuals or young families, to follow them south under the leadership of Garlan and Carci, the latter of whom had decided to move her entire small clan south of the wall. During this time, the few giants, including their leader Mag, disappeared from the free folk encampment. And while their disappearance didn't seem to necessarily surprise the free folk, as the giants apparently came and went as they pleased, it was a major disappointment to Knox. The giants were a force of nature, one that he had begun formulating several plans around the moment he'd first heard of them. But for any of those plans to come to fruition, he needed them south of the wall. Once the free folk that would be traveling with them gathered their things and said their goodbyes to those they would be leaving behind, Ned turned them west heading towards the Antler River, whereupon reaching they would turn south and head directly towards Castle Black. It wasn't an ideal choice, as bringing this many free folk through the home of the Night's Watch was almost begging for trouble, but they really didn't have another good location to cross the wall. Eastwatch would have been a faster choice for crossing, however Castle Black had something that Eastwatch did not. And that was a large weirwood tree on the north side of the wall just opposite from Castle Black. And it was there that Ned planned on having the free folk swear their allegiance to the soon-to-be Lady Val and the North as a whole. For 2 days, their journey passed in relative peace. That was until this morning when they drew close to a plot of land that the free folk had no intention of even getting close to. When Ned had asked Val why the free folk wanted to deviate around the land, adding perhaps half a day to their journey, Val responded by spitting on the ground. "This path will lead us close to the fiend Craster and his cursed lot," Val spat. "Best we just go around and avoid him altogether. No free folk will step foot near his keep." Calling for a stop, Ned turned his attention to Val. "Who is this Craster? I've heard the name, but only in the context that he is a leader north of the wall." Repulsion so thick it almost made Knox gag, rolled off Val. As she quickly shook her head. "That fiend ain't no chieftain. His father was a crow who forced himself upon a spear wife and got her with child before running back across the wall to hide." Jon and Robb both paled and looked appalled at what she was saying. "He wasn't the first to be born like that, nor will he be the last as long as the crows still exist. He may have once been able to overcome his birth, but Craster never cared for the laws of the gods. He steals women, gets them with child and then steals the child after she bleeds for the first time. He's cursed by the gods, and none amongst the free folk will have anything to do with him or his ilk." He takes his daughters?" Jon asked. Both he and Robb looked completely appalled by the notion and were looking almost physically ill when Val nodded. Why hasn't the Watch done anything about him?" One of Val's brows rose as she regarded his young apprentice. "And who do you believe it is that gives Craster aid, boy? Who do you think trades with him? Gives him food and weapons in exchange for coin or information? No, the crows won't do anything about him because they be friends with the fiend." He could tell without even having to do a pass over the boys that Robb, Jon, and even Theon were all about 2 seconds away from bringing northern justice down on the man's head. And in truth, Knox wasn't very far behind them. There was a lot of darkness and evil acts that Knox was willing to put up with. But this Craster, if what Val was telling them was true and he had no reason to believe that she was lying, he was seriously edging close to the line that would force Knox to take action. Ned, however, was quick to put an end to any such thoughts from the boys. "We will be making camp here," the Lord of Winterfell said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "And you boys, nor anyone else here under my command, will take one step towards this Craster. Is that clear?" None of the boys seemed pleased, but they all nodded their consent under the hard look from Lord Stark. After the boys had moved away to help setting up the camp, Ned then turned towards him. "Knox, I won't start anything," Knox answered, waving off the question. "But that doesn't mean something else won't start something." "What do you mean?" Ned asked. He didn't answer immediately, preferring instead to let his senses flow out from him, trying to sense what was out there. But the land proved to still be just as inhospitable to him as it had been ever since they'd set foot in Hardhome. The thick sludge that coated his vision bogged down the force and prevented him from getting a sense of what was out there. But while he couldn't truly see, or feel, beyond the confines of the large group they were escorting towards the wall, he could sense something out there. Something that was watching them. Something that had been with them ever since he'd stretched his powers at Hardhome. But the presence was slippery. A speck of dust in the corner of one's eye that never seemed to go away. It was irritating, to say the least. Whoever, or whatever, was watching their progress was extremely skilled, almost annoyingly so. And it was utilizing the darkness that blanketed the force to hide itself and its movements well. I don't know, Knox answered honestly. The simple statement took his friend back. I don't know whether that's bad or terrifying. Shrugging, Knox made to go and set up his own tent for the night. We'll find out soon enough, my friend. Though, for the sake of caution, I would highly suggest you sleep with your hand on ice tonight. I have a feeling you're going to need it. Rolling over in his small tent, Garlan Tyrell groaned as he found yet another root, or maybe a rock this time, stabbing him in the back. Sighing, he resolved himself to yet another night without sleep. He wasn't a stranger to traveling long distances or having to make camp on the side of the road. But in those instances, he had always been traveling with at least a dozen others, along with several beasts of burden to carry their supplies. So, while he would frequently make camp and sleep in a tent, it was always within a tent that he could stand up in, along with a cot that, while not as comfortable as a feathered bed, was certainly better than sleeping on the ground. But that was neither here nor there. They had no beasts of burden or extra horses to carry such frivolous supplies, as Carci called them. Anything he wanted to bring, he had to carry himself. Which was why he was currently laying down in a tent that just barely fit him, and not even tall enough that he could sit up in without hitting his head on the top. At least I'm not cold, though, he thought with a slight grin as he felt the warmth, and reason why he had even less room in the tent, move against him. The wild, free folk woman, Carci, had been a frequent guest of his tent ever since the Battle of Hardhome and the subsequent celebration that night, which resulted in him somehow finding his way into her bed, or furs as the free folk preferred to call it. Being with her had been strangely refreshing. She was perhaps the only woman he'd met so far that saw him first instead of just his family name. To her, the fact that he was Tyrell meant little more than horse shit. And it was the same with her daughters, both of whom were an absolute delight. And not to mention her skills in bed, by the 7, the woman was just about enough to make him forswear his house and live with her and her 2 young girls. But I cannot forsake my family so easily, he thought morosely. The curse of nobility they call it, and they are right to do so. We have privilege that most can only dream of. But, at the same time, we are cursed so that we can rarely follow what our hearts want. And Carci won't go further south than the neck. She's already told me as such. She's not some fancy southern lady. She's a chieftain, a spear wife. We both have responsibilities to our people. Knowing that sleeping would elude him once again, Garlan carefully disentangled himself from Carci and her daughters, making sure not to wake any of them as he crawled his way out of the tent, grabbing his sword as he did so. Outside of the confines of the tent, Garlan immediately regretted his decision to leave Carci's warmth as the cold air pierced right through his fur and leathers as if they were little more than threadbare linens. By the gods, if nothing else, my time north of the wall has given me a new appreciation for the men of the Night's Watch and the free folk who make their home in this land. Knowing that standing still would only make the cold worse, Garlan gripped his sword hilt tightly as he made his way towards the edges of the camp, being careful to avoid the free folk who did not have a tent and were instead covered head to toe in furs and leathers and pressed against one another for warmth. Reaching the point where he knew the watchman would be waiting, Garlan was surprised to find Oberyn sitting on a fallen tree, his Valyrian steel spear resting against his shoulder as the Prince of Dorne stared out into the darkened wood surrounding them. "Oberyn," he called out, drawing the attention of the man. "I didn't think this was your shift to take watch." "It isn't," Oberyn answered with a shrug. "But the cold has decided that I shall not find rest tonight." "And what of you? Surely, Carci is more than enough to keep you warm throughout the night." Shaking his head, Garlan brushed the snow off the log next to Oberyn before taking the spot. I'm a knight and a gentleman. Oberyn, I don't discuss such activities. Oh, come now, Oberyn smirked. What's the point of getting a free folk chieftain into your bed if you won't even brag about it afterwards? She's certainly not shy about speaking of what happens between you two. I think there are at least 5 other spearwives who are looking to see if you'll steal them after Carci's tales of your prowess beneath her furs. And what of you, Oberyn? Garlan asked quickly, trying desperately to change the subject. Why have you not stolen a spear wife? I know you've been approached by more than one woman ever since Hardhome. Who says I haven't already? Oberyn asked, grinning like a cat who caught a mouse. As you no doubt know, these women are voracious when they find something they want. And they're not shy to express their desires and wants. They're much like the Dornish in that manner. But I have not partaken myself just yet. Really? Garlan gaped, not entirely sure he believed the Prince of Dorne or not. Chuckling, Oberyn stood from the log and brushed the light snow off his fur before twisting his back. Contrary to what the Dowager Lady of House Tyrell believes, I do not go around fucking everything that is moving and has an orifice. I do have some measure of self-control when it comes to the pleasures of the flesh. And while the thought of stealing one, or more, of these spearwives is appealing, I will not do so until I can partake in them with my paramour. The famous Red Viper of Dorne showing restraint. 7. Now I have officially seen and heard everything. Garlan laughed good-naturedly, though his mirth slowly faded as he noticed that only was Oberyn not laughing along with him, but the Red Viper was staring intently off into the distance. You're tempted, aren't you? Are you not? Oberyn asked back, shooting Garlan a pointed look. Far be it from me to judge a man or woman by their particular tastes. But there are some tastes that go beyond the line, and if what Lady Val and the other free folk have told us is true, then this Craster is so far beyond the line he wouldn't even know how to find it again. I am of a similar mind, Garlan nodded, his fist tightening on his hilt. My vows as a knight demand that I take this fiend's head immediately for the good of the people. But at the same time, if this Craster is indeed an ally to the Watch, then it is understandable why Lord Stark does not wish to act. Bringing this many through the wall is without a doubt going to cause problems throughout the Black Brothers, and it's best if he doesn't do anything else to worsen that relationship. Oberyn nodded before shifting his stance and squinting his eyes off into the distance. Well, isn't this interesting? Blinking, Garlan turned in the direction Oberyn was facing. At first, he didn't see anything. But just as he was about to turn back around and ask what Oberyn saw, he noticed it. A shifting in the shadows that was moving away from the camp. Is that Knox? Yes, it is, Oberyn grinned, hefting his spear so that it was resting across his shoulder. If there is one thing I've learned during my time with the man, if you want to be entertained, stay by his side at all times. And considering he's all but sneaking away from the camp and heading west, well, this is no doubt going to be entertaining. So, you coming as well? Looking over his shoulder, Garlan glanced at the tent he was sharing with Carci and her daughters. Might as well, Garlan nodded. Not like I'm going to be getting much sleep in this cold, even with a good woman's warmth at my side. I'll make a Dornishman out of you yet, Esser Garlan the Gallant, Oberyn chuckled before heading off after Knox. We'll have to be quick. Knox is far faster than he appears to be, especially in the dark. The Prince of Dorne had not been lying. Knox moved like a ghost, silent and fast. It was all the two of them could do to even keep him within eyesight through the thick forest as they trudged through the ankle-deep, and sometimes knee-deep, snow covering the ground. The two had even tried calling out to the Sorcerer after they'd left the camp, but he'd made no sign of having heard them as he just kept on moving deeper and deeper into the woods. But then, just as Garlan was sure that they were managing to catch up to the Sorcerer, he simply disappeared. His tracks in the snow disappearing along with his person. Well, shit, Oberyn remarked eloquently as they reached the spot where Knox's tracks simply vanished. Yeah, Garlan nodded as he looked around, squinting into the darkness to try and find any sign of the Sorcerer. How in the 7 hells did he just disappear like that? Did he know we were following him? I don't know, Oberyn answered, clearly unhappy at having lost the Sorcerer. One thing I know about Knox, though, is that if he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. Come, let's get back to the camp and find some. Wait, do you hear that? Frowning, Garlan turned in the direction Oberyn was facing and strained his hearing, trying to hear what it was the Red Viper heard. It was faint, and the wind made it incredibly difficult. But there was no mistaking the shrill crying coming from the darkness ahead of them. By the gods, Garlan breathed as he recognized the noise for what it was. Is that a child? Oberyn didn't answer as he took off, leaving Garlan rushing to keep pace with him. The further they went, the louder and louder the crying of the child became. It's impossible that Lord Nox hasn't heard this, he thought as the trees started to clear, revealing a clearing with a stump in the center. But then, why isn't he here? Doesn't he care about a child and, wait, why don't I don't see anyone. But the crying is definitely coming from that stump up ahead. All right. This has officially become strange, Garlan noted as he and Oberyn began to slowly make their way through the small clearing towards the stump in the center. Oberyn didn't say anything as he kept his spear pointed ahead of him, both hands spaced equally across the shaft and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Drawing his own sword, Garlan kept one eye on the stump and another on the woods around them as they drew closer and closer to the source of the crying. And just as he thought, and feared, laying in the center of the stump wrapped in furs was a child. A newborn child. By the gods, he breathed, sheathing his sword as he immediately reached out to pick up the child. A boy, Oberyn said after giving the child in Garlan's arms a single glance. Frowning, Garlan shifted his hold on the child so that Oberyn could take him. How do you know? Oberyn merely gave him a pointed look as he took the boy from him. I have 8 daughters. Trust me, I would know a newborn girl the moment I laid eyes on her. And this one here is no girl, therefore that leaves only one option left. Garlan conceded the point. Boy or girl aside, what kind of fiend leaves a child out in the wild like this? I think we both know the answer to that question, Oberyn stated, smiling down at the child, and rocking him slightly to calm it down and warm him. The better question is not whom, but rather why. The question made Garlan think. Why would one leave a child out in the middle of the woods like this? To avoid being a kinslayer by having the child be killed by the elements instead of by one's own hand. Possibly. But why here? Why place it on this stump in the middle of a small clearing when all one had to do to achieve such a death would be to place the babe behind the nearest tree and leave? We'll bring the child back to camp and, what the? Did it just get colder? Beside him, Oberyn held the child closer to his chest, even going as far as using what furs he could to help shield the child from the cold that had settled over them. But it was more than just the sudden cold. There was a tightness in Garlan's chest. One he recognized, yet one he had not felt for some time. Fear, dread. Drawing his sword clear of its sheath once again, Garlan turned his attention to the woods. Within a single pass he saw it. Something moving between the trees. Sorcerer, he called out as he saw the shape move once more, this time far closer to the edge of the tree line. Sorcerer, announce yourself if that's you. The shadow moved again, this time right at the edge of the tree line. He could just barely make out the figure as belonging to that of a man, and a skinny one at that. But with the only light being that of the moon, it was hard to make out anything else while it stayed in the shadows. Show yourself, he shouted, pointing his sword towards the figure, and positioning himself so that he stood between Oberyn and the whatever was out there. As the figure moved out from the shadows and into the moonlight, Garlan felt his grip on his sword slacken as fear unlike any he had ever experienced, raced through him like a rush of water breaking free from a dam. The man, if it could even be called that, was withered. Withered like a corpse that had been left to rot in the sun for days on end. Its skin was also a pale white that almost matched the snow, and the only clothes it had on were a pair of tattered pants and a tattered fur coat, yet it seemed completely unaffected by the cold surrounding them all. But the one thing that he noticed most of all about the figure was its eyes. They were bluer than any eyes than he had ever seen before. Blue almost to the point where they were glowing in the shadows. 7 Protect me, Garlan muttered as it took everything in his power to keep his sword steady and not run as the creature stepped further out from the tree line towards them. I don't think the 7 can hear you right now, Oberyn said, coming up beside him with his spear in one hand and the child in the other. Swallowing, Garlan kept a steady eye on the creature as it came to within a dozen paces of them before stopping, seemingly for no reason at all. Name yourself, creature, he shouted. The creature, for he couldn't bring himself to call what was before them a man, just stared silently at them. Its unnatural blue eyes moving first to Garlan, then to Oberyn, before settling on the child and staying there. I think we now know why the child was left out here, Oberyn commented, anger lacing through each word he spoke. And it doesn't look like it's in the mood for answering any of your questions, Garlan, and I'm not even sure it's even capable of answering in the first place. The creature raised its hands and brought them together at chest height. Slowly, the creature's hands spread apart, a stake of ice forming between its hands. Its left hand dropped after it passed its shoulder width, leaving the icicle in its right hand. All the while, its gaze never left the child now hidden beneath the Baron's fur coat. As that, supposed to be a sword, seems like any sort of negotiation is out of the question. Guess there's only one thing left to do. Oberyn, get the child out of here. Find Knox wherever he is, or get to the camp. I'll hold this thing off until you get back with help. You do know what this thing is, don't you? Oberyn asked, and while Garlan couldn't see behind him, he could tell from the noise that Oberyn was setting the child back down on the stump they'd found it on. That's most certainly one of Knox's others, a white walker. Do you really think you can take it on alone? Or that I would even let you for that matter? Suit yourself, Garlan said, fighting down the fear that had been swelling within him, that he was now positive was somehow being caused by this creature before them. Just don't get in my way. Funny, Oberyn remarked, no doubt smirking as the man's spear whistled through the air as he spun it in tight circles around his body. I was just about to say the same to you. The True North 3 Part 3 shifting his feet forward, Garlan carefully and slowly approached the creature of legend with his sword held in a mid-guard while Oberyn did the same. The creature didn't move, didn't raise its weapon into a guard. It just stood there, watching the two of them approach with those unnerving blue eyes as if they were not even worth its time to consider. The instant Garlan was close enough he lunged, his thrust aimed directly at the base of the creature's throat at the top of its chest. The creature didn't dodge, it didn't block. Garland's aim struck true as the tip of his sword found its mark, and did absolutely nothing besides vibrate in Garland's hand so violently that he could have sworn he'd struck a hunk of stone rather than a man. The creature just stood there, Garland's sword pressed firmly against his throat like it was nothing. Then it smirked, a sickly, twisted sight that sent a new wave of fear through Garland. What happened next passed in a blur. The creature moved its arm, a flash of blue ice, and his sword was knocked away with such force that it was all Garland could do to even hold onto the hilt. Then pain blossomed in his chest as he suddenly found himself feeling weightless, like he was swimming in the ocean. The sensation ended as his back impacted the ground and he found himself rolling through the snow. Managing to stop himself, Garland looked up, his chest aching like a blacksmith had just taken his heaviest hammer to his chest. What the? How far did it? Oh shit. In the time it had taken him to right himself, the creature had crossed the distance between them, its sword raised above its head ready to end him. Bringing his sword up, Garland caught the blade made of ice against his own, the shock of the impact making his arms shake. This is impossible, Garland wanted to scream as he strained against the ice blade. The creature's only using one hand. The creature's smirk ended as it again defied all laws of sense as it moved like water, dodging the spear thrust that should have taken it in the back of the head. Thankful for the reprieve, Garland clutched at his aching chest with his left hand as he watched Oberyn dance around the snow, his spear moving like a blur. But despite the speed and skill of the Red Viper of Dorne, the creature was just simply faster as it dodged or swatted away every attack Oberyn sent its way. I need to help him. Garland groaned, fighting against the pain as he forced himself to his feet. Looking down at his sword, he frowned as he noticed what looked like ice on his blade. Bringing his gloved hand towards the ice, he touched the surface of his blade and frowned. It's cold. How could the steel be so cold? No. Stop thinking about it. Oberyn needs my help. Forcing himself to move, Garland sprinted across the clearing while the creature's back was turned towards him. Normally his honor as a knight would be disgusted at the thought of attacking anyone while their back was turned. But this was not a normal situation. Not by a long shot. A fact which was proven as the creature daftly knocked Oberyn aside and turned just as Garland's blade was about to kiss its flesh. Quicker than his eye could follow, the creature lashed out with his hand and, and caught his sword with its bare hand. He tried to pull on it, but the creature was impossibly strong as it just stood there, holding his sword in its hand, and not moving. Then, to Garland's horror, the cold returned, and starting at where the creature had a hold of his sword, the blade started turning ice white. Within 2 blinks of an eye, the entirety of his sword blade was white, like it had been frozen. There was a swoosh of air as the creature brought its ice sword up, and shattered Garland's sword with a single stroke. The sudden breaking of his blade threw Garland even further off than he already was. It was only because of sheer luck that he was able to duck away from the creature's follow-up strike that nearly took his head. It froze and broke my sword. How? This is the best steel coin can buy. Forged by Tobo Mo himself. How can this be happening? Now without a blade, it was all Garland could do to avoid the seemingly endless onslaught of slashes the creature was sending his way. He was so focused on his opponent that he began neglecting his surroundings, and that proved to be his downfall as his heel caught on a root and tripped him. Now on the ground and without a weapon, Garland was helpless to do anything but watch as the creature, its smirk still in place, brought its blade up to run him through. 7. Is this where it ends? Grandmother, brothers, sister, Carci, a flash in the moonlight brought his salvation as Oberyn suddenly appeared, his spear lashing out like a snake and catching the creature across the face. The creature screamed, an unholy sound of pure agony as it retreated away from Garland and Oberyn, the latter of whom had placed himself in the path of the creature with his spear at the ready. You still alive, Garland? 7 only know how, Garland muttered, his heart hammering in his chest as he got to his feet. Frowning, he stared down at the useless hilt in his hands before looking at Oberyn's spear, which appeared none the worse for wear despite having impacted both the creature and its sword far more frequently than his sword had. As he took the brief respite to think about it with the creature still thrashing about in pain while it clutched at its face, the creature hadn't bothered to dodge Garland at all, but had been doing everything it could to avoid Oberyn's spear. And even now, he could see those unnatural blue eyes glaring hatefully at the spear. What's with your spear? Valyrian steel, Oberyn answered out of the corner of his mouth. Makes sense, I guess. Valyrians were masters of fire magic, and this creature seems to be one with the cold. Either way, you're out of the fight, Garland. Stay back and... The creature threw its head back and let out an ungodly scream. A scream so foul that Garland instinctively fell to his knees and brought his hands to his ears to protect them. Pain and fear raced through him as he tried to fight against the noise ringing through his head. But fighting against the fear and pain was like trying to swim against the current of the trident while wearing full-plate armor. Beside him, Oberyn had also fallen to his knees, his hands pressed against his ears and clearly in the same type of pain as he. But then, without warning, the pain and fear stopped. The scream was still ongoing and ungodly, but the pain and fear it brought was simply gone without a trace. The creature seemed to realize that whatever it had been doing was no longer working as it ceased its scream and suddenly turned its back on the two of them. Looking past the creature, Garland let out a sigh of relief and a quick prayer of thanks to the 7. Standing just before the tree line of the clearing, his black cloak billowing behind him and blood-red blade drawn, was the sorcerer himself. A neat trick, White Walker, using a forced scream to instill fear and pain. But it was sloppy, untrained, and weak, the sorcerer stated, walking out into the clearing, cloth-covered face focused on the creature. Oberyn, Garland, you two all right? A few cracked bones, Oberyn answered loudly. His spear lowered as he stepped back so that he was standing alongside Garland. And I don't think either of us will be hearing well for a few days. But was it really necessary for you to just sit back and watch this thing kick our asses and nearly kill us before you stepped in? Blinking, Garland rubbed at his ears. He couldn't have heard that right. The sorcerer was just sitting back and watching them fight against this creature. And in doing nothing, neither of you were ever in mortal danger, Knox replied dismissively as the creature snarled at him. Besides, now I have a gauge of this creature's capabilities. And you two now have a better understanding of just what we are facing. Oh, fuck you, Knox, Oberyn scoffed. I understand why, but still, fuck you. Even from across the small clearing, he could see the sorcerer chuckle. How in the 7 hells could the man laugh in this situation? I think you'd enjoy that far too much, Oberyn. Now then, Time for your little secret to be out in the open, White Walker." The creature snarled and screamed, the same type of scream that had let loose before that sent Garlan and Oberyn to their knees. But unlike before, there was no pain. No fear. It was just noise. Then, the sorcerer moved. There was no logical explanation behind his movement. One moment, he was standing a dozen paces away from the creature. The next, he was past it with the creature hollering in agony and clutching at its arm. Or at least the stump where its arm had once been attached. Knox then turned and swiped low, removing both creature's legs, felling it as easily as if he were felling a tree. By the gods, Garlan marveled as he watched just how effortlessly Knox had taken down a creature that had been so easily handling both himself and Oberyn. I knew that Knox was powerful, and skilled with a blade. I mean, I'd heard the tales, but still, by the gods. Standing above the creature, Knox leveled his glowing red sword at the creature's face. Here I was thinking that I was going to have to trudge across the entirety of the land north of the wall in order to find one of you in order to prove your existence to the people south of the wall. But it appears that the Force has favored me today by delivering one of you right into my lap. Holding onto his chest and fighting against the pain that raced through him with each step he took, Garlan made his way up beside Knox with Oberyn. The unnatural blue eyes of the creature glared hatefully at all three of them. A low sound came from within its throat, and Garlan flinched, preparing for another scream. Except it wasn't a scream. It was something that was arguably more terrifying. The creature was laughing at them. Glancing towards the other two men, he could see that Oberyn was unnerved by the sound. And Knox, even though it was hard to tell what he was thinking with that cloth covering most of his face, seemed put off as well. "And what is so amusing, Walker?" the sorcerer asked. Garlan had no idea what happened next. One moment the creature was laying legless and without an arm on the ground, and the next some sort of blue glowing symbol appeared on its chest. And the next moment the creature froze like a block of ice before shattering into thousands of pieces, leaving the three of them staring dumbly at the spot where it once was. "Well, that was unexpected," Oberyn said, catching Garlan's eye before motioning him to take a step back. Garlan made to move back, but before he could he was hit with another wave of cold. And fear. It was similar to what he felt when facing against that creature. But this time it was different. The cold and fear were accompanied by a darkness. That was the only word he could use to describe it. A darkness so thick and deep that it felt like no light, not even the light of the Seven, could pierce through its depths. "Ah, fuck." Garlan couldn't help but jump clear off the ground as he heard the sorcerer's anger-fueled scream. The sorcerer threw his arms out as if he were swinging at some invisible object around him, and in response 5 trees nearby were reduced to splinters as they shattered. Not snapped or toppled, shattered in a flurry of splinters. By the gods, Garlan thought, his heart thundering in his chest as the fear and darkness pressed down on him while he watched the sorcerer reduce trees wider than men to splinters with mere waves of his hand. Then, as quick as the fear and darkness came, so too did they disappear. And with their disappearance, so too did Knox's raging. "Oberyn," Knox called out, his voice surprisingly calm considering the rage he'd just displayed. "Knox." While he looked calm on the outside, Garlan could hear the nervousness in the voice of the Prince of Dorne, even with just a single word. "Our absence did not go unnoticed. Stark and the others will be here soon," Knox stated, turning on his heel and facing west. "Wait here for them with the child and explain what happened." "And where will you be going?" Oberyn asked, his voice sounding slightly surer of itself as Knox began making his way west. To get answers, Knox answered simply before disappearing into the trees. As soon as he was gone from his sight, Garlan felt like a weight had been lifted off his chest. "Gods," he muttered, turning around, and limping towards where they had left the child on the stump. "Have you ever seen the sorcerer so angry?" "No," Oberyn replied, shaking his head as they reached the stump and spotted the child, still wrapped in furs and mercifully asleep. "I don't even know if I could consider that anger. More like frustration. And if that's the case, I can only imagine what he was like after the attempted assassination of his wife and the Starks at his wedding feast." The thought made Garlan shudder. If that feeling was only the sorcerer being frustrated, then he never wanted to be around the man when he was angry. Picking up the child, He grinned slightly as a slight bit of joy went through him as he watched the child shift and get comfortable. "Where do you think he's going?" he asked, turning around and sitting down on the stump. "Where do you think?" Oberyn asked, using his spear as a crutch to help lower himself so he too could sit down next to Garlan. "There's only one other settlement out here. From the stories we've heard of the man, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that he was the one who left the child out here for those things. While I'd love to see Knox's brand of justice, I doubt either of us are in any condition to keep up with him. And besides, it looks like our presence was noted far sooner than we thought." True to his word, Garlan began seeing torches dancing between the darkened trees of the forest. "Lord Garlan, Prince Oberyn, Knox, over here, Lord Stark." Garlan yelled back, an act he instantly regretted as his ribs gave him a painful reminder that they were still broken. The first face he could make out was Lord Stark, the older man running at a pace that almost seemed to defy his age. Behind him, almost right on his heels, were his two sons, along with Val and, to his dismay, Carci. It wasn't that he was upset to see her, far from it. But from the look on her face, he knew that he was not going to be having an easy time with her. His brother was only half a pace behind the others, his face set with worry. "What happened here?" Lord Stark demanded, his gaze passing over the path of destruction the sorcerer had left in his wake. "That happened," Garlan replied, pointing towards the frozen pile of bones and flesh on the ground. Cautiously, Val approached the pile, using the tip of her spear to shift through the frozen remains. "What, by the gods, was this?" "It was, indeed, my fine lady," Oberyn answered, rising to his feet with only a slight groan. "One of your White Walkers." Val immediately jumped back, her legs bent and spear at the ready as if she were afraid the shattered ice would reform itself and attack her. And she wasn't the only one. Carci, and the other few free folk that had followed Stark out from the camp, reacted similarly while those from south of the wall just stared in shock. "A White Walker," Lord Umber muttered, walking up to where the pile of ice was and staring down at it. This, fuck." Garlan hadn't known the boisterous Lord Umber for long, but his reputation preceded him. And the fact that he was now struck speechless spoke on the seriousness of the situation. It was a White Walker, Garlan nodded, words which he never, not even in his wildest of dreams, thought he would be uttering. Getting to his feet, he hefted the small child in his arms, making the child cry slightly at being disturbed. "It came for this one. Oberyn and I fought against it, but, fuck. If it wasn't for the sorcerer, we would both be dead. It shattered my sword like it was nothing." "A child?" Lord Stark questioned, stepping close and peering down at the quickly calming child. "Where did it come from?" "Where do you think, Stark?" Oberyn asked with a raised brow. "Outside of our free folk friends here, there is only one other settlement that is known to be in the area. A settlement that is very well known by both the Night's Watch and the free folk." Stark quickly put it together as recognition dawned in his eyes. "Where is Knox?" "Getting answers. And knowing our friend, delivering his own brand of justice," Oberyn answered. Garlan shivered as he felt cold. The same type of cold that he felt around Knox and the White Walker, only this time it was weaker. Not as heavy and dark, but certainly present. "Are you two capable of following us to Craster's keep?" Lord Stark asked, the cold and darkness not receding in the least. "To see what Knox is going to do to that fool. Right now, I'd be willing to run from the wall to Dorne to see it," Oberyn nodded. Garlan didn't answer with words, he merely nodded, his own desire to seeing justice done rushing through him. "Then let's move," Lord Stark commanded. "To Craster's keep." The pace Stark set wasn't a run, but it certainly wasn't a leisurely stroll either. The man's long legs made it easy for him to traverse the ankle, and sometimes knee-deep, snow as if he were just walking through a field of wheat. He also, somehow, seemed to know exactly where he was going, as once he set them on a path, he did not veer from it at all as they made their way through the woods. He knew that they were close to the keep when he heard a scream of agony pierce through the still night. Moving faster, they quickly came upon an earthen dike that had been raised with a single gate that looked as if it had been torn to shreds by a pack of wild animals. The actual keep itself was just a single building sitting atop a hill, but that was not what immediately drew Garland's attention as soon as they passed the gates. No, His attention was immediately drawn to the dozen or so women and girls that were holding onto one another outside the building, and an old man that was screaming and crawling through the mud and snow. Standing above the man looking like the stranger himself was Knox, lightning dancing across his fingers as he stalked after the crawling man. Turning over, the old man held up his hands in a pleading manner as Knox descended upon him. I swear I don't. Ah! Lightning arched off of Knox's hand, cutting through the air like a sword and striking the old man. Garlan didn't even know it was possible for a man to make such a noise as the old man screamed in agony as his back arched off the ground. Knox! Stark's voice boomed across the keep, bringing an immediate end to the torrent of lightning that was flying from Knox's fingertips. Stark! Knox responded, his voice completely flat. You're just in time. This pathetic piece of shit here was just about to tell me why he has been leaving his male children out in the middle of the forest for the White Walkers to claim as their own. My son. Garlan blinked as one of the girls from the huddle of women broke free from the others and rushed towards him. She was young, impossibly young, perhaps barely a year or so older than his own sister. Yet this girl, this child, was claiming the child in his arms as her own. The girl rushed past Knox and the whimpering Craster before coming to a stop before him, her eyes fixated only on the small bundle in his arms. Please, the girl pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Please, I tried to hide him, but me father, my son's father, he found him. I tried to stay awake and keep him away, but he took him from me and please, give him back. The girl had tears running down her face freely by the time she finished. Part of Garlan didn't want to give the child back, but he couldn't deny the girl her child. So, albeit with great reluctance, he handed the small newborn boy back over to his mother. The girl instantly started crying more, thanking him again and again as she cooed at the small child in her arms while rocking him back and forth. What's your name, girl? He asked, as he watched the girl cuddle her child. The young girl flinched and kept her eyes downcast. Gilly, milord, nodding, he tried keeping his voice as warm as possible. He may be a babe, but he's a strong lad. He'll be a force to be reckoned with when he comes of age. I'm sure of it. Turning his attention away from the girl, he focused back in on Craster, who was now staring up fearfully at both Knox and Lord Stark, who were both looming over him. The dark cold was back, stronger than ever. Even the wolves of the Starks were snarling and snapping at the old man as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. Craster. Ned's voice was pure iron and ice, and it was a tone that Garlan never wanted directed towards him. You have one chance before I leave you at the mercy of Lord Nox. What connection do you have with the White Walkers? And why have you been sacrificing your children to them? Garlan, along with everyone else, stared silently at the whimpering man on the ground as they waited for his answer. But as time dragged on, the only thing that left his mouth was whimpering. Whimpering that began to pick up pace and soon turned into laughter. You think you stand a chance against them? Craster yelled, his maniacal laughter filling the air. I know the truth. They are the old gods of the north. The gods of the first men. I have not sacrificed my sons to them. I have given them my sons so that they too may become gods. And when my time comes, I shall stand at the right hand of the gods as they bring winter to all the land. You honestly believe that, was Lord Stark's response to the outburst before he turned his back on the man and began to walk away. Knox, he is yours to deal with as you wish. Make sure he understands the full gravity of his delusions. Garlan wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know what Lord Stark meant by that, but he was sure that he was about to find out as the sorcerer stood over Craster, his hand outstretched and lightning dancing between his fingers. Craster tried to put on a brave front, but everyone could see the old man was shaking in fear. And by the smell, well, it wasn't just his shaking that gave away his fear. The gods, and my sons, will avenge me, Craster yelled out. They will drag you to the hells and ensure your suffering is a thing of legend. And I will not betray them. So, you might as well end me now, sorcerer. And maybe they will take mercy on you when they come. The gods, your sons. Knox shook his head as he squatted down next to the man. They are mere worms masquerading as dragons. The one sent to collect the child died with hardly any effort on my part. And as for killing you, no. That would be far too quick. You and I are going to be spending some quality time together before I let you die. And I can guarantee you, within minutes you will be telling me everything you know about the White Walkers and their ilk. So, shall we begin? You all may want to take the younger ones somewhere sheltered. What I'm about to do to this sack of shit is not something that should be witnessed by children. Craster's shaking, which had increased with each word Knox spoke, reached a feverish pitch as Knox held his hand above the man. But before Knox could even start, Craster let out another blood-curdling scream of agony. It was brief, and if he hadn't been so focused on the man he would have missed it, but Garlan could have sworn he saw something on the man's chest glow blue under his shirt. And then it was just like with the White Walker in the forest. His entire body froze solid in an instant before fracturing and breaking into dozens of pieces. The entirety of the keep went silent as everyone stared at what used to be Craster. A low rumbling started coming from Knox's chest, and Garlan began bracing himself for the inevitable destruction that he was sure was about to come. Only, it didn't. Instead of lashing out in anger as he expected, Knox threw his head back and laughed. In a way, the man's laughter was far more frightening than his anger. Something amusing about this, Knox? Lord Stark asked. In a twisted sort of way, yes. Knox replied, his laughter dying down as he purposefully turned his back on the pile of flesh and ice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave the rest of this to you. This night has given me much to think on, and I'd rather get started immediately. No one made to get in the sorcerer's way as he swept out from the keep, his overcoat billowing behind him in the wind as he left them all to deal with the women still alive in the keep. Lord Stark did not necessarily look pleased, but he turned towards the women that were still huddled together. The only one not with the others was the young girl that had come and grabbed her baby from Garlan. Who speaks for you? An old woman, as old as Craster, shakily rose to her feet. I do, milord. I be Fernie. Stark walked up to the woman, and Garlan found himself grateful that he was not on the receiving end of the look from the Warden of the North. Garlan, having been born and raised in a noble family, knew well the importance of one's presence. His father, while he loved him dearly, could command a room just by entering, but he was not the best at it. That honor, at least in the Reach, belonged to Lord Tarly. But Lord Stark, just being in his mere presence at this moment unnerved him in a manner he had never experienced before. It was almost like he wanted to tell Lord Stark whatever the man wanted to know. And he wasn't even the object of his attention. I will give you one chance, woman, Lord Stark said flatly, his voice once again pure ice and iron. Did any of you, know what Craster was up to with the children? The woman hesitated and began shaking, as she met Lord Stark's eyes. No, not entirely, milord, the woman stuttered, unable to keep eye contact with Lord Stark. Craster, if we give birth to a girl, he keeps em. A boy he would bring them out to da woods and then we wouldn't see em again. We never thought he was given em to them. Lord Stark's gaze hardened even further. Regardless of whether you knew what he was doing to the boys, the fact remains, by your own admission, that you at least suspected that he was killing any boy that was born. Yet you did nothing. And what could we do, milord? The woman shouted, or at least tried to as her voice cracked, and she was unable to stand up to Lord Stark for long before cowering in on herself. Craster, he was, one man, Lord Stark countered. One man, and I count 19 of you. Granted, some of you are mere girls, but them aside, there were still more than enough of you to stop this from happening. Yet you did not. Ye would, Avenuous be Kinslayer, Kneeler. Another of the elder women shouted. No, Stark replied, but there are options beyond kinslaying that you could have resorted to. Yet you chose not to. Because of your inactions, your daughters here were forced to endure that man. You had to watch as he would take your sons away as offerings to the White Walkers. Their fates are as much on your hands as they are on Craster's. The women were struck silent as the weight of Lord Stark's words settled on their shoulders. What happens to us now, Lord Stark? The eldest woman asked tentatively, clearly afraid of the answer. Now, Lord Stark responded, now you live your lives as you deem fit. Live with the fact that your inactions are what led to the deaths of your sons and the sufferings of your daughters. Wait, the old woman near shouted as Lord Stark began turning his back on her. The girls, the young ones. They are innocent in this. They tried to protest but we couldn't. Please, we've heard you are taking free folk south of the wall. Please, take them with you. Lord Stark turned back towards the old woman, fixing her with a hard look before he shifted to look at the young women and girls huddled behind her. The free folk are not coming south of the wall on a whim, Robb Stark spoke up, stepping up beside his father. They are swearing oaths to the North and House Stark in return for sanctuary. Should you, any of you, wish to do the same, then you may travel with us. And I will personally ensure that those who do find a place in Wintertown to start a new life, free from the sins of your father. Lord Stark turned towards his son with a blank look. My son speaks true, he said, glancing back to the women. The younger ones, those who are willing to swear oaths to the North and kneel. They are welcome to join us under my son's protection. But you must decide now, for we will not linger in this place. A few of the young girls jumped at the chance to get away, including the young girl Gilly and her baby they rescued. While the other few young ones had to be convinced to leave by the elders. In the end, 7 of Craster's daughter wives left with them, leaving behind their sisters and mothers to find a new life south of the wall. Gods, just when I think man cannot get any more depraved, I'm proven wrong, Garlan thought, giving one last passing glance at the shattered remains of Craster. The sooner we leave this wretched place, the better. I'm in desperate need of rest and warmth. Hopefully, Carci isn't too upset that I left her behind. I need her warmth more than ever right now. New alliances. When he had first seen the wall, Jon Stark had thought that it had been a sight of wonder. One, if not the greatest construct ever built by the hands of man. He'd been struck by awe at the sight. But, that was when he was seeing the wall from the south. Now that he was seeing it from the north, even though it was the same construct, it was just different. It wasn't a barrier of protection anymore. It was a monstrosity designed to keep all invaders at bay. The sheer scope of the wall instilled fear, not comfort of its protection. It was quite the oddity that the same structure could invoke two completely different feelings pending on which side of it you were on. Broodin' again, Jon Stark. If ye keep broodin' like that, her face will get stuck. And you have far too pretty a face for it to be stuck like that for the rest of her life. Resisting the urge to grind his teeth and doing all he could to keep the quickening of his heart under control, Jon turned his head to look at Wigrit. The free folk woman was, to use his master's words, tenacious. She never left him alone. He went to sleep alone and woke up with her next to him. He went out hunting and she showed up stealing his kill and mocking him for not being quicker. She was infuriating and intoxicating. For every fault he could find with her, he could find 2 perfections. He hated that she snuck into his furs every night, even going so far as to bribe Ghost with smoked meat to let her by. Yet at the same time, he now yearned to wake up every morning with the smell of the forest that was on her. She joked and prodded him for being too southern, or too slow, yet at the same time those same proddings urged him to be better than he was. She'd worked her way into his mind and heart in much the same way as Arianne had. And for that, he felt lower than horse shit. He cared greatly for Arianne and could see a future with her, a future that he yearned for with all his heart. Yet now Wigrit had rushed headlong into his life and wouldn't leave. And worse yet, he didn't have the strength, nor want, to make her leave. He tried comparing her to Arianne to push her aside, but that was a total failure. They were both pushy, straightforward, and not afraid to speak their mind about their wants or desires. And they both pushed him to try and be far better than he was. When comparing who they were failed to separate the two, he tried comparing their looks. Where Arianne had hair as dark and beautiful as the night sky, Wigrit had a mane of fire that smelled of the forest. Where Arianne was buxom and full-figured and sophisticated, Wigrit was a lithe warrior woman. Where Arianne had skin kissed by the sun, Wigrit was pale like freshly fallen snow. The two couldn't be any more different from one another in terms of looks. Yet, both were beyond beautiful to him. It was like trying to compare a sunrise in the north compared to a sunrise in the south. In the end, he tried one last desperate attempt to push Wigrit away by telling her of Arianne. About how his heart was with her and that he wanted to make a future with his Dornish princess. Wigrit had been struck silent for a moment, but then she just shrugged it off. She asked him if Arianne was beautiful and strong. Which of course he answered with a, yes, and she responded with, I can work with that. She then went on and told him of the little-known aspect of the free folk culture regarding the stealing of spouses. The free folk would not steal one who was already stolen, but it also wasn't unheard of for a man and woman to steal another if they both agreed to it and if they were strong enough to have more than one man or woman. She then launched into a tale, in far too much detail in his opinion, of a free folk chieftain woman who was apparently strong enough to steal 3 husbands and made frequent use of all 3 of them in the furs. The story rocked Jon so hard that his mind went blank and the only thing he could think to ask was how such a thing was possible, to which Wigrit just smiled and told him, 3 cocks for 3 holes. Just the mere thought of which made him want to jump into the nearest icy stream just so he could reset himself and think straight once more. If my brooding bothers you so much, Wigrit, maybe you should find a man who doesn't do so as much. Wigrit merely smiled at him and shook her head. Ye won't be rid of me so easily, Jon Stark. Not when you went and stole me like ye did. But I do have to wonder if truly up for what ye got ahead of ya. Ya stole me, ya wanna steal this Arianne. And just last night ye kept mumbling, Dany. How many women ya planning on stealing, Jon Stark? And do ya really think you can keep up with 3 women and keep us all satisfied? Other chieftains have tried in the past, ya know. But none have managed to satisfy more than 2 women at a time. Jon nearly tripped. Last night was the first night he'd managed to reconnect with Daenerys through their bond since they'd discussed, or rather argued, over the events of the rebellion and what caused it. To his surprise though, she'd not only been the one to apologize, but she had also admitted that he was right about everything. And then she begged him, literally begged him on her knees, to teach her what he could of the Force and to help her become powerful. When he pressed her on why she wanted the power, she answered that she wanted to forge her own path. A new path forward for House Targaryen. So, he began teaching her what he could, which now was little more than an introduction on meditation and speaking of the Sith and Jedi codes to her. But it was a start, and for reasons that escaped him, he'd felt a tremendous weight leave him as soon as they made their connection once more. Dany is, he started, unsure of just how to put into words his relationship with Dany was. And come to think of it, he honestly didn't know the answer to that either. Let's just say that, oh hells. The chances of either of us ever being in the same place again is highly unlikely. Wigrit gave him a look of disbelief before shrugging. Well, if she's strong enough to be in your dreams, then mayhap you'll be a greater collector of stolen women than any other chieftain. But don't ye think I'm just gonna let ya start stealin' any woman that passes fancy, Jon Stark? They gotta prove themselves to ya and me before I even think of letting ya steal 'em. And if ye don't, I'll be talkin' your balls, Jon Stark. The grin the wilding woman shot him before quickening her pace to rejoin some of the other free folk told him that it was no idle threat either. She really would take his balls if he stepped out of line. Despite himself, he couldn't stop when his eyes wandered down her back to rest on her shapely back. Gods damn it, Jon. Control yourself. Peering behind him, Jon took a moment to gaze out over the 5,000 free folk that would soon be swearing themselves to House Stark and thereby being allowed passage through the wall. It was honestly strange to think that he'd spent his entire life mostly being told stories about the evil and terror of the wildlings. About how they were just shy of being demons inhabiting human bodies and how they would snatch you in your sleep and kill you or eat you or worse. But when he looked over the line of people behind him, he didn't see demons or evil people. He just saw people, families who wanted to live, and if he were being entirely truthful outside of the skirmish against the cannibals, who were despised even by a good majority of the free folk, he had seen and heard of more evil acts being committed by the so-called civilized people who lived south of the wall. Of course, not all of them are exactly, human. He thought, turning his eyes to one side of the column where their newest additions were walking. The morning after the incident at Craster's Keep they'd been approached by an unexpected visitor. The giants, led by Mag the Mighty and numbering 60 in total with just as many mammoth mounts, had approached their camp while they were still breaking it down. The free folk amongst hadn't necessarily been alarmed at their sudden presence, surprised yes, but not alarmed. The same however could not be said of those from south of the wall. Which was completely understandable in Jon's opinion. After all, it wasn't every day that you would wake up and find a horde of giants standing just outside your camp. Thankfully, before things could escalate to violence, Jon's father stepped forth and approached the giants. What happened next was sure to go down as one of the strangest exchanges in the history of the North, perhaps even all of Westeros. Mag grunted out a few words to his father which sounded suspiciously like, "Stark," and "Kings of Winter." The leader of the giants then turned and waved south before growling out something along the lines of the blood of winter still running strong even in the warmth. He then, to the surprise of everyone present, went to a knee before Lord Stark and placed a hand over his chest before bellowing, "Stark, King of Winter, we follow, only strong, follow, wolves to warmth." It was about as strong as an oath as one could expect from the giants, who primarily spoke the old tongue and only a few words of the common and, according to Val, it was an oath that not even Mance Rayder or the Thenns had ever managed to get from the giants. And with that swearing, their group grew not necessarily in numbers, but certainly in size as the giants and their mammoth mounts joined in the procession heading towards the wall under the banner of House Stark. Forcing himself on the path ahead, Jon nearly ran headlong into his brother Robb, who'd come to a stop in the middle of the path. Jon was about to ask his brother why he'd stopped, but then he noticed their father had his fist held up, signaling a stop to the column. Moving around his brother, Jon immediately saw why his father had called for a halt. Just ahead of them, near a line of trees, were a dozen men on horses wearing all black. Rangers from the Night's Watch, none of whom seemed pleased at all to see them, save for the lone black brother that was just ahead of the others. Uncle Benjen, Jon thought with a smile as he watched his uncle urge his horse forward while their father began walking to meet him. Behind them, Jon could hear more than a few disgruntled mutterings coming from the free folk about the sudden presence of the Night's Watch, or the Crows as they liked to call them. "Benjen," their father called out as their uncle dismounted his horse. "Ned," Uncle Benjen returned before looking past their father at the assembled mass of people behind them. "Even knowing what you planned on doing north of the wall, Ned, I honestly didn't believe that you would get them to agree, let alone so many of them at once. Fighting a battle together has a way of forging bonds fast," their father said, drawing a quick questioning look from Benjen that urged their father to continue. "There were a number of chieftains that did not agree with Mance Rayder's decision to treat with us. And they tried to launch an attack on Hardhome while we were there. Their plan might have worked had the gods not favored us. But in the end, the dissenters are either dead, or have been brought back into the fold under different chieftains." Benjen's eyes went wide as he immediately examined their father, Robb and Jon with a quick critical eye, no doubt looking for any injuries. "Who were the dissenters?" "Crocular, Weeper, Herma and Lord of Bones. All are dead," Lady Val said, drawing their uncle's attention as she stepped up alongside their father. Benjen's brow furrowed before recognition dawned in his eyes. "You must be Val, good sister to Mance Rayder, are you not?" I am," Val nodded, "soon to be Lady Val of the North, once she chooses a house name for herself and her people." Their father added before nodding towards the black brothers who were still on their horses a distance behind Benjen. "Are we going to have any problems?" Looking behind him, Jon noticed the slight look of worry that passed quickly over their uncle's face. "You know your decision was not well received amongst the Night's Watch. These ones with me are not pleased with the decision. But so long as they swear to the north, we have no right to stop them from crossing. Nor will anyone try and stop them. You have my word on that. I guess we'll see just how good the word of a crow is," Val said, glaring at the black brothers still astride their horses behind Benjen. Uncle Benjen took her scorn in stride, apparently used to the reputation of the Night's Watch amongst the free folk. "So, we shall, my lady. I take it that you're bringing them to the Weirwood Grove to swear their oaths then, brother." "I'll lead you to them." Jon's father nodded and made to follow their uncle as Benjen, and the other brothers of the Night's Watch, all turned their mounts around and started heading towards the wall. Behind them, the line of free folk began moving once more, but Jon could sense a large amount of apprehension coming from behind him. "It's easy enough to say you'll do something," Jon thought, remembering back to the many lessons he, Robb and Theon had endured under Bother their father and Master Knox. "But actually, following through on your words is far more difficult. All these people said they would swear to the North and House Stark in return for safety and a chance at a new life. I guess we'll soon see just how many of them actually meant it, and how many were just saying the words. As they continued south, Jon noticed that Robb was staring at the wall. Or at least he seemed like he was. It was more like his brother was, mesmerized by the wall. "Robb," he said lowly, giving his brother a nudge to get his attention. "Are you all right?" Robb said, still not taking his eyes off the wall as they walked. I just got this feeling like I need to be somewhere, now. Not here." "Well, I still need to be here, but I don't know." "Just say what you mean, Robb," Theon joked, striding up alongside them. "You just want to get south of the wall again and back to Winterfell so you can get back in the arms of that woman of yours." That got Robb to look away from the wall. "That's not it." "Well, it is, but, oh shut it, you two. It's not like you two are any better. Jon wants to get back to his princess, and I'm sure you're missing the warmth of a woman as well, Theon." Theon didn't bother denying it, though Jon kept his mouth shut. "You're right on that one, Robb, I've been missing the company of a good woman. Maybe I should see what this mole's town has to offer south of the wall. Maybe they got some gems hidden beneath the shadow of the wall. And what about you, Jon? I would ask if you're missing your princess, but considering the company you've been keeping lately in your furs, nothing has been happening between Wigrit and I." Jon hissed, glancing around to make sure his words didn't carry too far, or that Wigrit wasn't nearby to hear. Theon's grin turned lecherous. "Oh, and why not, Jon? She's more than willing. Perhaps you just don't know where to put it. Or perhaps what to do with a fine woman like that. If so, I'll be more than willing to please her in any manner you find yourself lacking." Jon glared back at Theon and Robb as his brother started chuckling. "I know where to put it, Theon. It's just, I don't, well, I do want to, but, gods, my heart is with Princess Arianne." Though that last part was true, it wasn't the whole truth. His heart did belong to the Princess of Dorne, but lately she'd had to start sharing the space with Wigrit. "What does the heart have to do with a good fucking, Jon?" Theon asked, clearly not understanding the connection. "She wants it. You want it. Go for it. And what your princess doesn't know won't hurt her. Though, she is Dornish. Hells, she might just jump in the bed with the both of you, lucky fucking bastard." Before he could stop himself, the image of the three of them, Arianne, Wigrit and himself, formed in his mind. He'd be lying if he said this was the first time that he'd had such a thought. But just as he did each other time it came up, he immediately banished it. He would not let himself fantasize about such a thing. Most people were lucky to be even able to find one to spend their life with, without having to pay a lot of coin. So, he would not allow himself the fantasy of thinking he had a true chance to have two beautiful and powerful women to himself. Hearing the murmurings increase behind him, as well as the feeling of apprehension, Jon looked around and noticed that Uncle Benjen had led them into a grove within the haunted forest that contained not one or two, but 9 weirwood trees arranged in an almost circular formation. By the gods, Jon breathed as he stepped within the circle. He always felt something whenever he was before the weirwood in Winterfell, be it the Force or the old gods he didn't know. But standing amid these weirwoods, that same feeling returned, only amplified several times over. Staying near the outer ring of the weirwoods, Jon watched with Robb and Theon as their father walked to the center of the grove with Winter trotting alongside him. Stopping, Lord Stark turned and faced the free folk that were still following them, his gaze falling on Val in particular. "And now we come to it," Lord Stark said, his voice loud and clear as it carried easily through the grove. Jon noticed Val's hand shaking slightly as she stepped out of the line of weirwoods and approached Lord Stark and the now sitting Winter in the center of the weirwoods. "Salvation through death." Her voice was so low and soft that Jon almost didn't catch her words before she visibly took hold of herself and slowly, almost excruciatingly slowly, went down to a single knee before his father. When she spoke again, her voice was of steel. "I, Val of the Free Folk, do hereby swear my life, spear and shield to Lord Eddard Stark. His values are my values. His laws are my laws. Before the gods of the North and the First Men, I make my oath." It wasn't necessarily a traditional oath of fealty, but it was close enough to work. "I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby accept your oath, vow of the free folk. And I vow that you shall always have a place at my hearth, and meat at my table. Your worries are my worries. Your people are my people. And I shall ask of you and yours no service of which I am unwilling to do myself. Before the gods of the north and the first men, I do hereby make this oath. Rise now, Lady Val of the North. Lady Val lifted her head and rose to her feet before turning and standing side by side next to Jon's father. Jon had to admit that the two of them with Winter standing side by side in the midst of a weirwood grove, it made for quite a sight. I know many of you are having second thoughts, or perhaps third and fourths, Lady Val said, her voice carrying easily across the grove. But as hard as this is, and trust me it was not easy. We must move forward if we are to survive the winter that is coming for us all. If any of you do not wish for this, leave now, and you will not be thought ill of. But for those of you who are ready to move our people forward under the banner of House Stark, then step forward and I will hear your oaths beside the Lord of the Wolves. The free folk closest to the ring of the weirwoods all started looking back and forth at one another, waiting to see who would be the first one to take the plunge. Oh, fuck it, Wigrit grumbled, marching forward, but not before shooting a look towards Jon that promised him bodily harm. This is all her fault, Jon Stark, so ya better be talkin' responsibility. Caught off guard, Jon couldn't say anything back to her as Wigrit made her way to the center of the grove. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee before Val and his father and spoke the same oath as Val. After receiving the response back from the two leaders, Wigrit quickly shot to her feet and turned heel, her eyes glaring daggers at Jon as she marched over to him. This was her fault, Wigrit muttered as she stood beside him, while a group of 10 or so free folk made their way forward. What did I do? He asked, glancing at the fierce woman beside him. The grin she shot him was feral and unbelievably attractive. How the hells could she make a look seem so attractive and dangerous at the same time? Ye still know nothin', Jon Stark. Gods help me, I'm never going to figure her out, or Arianne for that matter. He sighed as he watched the group of free folk go down to a knee and swear their oaths. But now I really have to figure out what I'm going to do. Wigrit deciding not to come south was my last easy way out of this, whatever this is between us. I can't just ask her to go somewhere else once we're south of the wall, and I doubt she would even go in the first place. Hells, she'd probably do the exact opposite of what I asked of her just to mess with me. By the time the sun had come close to setting, perhaps only a third of those who'd followed them south had approached to swear their oaths. The time had obviously started to take its toll on all of them. Robb was constantly looking towards the wall. Theon had left to relieve himself more times than Jon could count. And if Wigrit sighed one more time or took out her arrows to check their heads or fletching, he didn't know what he'd do. Even Val was starting to look more than a little, well, bored with the whole procession. Only their father and Lord Knox were keeping their calm, at least on the outside. But Jon knew his father's tells enough to know that even his father was getting tired of all of this. And honestly, Lord Knox could probably be sleeping, seeing as how he was leaning up against a tree and hadn't even twitched in some time. Boys, Knox, his father called out suddenly after the latest batch of free folk got up from their knees. Yes, father, Robb responded, jerking in place at being called out so suddenly. Their father waited for the three of them and Knox to get close before saying why he called them over. This is going to take some time still. Take Benjen with you and bring this first group through the tunnels and south of the wall. Take them past Castle Black and have them settle near Mole's Town. Aye, father, Robb and Jon both said, while Lord Knox and Theon merely nodded. It didn't take too terribly long to gather all of those who had sworn their oaths, and by the time the sun was starting to reach the mountains in the west, Jon and Robb were leading the first 1,000 or so former free folk through the tunnel that led under the wall and out into Castle Black, with their uncle Benjen leading the procession. A fact that Jon was most grateful for as they came out of the tunnel in the courtyard of Castle Black and found themselves all but surrounded by seemingly every black brother in the keep. And leading the black brothers, standing in the middle of the yard with his hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed sword, was perhaps the dourest-faced man Jon had ever seen in his life. Esser Thorn, Benjen said, stepping forward and putting himself between the dour-faced man and the rest of them. Do we have a problem here? Thorn sneered as he stared first at Uncle Benjen and the rest of them. Betraying the vows of the Night's Watch by letting these wildlings through the wall, First Ranger. I would say that we have a problem with that. Always figured you wolves were wildling fuckers, now we know for sure. You're no better than them. Reaching out, Jon caught Wygrit's hand as she reached for either her dagger or her bow. Now was not the time to get into a fight. Squaring his shoulders, Robb stepped forward past their uncle and right up in front of Esser Thorn. Jon could feel the cold calm washing off his brother. It was an aura their father always projected whenever he was dealing with an unruly individual. Those standing with us now, Esser Thorn, are those who are sworn to the North and House Stark. They are no longer what you consider a wildling, or a member of the Free Folk. They are of the North, and as such, any action taken against them while under the protection of House Stark will be considered an act against House Stark itself. A fact which is well known by the Lord Commander Mormont, who I see is conveniently absent. Which means that this little, whatever this is occurring without his knowledge, is it not? I wonder what the Lord Commander would think, knowing that the brothers of the Night's Watch have fallen to the point of assaulting men and women sworn to the North. He could feel the force weaving into his brother's voice as the words flowed through his mouth. And the effect was almost immediate as most of the Black brothers who'd assembled begun either slumping their shoulders in defeat, or outright trying to sneak away in the dying light. Only Esser Thorn appeared unaffected as the dour-faced man held his ground, his sneer set firmly in place as he fought a battle of wills against the heir of Winterfell and future Warden of the North. "Mark my words, Stark," Thorn growled lowly. "This will doom us all. Beasts like these cannot be housebroken." This time Jon almost had to physically take Wygrit in his arms to hold her back. And he was sure that if the other former Free Folk had been close enough to hear, she wouldn't have been the only one. "That is not your decision to make, Esser Thorn," Robb continued, his aura and voice never once faltering. "Now, stand aside and return to your duties. And we will forego mentioning this little display to the Lord Commander." Thorn looked like he wanted to press the issue further, but the man showed some amount of reason as he turned tail and marched quickly out of the yard, leaving a few hurrying to catch up with him. "Well done, Robb," Lord Nox said, stepping forward and patting Robb on the shoulder. "You used the Force to accent your presence and your words. Very well done indeed." "Thank you, Lord Nox," Robb nodded, though Jon could detect something in his brother that was off. Despite what had just occurred, his eyes kept flickering towards the west. As if something was drawing, or rather demanding his attention. "Keep the people moving," Robb called out, regaining himself. "We need to get them all through the wall and south of Castle Black as quickly as possible. Uncle Benjen, you know these lands better than any here. I would appreciate if you would lead the Free Folk to an area where they can set camp." I can do that," their uncle nodded before motioning behind them. For the former Free Folk to follow him. Standing aside, Jon motioned for Wygrit to go with her people as he went towards his brother, who was still staring off towards the west. "Robb," he said, coming close to his brother. "What's going on?" Biting his lip, Robb shook his head. I don't know, Jon. I just have this urge. It keeps telling me that I should know. That I need to go somewhere. When we were north of the wall it was muddied and unclear. But now that we're south of the wall, I can almost feel something physically pulling me in that direction. It's your trial, Robb Stark." Turning, Robb and Jon found Lord Nox walking up to the two of them, his sightless face staring off in the direction Robb had indicated. My trial?" Robb asked. "Yes," Lord Nox repeated flatly. "Sometimes a master decides when a trial is to be had, as I did with Jon. Other times though, the Force intervenes and decides that it is time for an acolyte or apprentice to undergo their trials. This pull you feel, Robb, is the Force telling you that it is time for you to face your trials to become a full-fledged apprentice." Jon felt both excitement and fear rush through him. Excitement because his brother was advancing. And fear, because Jon remembered well what he faced during his trial in Valyria. His fight against the fireworm and shadow might have been an illusion, but he still remembered the pain and the fear of the moment. And that wasn't even considering he had to traverse the ruins of Valyria alone. "You've got this, Robb," Jon said, knuckling his brother lightly on the shoulder. "Hells, I could do it. This should be a walk through the Godswood for you." Jon could sense Robb's uncertainty, but his brother kept his face calm as he turned to Lord Nox. What will I face? I don't know, Lord Nox answered honestly. It differs for each individual based on what the Force feels you need. You will face dangers, but most of all, you will face yourself. Be strong. You have been well trained, by both your father and I. You were ready for this, so do not allow yourself room for doubt. Go, and return to us no longer an acolyte, but a full-fledged apprentice. Despite the encouragement, Robb still hesitated. What should I bring? And what about father? He's still north of the wall and, I will deal with your father, Robb, Lord Nox pressed, his voice slightly more insistent. And you will bring only yourself and Grey Wind, as the wolf is as much a part of you as your own arms and legs. You can take a horse to aid in your travels. But beyond that, you must face whatever is waiting for you alone. Biting his lip, Robb turned and faced off towards the west once more. His anxiety and fear were still present, but they were being suppressed by the resolve surging through him. All right, time to face my fears. Walking through the darkened tunnel leading beneath the wall, Ned Stark was feeling every one of his advanced years weighing down on him with each step he took. It had been a long time since he'd performed such a march on foot, let alone through a terrain like the one that was north of the wall. And while this day had not necessarily included much walking, it was still draining. Many might think that it was not difficult to sit there and receive the oaths of loyalty, but they were fools. It was a taxing experience to do it even with those who you knew were already loyal to you. Doing it for the free folk, let alone 5,000 of the free folks, well, Ned was very much looking forward to resting in an actual bed tonight. Though I fear it will not be for long, he thought sourly. Despite their best efforts, he and Val had only managed to receive oaths from perhaps half of the free folk that had followed them south before the sun had set and weariness had made. Continuing on next to impossible. After Robb and Jon had led the first batch through the wall, Ned had been sending groups periodically throughout the day with the Tyrells, Martells, and Lannisters so that they would not be harassed during the crossing. And now with the sun firmly set below the horizon he'd called for an end to the day, taking Val with him across the wall while the rest of the free folk made camp just north of it, waiting for them both to return the following day to receive the rest of their oaths. At least the giants were easy to deal with, he thought as he began to see the end of the tunnel ahead. While a giant could make it through the tunnel, they would pretty much be doing so on their hands and knees. And there was next to no chance of the mammoths making it through the tunnel. So, Ned had come up with a compromise with Mag the Mighty. Mag and the giants would follow Mage Mormont west along the northern side of the wall until they reached the gorge so that they could pass over the Bridge of Skulls. It wasn't ideal, but it was the only way Ned could think to get the giants across the wall with their mammoths. After they crossed, Mage stated that she intended to continue onwards to her home, which then left Ned with his next problem with the giants, which was how to guide them south to Winterfell, and after to the Barrow Lands where he intended on allowing the giants to roam. But mercifully, Mag the Mighty had waved off his concerns. Apparently, despite not being able to read or understand maps, the giants were experts at finding their way. And Mag had assured Ned that they would find the center of the north and reach Winterfell. And Ned highly doubted anyone would try and impede their path. Only a fool without a brain in his head would even think about attacking a caravan with over 60 giants and their mounts. Coming out into the open of Castle Black, Ned took a moment to turn his head skywards and stare at the full moon hanging in the night sky. And to think, out there amongst the stars there are those that freely travel between their own world and their moon or other planets. And here we are, stuck on the surface of our world for who knows how many generations still. Are you wolves always so contemplative? Beside him, Val was going back and forth between looking at him and at the moon hanging over their heads. What do you mean? You and your sons, Val responded. You three all get this same look in her eye and stare off into the distance as if trying to solve some great riddle. But ye don't even know what the riddle is trying to solve. They are my sons, Ned answered simply. And there is much that is on our minds, as you will soon learn once you have your own people, and the people of your soon-to-be home to manage. Val frowned at the thought. And why can't you kneelers just think for yourselves? We can and we do, Ned answered as he started looking around Castle Black, looking for his sons but not finding them. They must be with the camp south of Castle Black. The duty of a lord or lady is to oversee your people, to keep the peace. to ensure they are not overusing the land or overhunting to the point where they drive all game off your lands. And unlike north of the wall, where your answer would be to simply move to a new location, that option will no longer be available for you and your people. Turning away from the pensive Val, Ned nearly ran headfirst into Knox, who had managed to place himself almost directly in his path without Ned even realizing. "Knox," he said, greeting the sorcerer and doing everything he could not to show his surprise at the man's sudden appearance, which was a step up from Val, who started drawing her spear before realizing who he was. "Ned, Val, Knox," greeted them both. "I wanted to let you know before you started losing your mind. Robb has departed for his trial and won't be back for some time." Ned's brain took a moment to catch up with what Knox was saying, and when it did, all he could focus on was, "Robb, and departed. What the hell do you mean?" Ned asked, stepping forward until there was but a hand's width separating the two. "What do you mean that Robb has departed? Where has he gone? Where have you sent him?" Ned felt a gentle yet invisible force wrap around him like a blanket, preventing him from moving. The sensation was brief, yet unmistakable. A gentle reminder of just who he was dealing with. The Force has decided that it was past time for Robb to face his trials, just as Jon did in Valyria. That did not make Ned feel any better. He remembered well the story of Jon's trial in Valyria, and it was not something that, while he understood was necessary, he was eager to put any of his children through. Taking a hold of himself, Ned resisted the urge to begin pacing like a caged animal. Where did he go? The Force was drawing him towards the west. Where to exactly I do not know, though I have an idea. Turning, Ned started off in the direction of the stables, but was stopped as Knox placed himself in his path. "Out of my way, Knox," Ned growled. "You are my friend, and the good you have done for the North and House Stark goes without saying, but that is my son you sent out on his own." Knox didn't move. He just stood there like the wall itself, barring his path forward. "Do you trust in the training that you've given your son over the years, Ned?" Taken aback, Ned narrowed his eyes at Knox. "Of course. Do you doubt my ability to train him?" "No, of course I. Do you trust in your son?" "Yes. But, then trust your son," Knox said with a note of finality. "As much as you may not wish it to be so, one day Robb, Jon, and all your children will have to stand on their own. And while neither you nor I can teach them everything, there comes a point where one must place your trust in the fact that you have prepared them as much as you possibly could for the challenges ahead of them. This is something that Robb must face alone. Your presence with him would be only a hindrance at best. And while this is Robb's trial, it is also a trial for you and I. A trial to see if we truly trust in the capabilities of the ones we've trained." Stepping up beside him, Knox laid a hand on his shoulder. "Trust in your son, Ned. He will make it through this. And he will be a better and stronger man because of it." He hated it. Gods help him, he hated it. But Knox was right, as was unfortunately a normal situation. "I may not know much about this strange magic you wolves and the sorcerer wield," Val said, adding her voice to the conversation. "But I have seen your pup with a blade in his hand. And he has survived in the untamed lands of my people. He's strong. Whatever he has gone to face, he will certainly succeed." Sighing in defeat, Ned turned his head slightly towards Knox. "Does it ever get any easier?" Knox's face remained completely devoid of emotion. "I'll let you know if I ever get an answer to that, my friend." New Alliances Part 2. Holding his cloak tighter around himself with his left hand while keeping hold of his horse's reins in his right, Robb Stark grit his teeth as he fought against the biting cold wind of the north as he rode west along the southern side of the wall with Grey Wind keeping pace at his side. Granted, the cold wasn't nearly as bad as it was north of the wall, and the wall itself acted as a buffer against the worst of the wind. It was still cold, far colder than he could ever remember Winterfell being. For not the first time after spending 2 days at a near breakneck pace on his horse, he began regretting his decision to leave Castle Black and head west, especially without company besides Grey Wind. But as soon as that regret came, it immediately fled. He was doing the right thing. This was something that he needed to do. And it was something that he needed to do on his own. Hearing Grey Wind whine beside him, Robb turned his attention off the snow-covered path before and towards the dire wolf that was now coming up to his horse's stirrups. "I know, boy," Robb said, trying to reassure both his friend and himself that he knew what he was doing. I know we've already passed by 2 of the ruined Night's Watch castles, but those places weren't what we're looking for. But I promise you, boy, it won't be much longer now. The pull from the force I felt back in Castle Black. It's back, and stronger now than before. We're close, boy, I know it, and once we're done with whatever it is I need to do, I promise you an entire buck to gorge yourself on. Grey Wind's large head turned up towards him as his tongue rolled out of his mouth, and he felt a wave of acceptance seemingly roll off of his beast friend. Smirking, Robb turned his attention back to the road ahead of him, and nearly fell off his horse as he saw the ruins of yet another Night's Watch castle come into view. Only this was no ordinary castle along the wall. This castle was one of legend, and not of the good kind. The Night Fort, Robb thought, taking a breath to steel himself as he pulled his horse to a stop so that he could stare out over the ruins. This place, old Nan would tell us all stories of this place. None of them pleasant. It was here that the rat cook served an Andal king his son in a pie. It was here that brave Dany Flint was raped and murdered by the men of the Night's Watch. This place even unsettled good Queen Alysanne Targaryen to the point where she all but commanded the place be abandoned when she suggested that the Night's Watch should consolidate into fewer castles along the wall. And it is here, where my trial shall take place. If he'd had the choice, Robb would bypass the Night Fort even if it took him out of his way by a day or so. But he knew that was not an option. Master Knox told him that the Force would guide him to where his trial would take place. And he could sense the Force leading him to this place. Steel yourself, Robb, he told himself, hardening his heart and readying his courage as he tapped his horse's flanks with his heels to get the steed moving forward. A Sith, a Jedi, a Lord Stark does not show fear in the face of the unknown. For my father, for my house, to show Lord Knox that I am worthy of continuing my training, I will face what lies ahead without hesitation. Passing through the ruined gates of the fort and staring around in wonder at the small forest that was growing between the few structures still standing, Robb felt a shiver pass through him as a wave of cold struck him. A cold he recognized, a cold that came not from the air, but rather from the dark side of the Force. But it was different than what he'd felt before. It was tempered with a feeling of strength, of warmth, of light. What truly happened in this place to be so saturated in both the light and dark sides of the Force? He thought as he brought his horse over to one of the few structures that was still standing, though that fact was probably more attributed to the trees growing through the structure than the actual structure itself. Dismounting from his horse, he tied the reins off onto one of the trees and gave his horse a drink of water and an apple before leaving the horse and moving towards the largest of the buildings that had a weirwood tree of all things growing out from its roof. "Keep close, Grey Wind," Robb called out to his companion. As he drew his sword while approaching the entrance to the building, which was just a single door that was hanging on by only a single hinge. Not even bothering to see if he could move it by hand, Robb raised his hand and reached out with the Force. A single jerk of his hand and a pull with the Force, and what was left of the door was ripped off the doorframe and thrown across the overgrown courtyard. Keeping his sword in front of himself, he cautiously entered the ruined chamber, keeping his eyes and senses through the Force on high alert as he tried to find something, anything, that could tell him where the strange sensation in the Force he was feeling was emanating from. But there was nothing in the room beyond. Just the base of a weirwood tree with a carved face and tears of blood running down from its eyes. "Nothing," he cursed, turning back around to Grey Wind. "Come on, boy, we have a lot of ground to cover." The sound of cracking was the only warning he had that something was wrong. In the next instant he felt the floor give way beneath his feet. His body felt weightless as he plummeted, his hands losing his sword as he tried desperately to slow his descent. But he was helpless to stop his fall, until he stopped naturally as his back struck the ground hard enough to drive all the air out of his body and leaving him a coughing mess. Rolling over, he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. "Hells," he groaned as he tilted his head back to look up at the hole he'd fallen through. "Gods, how far down did I fall? And where the hell am I?" Squinting against the light coming in through the hole he'd made, he could just barely make out the head of Grey Wind peering over the edge. "Stay up there, boy," he called out, getting to his feet and dusting himself off. "I'm not going to be able to climb this, I'll need to find another way out. Grey Wind, stay close to the fort, boy. And for the love of the gods, don't eat the horse while I'm down here. Grey Wind barked as he could feel something like amused acceptance come from his friend before he disappeared from where he'd fallen. All right, he said to himself as he looked around trying to find if there was anything that might have fallen off his person during his fall. The only thing missing though was his sword, which had thankfully fallen far enough away from his person so that he didn't accidentally fall on the blade. Small mercies, I suppose, he thought, picking up his sword and squinting off into the darkness before him. He was in a tunnel of sorts, which made sense. Castle Black had dozens of underground passageways that connected the various buildings to one another. It would make sense that the other forts the Night's Watch called their own would have something similar to protect the Brothers of the Watch from the weather. There were 3 paths before him, each one just as dark and foreboding than the others. But there was one that just felt slightly different than the others. I suppose that's my way forward then. Let's just hope whatever passageway leading to the surface hasn't collapsed since this place has been abandoned. The light from the hole slowly faded as he went into the darkness of the tunnel, his sword held out and at the ready for anything. He wasn't sure just where he was going, but he just knew that he was going the right way. But as he went further and further along the path of the tunnel, he noticed something. He'd taken several turns along the way, and he'd seen no other breaks in the tunnel to allow light in. But for some reason, he could see just fine as if he were still in the area where he'd fallen. And the strange sensation that had brought him to the Night Fort in the first place was steadily growing in intensity with each step forward. And just as he was about to turn back around and try to find another path, he came upon a door that completely blocked off the tunnel. This isn't right, he thought, glancing behind him before examining the door further. This door, it looks like it's fresh from the carpenter. Reaching out his hand, he placed his palm against the surface of the wood. And it's warm. How can that be? Pressing against the door, he was surprised when it opened without much effort. And even more surprised when he heard raised voices coming from whatever room laid beyond. Walking through the opening, he blinked in surprise as he suddenly found himself near the rear of a great hall he didn't recognize. But the hall was filled to near standing room only with grown men, almost all of whom were wearing a combination of furs, armor, and weapons. What is going on? I say we tell that sister fucker and his whores to shove their offer right up their asses. One of the men shouted, rising to his feet and making Robb near fall back in surprise as he got a good look at him. If not for the completely snow-white hair, Robb would have sworn this man was the Greatjon Umber's twin brother if he had one. Grace, the Dragon Lords gave us an offer. Made a pact with us, a daughter of winter to rule alongside one of their archons. And in return the North is recognized as a separate sovereign state in perpetuity with no fear of conquest by the Dragon Lords. And these sister-fucking dragons, they have forgotten the promises made by their ancestors, just like any other southern cunt. They haven't forgotten the promise made, Lord Umber, another man said, rising to his feet and making Robb reflexively reach for his sword as he noticed the sigil of the flayed man on his chest. Lest you forget, His Grace did send a message to the dragons reminding them of the promises made by the archons. Their response was that Valyria is gone. Thus, so too are any promises that were made between the North and the Dragon Lords. Then we should fight. Fuck the dragons. Fuck the Andals. A heavy fist falling against the high table brought an end to all the voices as a man in thick furs rose from behind the table. Robb's eyes widened as he recognized not the man himself, but rather the sword that was resting against the side of his chair. Ice. And he's wearing the sigil of House Stark. The others are talking about the Dragon Lords, and they referred to him as His Grace. Could this be? The large man of House Stark took his time in speaking as his eyes slowly moved over the assembled crowd before him. It was a tactic that Robb knew well was one that his father often used to make sure that he had the attention of everyone in the room before speaking. Lord Bolton speaks truth. We did send a raven to Aegon reminding him of the promise made by his ancestors. And his response was exactly as Lord Bolton said. He will not honor the agreement that was arranged because Valyria fell before the pact could be completed on our end. And he will not entertain the idea renewing the pact here in Westeros by having a daughter of winter marry his eldest son when he produces one. Then to the hells with them. The large Umber man shouted, banging his fist on the table and making the wood groan and crack. I say we take the fight to them. The Andals have been trying for thousands of years to take the North from us. Each time we bloody them and send them running home to their mother's skirts. Sure, these Targaryens have their dragons, but we have our own tricks to take those beasts away from them. There were more than a few that shouted their agreement with the statement, which confused Robb greatly as he'd never heard of a way of taking away a dragon before. And if the North had such an ability, why wasn't it used? The Stark at the head of the table raised his hand, bringing an immediate end to all talk in the hall. Our tricks, Lord Umber, do not work on dragons that have been bound naturally. Just as they do not work on the direwolves of old that bound themselves to House Stark in the past. And as for the past wars against the Andals, this time is different. Moat Cailin and our keeps are designed to keep out invaders and force them to wither and die in the cold. They were not designed to repel dragons. And as the Targaryens demonstrated at Harrenhal, even the greatest of keeps, if not built to counter attacks from the air, are basically defenseless against the might of a dragon. Then what is your decision, your grace? A smaller man that was seated near the high table and wearing the sigil of a lizard lion asked. Aegon, his sister wives, and their army have set camp well to the south. A smart move as they are forcing us out into the open field if we wish to fight them. And if we hold up, then as you said, they will use their dragons to burn our keeps and force us out into the open. The Stark at the table folded his hands before his face and leaned his forehead into his hands. Robb could almost feel the weight of the man's decision even from clear across the room. We have no choice. Aegon was wise in his conquering. He let us believe we would be safe behind the accords that had been struck with the dragon lords of Valyria while he conquered the southern kingdoms. Now he comes north with an army numbering greater than anything the North has ever faced and 3 dragons with naturally bound riders. They have made their position clear. Kneel, or our keeps, our families, our people, our very way of life will end in the flames of dragons and by the blades of the Andals. As your king, it is my sacred duty to protect my people, even at the cost of my own life and pride. And that is what I will do now. I will swallow my pride, and I will kneel to the Dragon Boy to save the North. The room was dead silent for all of a few moments before it exploded in pandemonium as almost all the lords rose to their feet and begged, or shouted or threatened the Stark, who Robb now knew beyond a shadow of a doubt was Torrhen Stark, not to kneel to the dragons. The last King of Winter let his men rage for a few moments before once again slamming his fist down, this time breaking the table under the force of the strike as he shot up to his feet. Robb nearly took a step back, and several of the lords did, as they saw Torrhen's cool gray eyes turn dark yellow for a moment before immediately turning back. The eyes of the wolf. I have not come by this decision lightly, my lords, Torrhen said, his voice heavy yet firm. Yet it is my decision. We can fight, perhaps even take down one of the dragons. But what will be the cost? Our keeps burned, our people put to the sword, our flames are worse, our very way of life destroyed before our eyes. If it means sacrificing my pride, even if it means I will be remembered in ill manner for the rest of time, then I will do whatever I can to prevent such destruction. And I do not mean to simply bend over for the Dragon Boy. I will wring more than a few concessions out of him that will see that the North, and our way of life, will never be threatened by the Andals or their wretched faith of the Seven. That is my decision, men. And you will honor it. Now to bed, all of you. We ride at first light to meet with the Dragon Boy and his sisters. The men grumbled, yet their loyalty to their king won over their disappointment as none raised any further arguments as they left the hall. In no time at all, the hall was deserted save for Robb, Torrhen Stark, and one other young man who was sitting beside Torrhen and did not look pleased at all. Deciding to get a closer look, and confident that he could not be seen for some reason, Robb stepped forward to hear what was about to pass between Stark and the other man. You don't agree, brother? Torrhen said once the 3 of them were alone. The other man huffed. Of course I don't agree, brother. You're throwing away your crown, the crown of winter. For 8,000 years, the Starks have split blood, done deeds that would make even the Boltons shudder in disgust all to unite the first men under the banner of the wolf. And now you're giving it away to some arrogant sister fucking dragon shit. You fear their dragons, understandable, as all men fear them. But that is the backbone of their power. Give me a dozen of our best and a few days' head start. We'll cross the Trident, sneak into the dragons' camp and end their greatest asset. And without their dragons, the conquered kings will not stay loyal for long. Their camp will descend into chaos, and they'll kill each other without us ever having to raise our blades. Torrhen sighed and shook his head. Your plan is indeed one that I considered already, brother. But last night, when I went to the Godswood seeking the guidance of the old gods, I was granted a vision of two possible futures. The first, we fought. We sent men south to try and assassinate the dragons, led by yourself, before the battle, but you failed. Your charred corpses were held up as examples as the dragon's army moved to meet us in battle. The battle was brutal. We fought to the last man and even managed to kill one of the dragons and its rider. However, doing so cost the people of the north. Even though the battle was over, the remaining two dragons took their beasts north and unleashed their rage onto every keep between the neck and the wall, including Winterfell. Man, woman, child, it mattered not to the dragons. They simply burned everyone, turning each keep into smoldering piles of ash. Pausing, Torrhen let the weight of his vision settle in before he pressed on. The second, I knelt to the dragons. In return, House Stark retained our position as rulers of the North, only under the title of Warden of the North, instead of King. We were able to get an accord with the dragons that stated that the faith of the Seven would never have a hold of the North. So, you intend to just roll over like a bitch for the dragons then? Torrhen didn't answer, preferring instead to turn around and pick a winter rose out of the vase that was sitting behind him that Robb just now noticed. The gods also showed more than just the immediate aftermath of this path, Brandon. Torrhen stated, holding the rose in his hand. The Targaryens will never sit easy upon the throne they will build. Their reigns will be plagued with distrust, unrest, fire and blood. Through it all, House Stark and the North will remain whole and largely untouched by the unrest. When the time comes, the gods have shown me that this here shall be the end of House Targaryen. They will be brought low by a rose from the North. And while it will be bloody and pain-filled, House Stark and the North will have their vengeance upon the dragons for disregarding the accords created by the dragon lords of Valyria before their demise. We merely need to have patience, brother. This will not happen in our lifetimes, nor in our children's. But one day, the Targaryens will meet their end here in Westeros. Torrhen's brother, Brandon, didn't seem pleased by the thought. As long as that bloody red and black dragon flies in the North, I will not be here, brother. No, you will not, Torrhen nodded, surprising Robb. You, and those who have a similar mindset to your own, will leave as soon as you are able to do so. Brandon leaned back and narrowed his eyes at the king in the North. And where will we be going? To Essos, Torrhen answered, holding the rose out for his brother to take. There, you will build your strength and form an army that will wait for the day to return. You, and your descendants, will learn everything you can about the dragons and how best to bring them low. And when the day comes when House Stark calls you home, the army you raise will come home and put a wolf on the throne built by the dragons. Brandon seemed to think on the idea for a moment before nodding. Very well, brother. Then I will take those of like mind and depart for Essos and build our strength while you play nice with the dragons. The North remembers, brother. The North remembers, Torrhen replied, before both men in the hall disappeared, leaving Robb once again alone in a cold dark underground pathway barely wide enough to fit 3 men through side by side. What in the hells was that? Robb wondered, turning around in place, trying to find any sign of the room he'd just been in, yet finding nothing. Wait, Jon told me he saw illusions during his trial. Was that what that was? An illusion, but it felt so real. Like I was there in the flesh and not a memory. And was that what really happened? The story said that Torrhen knelt to Aegon, but no one has really explained why. Did he really foresee the downfall of the Targaryens? And what about this Brandon Snow? Where did he go? And why did they not come back during the rebellion? And why the hells was I shown this? Shaking his head, Robb searched through the force to find the pulse that had led him here. Finding it quickly, he set on down the tunnel once more in search of whatever it was. He'd figure out just why he'd witnessed that illusion later. Right now, he had a trial to complete. Making his way down the hall, he came to a stop once again as he was faced with yet another closed door. Only this time the door was in incredibly rough shape, and there was no heat coming off its surface. Though, when he got closer, he swore he could hear something on the other side. No helping it, I guess, he shrugged, placing his hand on its surface, and pushing his way through, and immediately finding himself knocked over as someone ran into him. Picking himself up off the dirt, Robb could barely register the sounds of screaming and the clashing of steel as he tried to get his bearings. Where in the hells am I? He wondered, trying to look around but finding only small buildings surrounding him and the scent of salt in the air. I'm near the sea, I think. And there's fighting, but what is going on? Feeling a pair of hands grabbing him and pulling him to his feet, Robb found himself facing an older man who was bloodied and had a wild look in his eyes. Run, boy, the man yelled at him, shoving him in the direction where the other villagers were running to. They be comin' to kill us all. Get out of here before they see Warm blood splattered across Robb's face as a sword tip pierced through the old man's chest, killing him instantly. As the man fell, Robb found himself face to chest with a large man equal on size to the Greatjon. Only this man was wearing the sigil of House Stark. His own house. Here's another one, the man yelled, grabbing Robb roughly by his arm and throwing him in the opposite direction of where the villagers were fleeing. Bring him to Lord Stark. He's deciding what to do with these Andal fuckers. Feeling another set of hands grab him, he quickly found his hands bound behind his back and a length of rope shoved into his mouth and tied around his head before being thrown up on a man's shoulder and being hauled away like a sack of grain. As he was being moved, Robb was able to look around, and felt no small amount of horror and disgust fill him as he took in the scene around him. Buildings were being burned as men and women were being killed without hesitation or mercy. Homes were being ransacked before being put to the torch. And worse yet, it was all happening at the hands of men of the North. Hearing a woman scream, Robb craned his head back, and felt his disgust grow. A man of the North had forced a woman onto the ground and was in the process of tearing off her dress while she tried desperately to fight him off. And all around him, other men of the North were either watching or laughing at the sight. He wanted to fight the man, to stop what was about to happen. He tried to throw the man off with the force, but to his horror he found nothing when he reached out to the force. And with his hand tied behind his back and slung up like he was, Robb was powerless to do anything but watch as the man exposed the woman before beginning to work on loosening his belt. His vision was suddenly blocked as another almost impossibly large man wearing leather armor marched past him. All the men who saw the giant immediately moved aside as the man marched through them and towards the scene. Without saying a word, the large man brought his foot back and kicked the would-be rapist in the head hard enough to throw him off the woman, who quickly made to cover herself. Looking at the man, Robb felt his blood run cold as he saw the sigil of House Stark on the man's leather armor, and a set of wolf-yellow eyes that was staring down at the rapist in contempt. Don't touch their women. The man growled as if he were a wolf. We don't mix with these Andals. Think of what kind of offspring that would bring. Half-breeds, weaklings. I will not have the blood of the first men watered down with Andal filth. The rapist angrily got to his feet, a snarl on his face. These Andals raided our lands, King Theon. They killed our brothers and sons, raped our women and daughters. And now you would protect them. I demand the right to do with these whores as I see fit. Robb felt his blood grow cold as he made the connection. That is King Theon, the hungry wolf. And this must be one of his raids across the narrow sea. And I'm apparently on the wrong side. Lord Greystark speaks truthfully, King Theon, another man said, this one wearing the sunburst sigil of House Karstark. These Andals did far worse when they reached our shores. Why should we not indulge ourselves while we are here? King Theon Stark stared first at the Lord Greystark before turning towards the Lord Karstark. Almost quicker than Robb could follow, King Theon drew his sword and mercilessly removed Lord Greystark's head. Anyone else dare to question my orders? King Theon yelled, turning in a slow circle with his bloodied blade pointing towards his men. No one stepped forward. Grace. Gods, thank you. The woman who was about to be raped shouted, grabbing hold of King Theon's boots, and groveling at his feet. Thank you, Grace. The King of Winter sheathed his sword before reaching down and gently cupping the woman's face and raising her to her knees. His hand almost gently caressed her cheek before moving down to her neck. Then, with no words and nothing more than a quick jerking of his hand, King Theon Stark broke the woman's neck with a single hand and let her corpse fall to the ground. Robb couldn't help but shake at the brutal display, especially as Theon Stark approached the Lord Karstark. "You challenge me, cousin?" King Theon asked with a hard look in his eye. "You challenge me, you'd better have a sword in your hand. As long as my heart beats, I rule. My orders are absolute, and you'll keep your tongue behind your teeth, or I'll rip it out through your throat." Lord Karstark immediately backed down and bowed. "As you say, your grace. The village is ours. Only a few villagers managed to get away. The men are all dead, along with most of the women. Those who aren't or captured are waiting your judgment along with the children. What do you wish to be done with them?" Robb felt his heart thunder in his chest as he awaited the decision from King Theon. "When the Andals came to our lands, they killed our people without hesitation. Men, women, and children. We will repay blood with blood. Kill them all and take their heads. They'll be our message to those fucking Andals should they ever think of invading the North again." Robb wanted to scream that he was a man of the North, but the rope in his mouth prevented him from saying a word. Even as he was forced to his knees and his neck placed against a wooden log, Robb could do nothing but watch in horror as men of the North began butchering women and children like they were nothing more than cattle. Hearing a sword behind him drawn, Robb craned his neck enough to watch as Theon Stark himself stood above him, sword raised and ready to take his head. Then everything was gone, and Robb was once again back in the tunnel beneath the night fort, his arms and mouth unbound and his connection to the Force restored once more. Rubbing at his wrist, he could swear that he could still feel the biting of the rope as he got back to his feet. First, a vision of the king who knelt. Now, the hungry wolf. "Gods of the North, what are you trying to show me?" Pushing himself onwards, Robb was more than slightly wary as he reached yet another obstruction in the tunnel after only a few more twists and turns. This time, however, it wasn't a wooden door. Instead, it looked to be more of a tent flap that was draped across the tunnel. And as he got closer to it, he noticed that the flap seemed to be made of animal hide instead of cloth. The moment Robb pushed the hide aside, he immediately had to shield his face and eyes as he was assaulted with cold and snow blowing into his face. Peering around his hand in front of his face, Robb felt his jaw drop at what he was seeing. He was at the wall. Only, the wall was perhaps less than half as tall as he knew it to be. And there were hundreds, no, thousands of people working on the wall. And not just people. He also spotted dozens of giants and some other creature that looked to be the result of a mating between a man and a tree of all things. Are those the children of the forest? Taking a step closer, Robb gazed in wonder as he watched man, child, and giant work together to build the greatest structure ever created in the history of Westeros. And his jaw dropped even further as he watched a piece of the wall that was on the ground roughly the size of 5 carriages sitting side by side was lifted off the ground by a seemingly invisible force before floating towards the building site and settling in place on a section of the wall. "Stark, you need to rest. You're no good to us dead. We can work on this monstrosity of yours while you rest." Turning quickly, it took everything he had to not gape openly at the man who was standing less than a few paces from him. Seeing the king who knelt and the hungry wolf in these visions of his was extraordinary. But seeing Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark, was something else entirely. The founder of his house looked almost exactly like his father. Yet he was old. Far older than Robb would have thought for a man who accomplished so much. His hair and beard were both white. Yet he held himself like a man younger than Robb's father. And yet, even though he held himself well, Robb could see the exhaustion written clear across the man's face. "Not yet, Azor," Bran the Builder said, shaking his head as he reached out with his hand and twitched his fingers, causing yet another several carriage-sized brick to rise into the air as if it were lighter than air. "There's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. That's a force technique. But how?" There was never any mention that Bran the Builder could use magic, or rather the force. "Well, I mean, history does say that the wall was built with magic, but I guess it never said whose magic it was that built it." The second man, Azor, shook his head and turned towards the wall. This monstrosity of yours won't be finished for years, decades even, my friend. I'm sure that the workers can go a few days or even longer without your unique help and guidance. Though I must say, there are more than a few who are seriously considering that you've lost your mind given the scope of this wall. Lowering his hand as the brick settled into place, Bran shook his head almost sadly. It's my fault in the first place that we are in this predicament, my friend. Horse shit, Azor spat. If not for you and your timely arrival, we would all be done for. Your skills, your mind and your magic turned the tide of this war in our favor. All of us, both on this land mass and from my own homeland, owe you a debt we will never be able to repay. But it was my fault, Bran replied, looking down at his open hand. I had a chance to end them all. But when it mattered most, I faltered. I was weak, unable to do what needed to be done. And because I faltered, the enemy escaped into their domain and erected a barrier that not even I can penetrate. The man, Azor, shook his head before forcibly turning Bran away from the construction. You won't make amends for any perceived fault of yours by killing yourself, Bran. You need rest. You've been going for 20 days with practically no sleep. Now get your ass back to your tent, or I'll hit you over the head and drag you there. Lowering his shoulders in defeat, Bran turned away from the wall and began following Azor towards the largest tent, which just so happened to be the same tent Robb had emerged from just moments before. Following the two men back through the flap, Robb was expecting to find himself back in the tunnel beneath the night fort, but instead he found himself inside a spacious tent that had two large beds piled with furs and a table that was littered with pieces of parchment and a crude model of the wall. Staying near the entrance, Robb watched as Azor all but forced Bran towards one of the beds in the tent. I'm not to the point where I need you to guide me to my own bed, Azor, Bran scoffed good-naturedly as he dropped down heavily onto the bed. My wife is more than capable of that, and far better than you. And you're nowhere near pretty enough to tempt me into following you into bed, Bran, Azor chuckled, shaking his head. Besides, I doubt our wives would appreciate it much if we did. Speaking of which, have you given much thought to my offer? Your wife is now with child. And once I get a child upon my own wife, a union between our children would bring forth a new generation of magic users that would know no equal. My fire magic, and your force powers. They would be unstoppable, perhaps, Bran nodded, but my wife is of this land, Azor. I will not be able to convince her to leave, no more than you will be able to convince your own wife to stay in this land. Very true, Azor nodded, grabbing a waterskin and pouring them both something dark into a pair of wood-carved cups. My Nissa does not fare well in this cold. Honestly, none of my men do. We yearn for the warm sands of our homeland, even if it will take months to return there. I don't know how you stand it, to be honest. But it is good to know that you will be settling down somewhere at least. I know these people offered you your choice of land. I take you have decided then where you are to build your home. I have, Bran nodded as he took the cup and leaned back on his bed. There is a natural hot spring in the middle of this land, between the neck and the wall. I plan on using that to help keep my future home warm enough so that the people can thrive despite the cold. Well, if anyone can build a fortress that will last, it is you, my friend, Azor said, raising his cup to Bran and taking a drink. How long do you think this wall of yours will hold against them? New Alliances Part 3. Bran turned thoughtful as he stared down into the contents of his cup. In truth, I do not know. What they've done with the Force is unlike anything I've ever seen before. With enough energy, a few could be practically immortal to age, especially now that they've encased themselves in their power. The wall will hold for a long time, both physically and through the Force. But nothing is immune to the mistress of time. Eventually, whatever protections we place on the wall will fade. If I was them, I would sit back and consolidate my power and wait for time to ravage what defenses have been put in place. Wait for history to forget about me. That way when I came forth once more, I would be able to catch my enemies by surprise that I even exist. At least that is what I would do if I were them. Azor nodded as if he'd been expecting the answer. My thoughts are the same as yours, my friend. So, we need to do what we can to build up our people, and make sure they don't forget the true enemy of man. Easier said than done, Azor, Bran sighed. You haven't seen what I have, nor read the histories that I have read. Over time, no matter the race, if an enemy does not present themselves, they are forgotten about in favor of new enemies. The best we can do is leave behind what evidence we can, make sure legends will stick around, and leave our descendants the keys to defeating them when they come again. I can only hope that when they come again, whoever faces off against them won't falter like I did. Azor nodded and raised his cup. Then it sounds like we both have our work cut out for us in the future. Let us just hope that our descendants will be able to complete that which we failed to do. The world around Robb pulsed, and in an instant, he found himself gone from the tent and once again in the tunnels beneath the night fort. Only this time, the tunnels did not look like the ones he'd been in previously. This time, the walls of the tunnels were covered in what looked like branches. No, not branches, Robb thought, stepping towards the wall and running a hand along its wooden surface. Roots. Weirwood roots. I'm no longer just in tunnels beneath the night fort, I'm walking within the root system of the weirwood tree. Pressing onwards, Robb felt a wave of the force wash over him. Warmth, hope, but at the same time cold and despair raged within him as the force pulsed once. Twice. Then a third time before ceasing. And when the sensations ceased, Robb found himself standing before three beings that he knew. Three that he had just seen. The king who knelt, Torrhen Stark. The hungry wolf, Theon Stark. And the one who founded his house and created some of the greatest structures that still existed today, the builder, Bran Stark. Each of them was now staring at him. And he felt like an insect standing before them, both in stature and importance. So, this is our descendant, the hungry wolf said, or rather spat, making Robb take a step back in surprise. He's nothing but a pathetic boy that was squeezed out of an Andal cunt. How pathetic it is that our house has fallen to have one such as him as the future of House Stark. The word struck Robb like a spear through the chest. Not just in their meaning, but physically. It felt like he'd been pierced as his knees quivered and he had to fight to even remain standing. He is pathetic, the king who knelt scoffed. I knelt for the good of our people. But this pathetic boy will kneel simply because he is a weak pup unable and unwilling to lead his people. Unbelievably pathetic. Our line would be simply better without him having ever been born. Without a doubt, the builder nodded. The wall was built to protect the North and her people, and this boy has full-heartedly brought those who are our enemies across it and greeted them with open arms. To think my line has fallen to this point. A foolish boy who's unable and unwilling to see what is before him and do what? Shut up. Robb shouted, or screamed, as he shot back to his feet, his breathing labored as he stood, shaking in rage and anger before three of the most prominent of his house. I have not betrayed the North. I am not weak. You, he screamed, pointing a finger first at Bran. By your own admission, you failed to destroy the White Walkers and their army. So, you built the wall. Not to save the North, but all people. The wildlings, the free folk, they are living breathing people who are no more savage than some of our own nobles. They deserved the chance to live. And if you curse me for trying to save as many people as possible, no matter their birth or creed, from an enemy you failed to end, then you can go and fuck yourself. And you, he continued screaming, moving to the hungry wolf. You did what you did to try and protect the North. But you were remembered as nothing more than a bloodthirsty butcherer. Yes, my mother was an Andal. But I am a Stark. A son of the North. My gods are the old gods and the mystery that is the Force. The cold of winter and the blood of the first men runs through my veins. I am no more an Andal than you. And as for you, King Torrhen, by this point, Robb was near panting in rage. I would be lying if I said I was not afraid of leading the people of the North in the future. Only a fool would say they were not even the littlest bit afraid of taking on the responsibilities for hundreds of thousands of people. But unlike you, I will not kneel to the dragons who forgot their oaths. But I would and will kneel to my brother, my pack brother, Jon Stark. A son of the North. And I would do so without hesitation because I know that he would never ask it of me. Taking several deep breaths to try and rein in his anger, Robb glared at the three apparitions, who were just staring back at him silently after his tirade. Each of you, Robb continued in a calmer voice as the worst of his anger finally subsided. Each of you did something unheard of to protect the North. Bran the Builder, You helped to fight back against the White Walkers, and once they were pushed back to the lands of always winter, you built the wall across the north. And you did so not just to protect the people of the north, but all those who still draw breath. Theon Stark, the hungry wolf, most view you as a barbarian tyrant who slaughtered innocents and left a trail of blood wherever you walked. And while the stories are true, your motives were to protect the North from those who were seeking to conquer us by making it known that any action taken against the North would be repaid tenfold. And you, Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt, you bent the knee to the dragons to save the lives of your people. Each of you left legacies that continue even now. And while I have learned of each of you, I am not beholden to you or the ways you led the North. Times have changed, and the North must change with them. We cannot stay isolated and on our own any longer. The North has seen more advancement in my short lifetime than in centuries, hells, perhaps longer. I am a Stark, the next Warden of the North. I will lead the North and her people in the way I deem fit. Not the way you three would have. I am my own person. I will learn from each of you, but I am not you. Nor do I intend to ever be any of you. I am Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Stark. Not you. And if you three don't like that, then you can rot in the hells for all I care. The three ancient kings of winter stared at him in silence. Their faces completely devoid of any emotion. Slowly, almost excruciatingly slowly, a small grin formed on Bran the Builder's face as the apparition raised his hands and began clapping. Words easily spoken. Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark and blood of my blood. But I can see that you indeed truly mean them. You are all I could have asked for in my descendant. And you are indeed the future of House Stark. The founder of House Stark then snapped his fingers, making both the king who knelt and the hungry wolf disappear in a cloud of mist, leaving just Robb and the ancient Stark standing face to face. Robb spun in place, trying to figure out just what was going on. Bran hasn't disappeared, but he made the others disappear. Didn't Jon tell me about something exactly like this in Valyria? How he and Master Knox spoke to the dead Archons who were, well, ghosts. Force ghosts. Is that what is going on now? Am I actually talking to Bran the Builder and not just an illusion? Are you really here? Robb found himself asking before he could stop himself. I mean, it's obvious you are, but well, I mean, are you a Force ghost? Is that how you're still here after 8,000 years? Bran's grin blossomed into a full-fledged smile as he nodded. That I am, lad. I'm slightly surprised that you know that term. But then again, perhaps I shouldn't be considering how well trained in the Force you are. It gladdens this old heart, if I even had one that is, to see that my teachings have lasted even after 8,000 years. Your teachings? Robb found himself asking, resisting the urge to reach out and touch the slightly glowing figure belonging to the founder of his house. Bran's grin faltered. I see, so, that is how it is, he said, sorrow creeping into his voice. It is so hard to see beyond the wall in my final resting place. The technique I used to keep the enemy at bay was unfortunately a double-edged sword. And seeing as how I died here at the wall, I haven't been able to leave it, so I haven't been able to see much of what has been going on since my death. But still, the fact that my family is still going strong even after all these years, and that they've managed to produce one so powerful in the Force more than makes up for the fact that my teachings were lost. I'm sure that my friend is heartened to know that he finally got his wish in combining our bloodlines. Even if it did take 8,000 years to do so. But that is neither here nor there. I would love nothing more than to stay before you and impart all my knowledge and have you catch me up on what has happened over the ages, but I fear your trial has drained me of what little power I had left. See, Bran held up his hand, and a lump formed in Robb's throat as he noticed his founder's hand was starting to fade. Are you dying? Bran shook his head as his hand fell back to his side. Kind of hard to die when you're already dead, lad. No. It's more along the lines of I've finally run out of strength to hold me to this plane. And soon I will become one with the Force, like I should have the moment I perished. But despite knowing what I should do and knowing the consequences of not doing it, I forced myself to stay behind, to resist becoming one with the Force, to pass it on to one who was worthy of completing it. Pass what on? Robb asked. My last creation. Bran answered with a smile. Or rather, My last recreation. I can't take credit for its original design, but I do like to think that I made improvements on it, especially given the lack of technology on this world. I built it but could never get it to work. For years I tried and failed until I eventually gave up and went home. Then, as I felt the Force calling to me, I came to the wall and meditated. And it was here that I learned of the last piece of the puzzle that was needed. It needed a runic cluster, an obvious answer but one that eluded me. Unfortunately, just as I put the finishing touches on the cluster, my body gave out and death came for me. And I'm rambling. Forgive an old man, lad, it's been Force only knows how long since I've last been able to have a conversation with someone other than myself. It would figure that I would get the opportunity just as I am running out of time. Come, lad, I need to stop rambling and say and show what needs to be seen and said before I become one with the Force. Robb was so overwhelmed with, well, everything that he could do little more than follow as the apparition of Bran the Builder turned and walked, or floated well moved, deeper into the tangle of roots that made up the base of the weirwood. Where are we going? He asked as he weaved his way through the roots, while Bran simply walked through them. Bran suddenly stopped, bringing Robb up short as the two of them stood before a stone box nestled into the roots of the weirwood tree. Not a box, Robb realized, Bran the Builder's final resting place. You're not in the crypts below Winterfell? Robb found himself asking. The crypts below Winterfell were a maze of corridors that housed every Stark lord and even some of their family members since the creation of Winterfell. And while the tomb of Bran the Builder had never been found, it was always assumed that the founder of House Stark was resting somewhere beneath the great fortress he'd created. That had been my wish, Bran nodded sadly. To be resting beside my beloved for all time. But unfortunately, we rarely get what we want in the end. I ended up dying here and was buried with the key needed for my last creation as well as something else that I think you will need. Open it. Robb nearly spit. But this is your final resting place. It offends the gods to disturb one's resting place. Bran merely waved off his concern. Trust me, lad, the gods, if they exist, don't give two shits about corpses. And besides all that I am here and about to join the Force. What is in there is nothing more than dust and what you'll need to help you in the future. But if it makes you feel better, lad, then I give you full permission to open it and dig through my remains to your heart's content. Now hurry, lad, I can already feel the pull getting stronger and stronger. We don't have much time left and there is still much that needs to be said. Still more than slightly uneasy with what he was about to do, Robb reached out through the Force and roughly pulled the stone tomb out from the roots of the weirwood and brought it out into the open. Not giving himself a chance to think about it, Robb immediately used the Force once more to pry the top off the stone tomb before throwing it aside. Inside the tomb lay the remains of Bran the Builder. His bones had mostly turned to dust over the ages, but parts of him remained despite the passing of ages. And within the tomb, laid out perfectly as if they still held his body, was a suit of armor that was oddly reminiscent of the armor that Lord Knox wore only, older. And laying near where one of his hands should have been, was a stone or metal tablet with intricate designs carved into its surface. But there was one thing above all else that drew his eye. And that was a small gem the size of his thumb that was embedded into the center of the chest piece of the armor. The gem was glowing a soft blue light, and it almost seemed to be calling out to him. I wish that I had more to give you, lad, Bran said, breaking Robb out of his stupor. But the best I can do is offer you this, my armor. It might be ancient by quite a few standards, but judging by your look and the few glimpses I am able to get from beyond the wall, it should still be ages ahead of anything this world can offer you. And there is one last thing I must tell you, and that is to be wary of the enemy that comes from the far north and the lands of always winter. While the foot soldiers are about as dumb as a bag of rocks, those who stand at the top are far more devious, powerful, and crafty than you can imagine. But hold true to that which binds you the strongest, the reason you fight. For only that will give you the power you need to end the threat that I failed to. And one last thing, Bran continued, his visage fading to the point where Robb could barely make him out in the darkened tomb. The tablet, make sure you bring it back as well. It is the key to my last creation. Something I spent my entire lifetime trying to recreate. However, my creation is not at Winterfell. And I don't know what you call the place now. But find what should have been my tomb in the crypts of Winterfell, blood of my blood, and you will learn my story and the location of my last creation. Go with the force, blood of my blood, and may you find the strength to end that." Bran's words faded into nothingness as his apparition disappeared, both from sight and from Robb's senses through the force. Now alone, Robb squinted down into the darkness at the armor, skeleton, and tablet that was laying in the tomb. Well, he did say that I could take them. But, by the gods, does this feel weird? I need something to carry it all in, and I can't just leave his bones here. Bran deserves to rest in the crypts of Winterfell with all his line. Not here, forgotten beneath the wall. Reaching over his shoulder, Robb unclasped his cloak and laid it out on the ground next to the tomb. Taking a steadying breath, Robb reached into the tomb and began the slow process of carefully removing the armor, skeleton and tablet from the tomb, doing his best not to damage anything as he did so. Robert may have turned over a new leaf, as Jon liked to say when it came to being the king his foster father wanted him to be. But it was no great secret that Robert still loathed the small council meetings. But in the interest of continuing on his path to improvement, and on the off chance there might be word of the Targaryens or some skirmish or other, Robert forced himself to at least attend every meeting of the small council. Even if he didn't stay for the entirety of the copper counting. Which was why he was currently tapping his foot impatiently as he, and the rest of the small council, waited for the arrival of the new appointed Grand Maester Jorge. The man was decent enough, knowledgeable, and prudent with his advice. But most importantly, the fool wasn't another Pycelle, though he did move almost as slowly as the former Grand Maester. Though unlike Pycelle, who moved slow because of his age, this new Grand Maester moved slowly because of his girth. Which, shamefully enough, rivaled Robert's own previous girth, which he was slowly working on getting rid of. But by the gods, was it easy to put on. The doors to the small council chambers opened, accompanied by the sounds of rattling chains as the fat maester waddled his way into the room. "A thousand apologies, your grace, my lords," the Grand Maester apologized, bowing or at least bending over his gut slightly as he shuffled his feet towards his place at the table. "I was just about to head down when I received a peculiar raven from the wall." A raven carrying the sigil of House Stark. Robert immediately sat up straighter in his seat. It was no great secret that he was incredibly interested in any news from the north. Specifically, from House Stark and his brother in all but blood. But ever since he'd learned that Ned and Knox had gone north of the wall with several heirs and lords of the land, he had become hungrier than usual for any news coming from the north. "Well, don't just stand there like a pile of horse shit, man. What does Ned have to say?" Robert demanded impatiently as the Grand Maester unfurled the small raven's scroll. The Grand Maester took a moment to read over its contents before speaking. Lord Stark reports that he was successful in his endeavor to have peace talks with the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. An accord was struck between the North and the Wildlings, and as such Lord Stark has brought 5,000 Wildlings south of the wall after they swore oaths of fealty to the North. And he intends to name one of their chieftains, a woman named Val, as the new Lady of the Dreadfort. Robert was more than slightly shocked by the news. As was the rest of the small council. The North and the Wildlings hated each other. Hells, the Wildlings were the main reason there was even still a Night's Watch in the first place. And now Ned was making peace with those people. And not only making peace, but bringing them into the fold as well. From his spot down the table, his youngest brother Renly scoffed. "Lord Stark is trying to civilize those animals. Maybe he needs some time in the south as the cold has clearly addled his brain." "Watch your tone, Renly," Robert growled, glaring at his brother, and shutting him up immediately. "That is our Warden of the North you are talking about. And if there is any man in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms capable of taming the Wildlings, it's Ned Stark." Swallowing, Renly shrank in on himself and kept his mouth shut. "This could have unfortunate side effects, Your Grace," Stannis said flatly. "The Watch has long served as an alternative to punishment for crimes committed. But with the North making peace with the Wildlings, what purpose does the Watch still serve? If they serve no purpose, then what is the point in even keeping the order around?" "We'll cross the bridge if the issue is raised," Robert grumbled, not wanting to spend too much time on that headache of an issue. "What else does Ned have to say?" Clearing his throat, Jorge continued with the letter. "There is, unfortunately more, Your Grace. The talks between the North and the Wildlings, It was ambushed by an apparent rogue group of wildlings that aimed to kill Mance Rayder as well as Lord Stark and his sons. Robert froze. Ned and his boys. All fine, Your Grace, Jorge added quickly. Lord Stark reports that they received only minimal casualties, and none of them of real note. The rogue wildlings however were almost completely wiped out thanks to the quick alliance between the North and the King beyond the wall and his men. Robert felt a wave of relief, and envy rushed through him. So, Ned goes north of the wall, makes friends with the so-called King beyond the wall. Fucks another group of wildlings up the ass and waltzes back to the north with over 5,000 new heads to add to the north. And what have any of you done recently? The question was made in jest, but as he thought about it, it actually had merit. Who here in this room had done anything even remotely close to what Ned had just accomplished recently? And that unfortunately included himself as well. Fucking hells. If Ned and Knox leave me any further behind, I'll never get close enough to even see them again. I, at least, have been cultivating relations with the people and our vassals and trying to smooth over grudges left behind in the wake of the dethroning of the dragons, Renly said lamely, trying to boost his own importance but failing miserably at it. But I do want to get back to the wildlings. More specifically, why did Lord Stark decide to give them such a valuable plot of land as the one belonging to the former House Bolton? Stannis was the one who answered, his eyes narrowed as he glared at their younger brother. If you would look at a map for a moment or take an interest in military tactics you would understand the answer to that question immediately, brother. The lands belonging to the former House Bolton are indeed valuable and maybe should have gone to another worthy vassal. But by placing the wildlings there, Lord Stark is keeping them close to Winterfell so that he can keep an eye on them. And not only that, but those lands lay between House Stark, House Manderly, House Karstark, and House Umber. 3 houses whose loyalty to House Stark is without question. Should the wildlings raise any issue, they will be immediately surrounded by House Stark and 3 of its most powerful vassals. And it keeps them far enough away from the wall so that they will not be tempted to try and overthrow the Night's Watch. It was a good and logical place to put the wildlings. Robert looked at his brother in mild astonishment. Even he hadn't reached that conclusion yet. But it made sense, and it sounded like a cautionary move that Ned would make. Did Ned have anything else to say? Lord Stark does have more to say, the Grand Maester said, his skin turning slightly pale for some reason. Lord Stark gives the reason as to why he made this truce with the wildlings and took a number under his house's protection. He says that the reason he took this action was because, spit it out, man, Robert grumbled, getting more than slightly frustrated as the man's hesitation and stuttering started reminding him of that fool Pycelle. Swallowing, the Grand Maester read what was in the letter. Lord Stark states that the reason why he made this truce with the wildlings was because he has reason to believe that the White Walkers and their army of the dead have awoken north of the wall. The chamber went silent as the weight of the words settled on them. Silence that was broken quickly by the outright laughter of Renly, the snickering of Baelish and a sigh of defeat from Jon. The White Walkers, really? Renly laughed. What is next? Grumpkins appearing and granting wishes? Or perhaps Snarks trying to sneak into nurseries to steal all the children? Renly, keep your tongue behind your teeth or I'll break them all, Robert said, shooting a glare towards Renly that immediately silenced him. Ned would not write such words in jest, nor would he make such a statement unless he knew it to be true. There has been discussion as of late in the Citadel between those who have forged their Valyrian steel links about the White Walkers and whether they are true or mere legends, the Grand Maester said slowly, clearly measuring each word he said. Unfortunately, there is very little that has survived over the millennia since the White Walkers were first mentioned. But more to Lord Stark's point, apparently, he is not alone in his thoughts. In the letter Prince Oberyn, Esser Garlan Tyrell, and Lord Nox state that they all faced and defeated a White Walker together. But before they could take it captive, it froze and shattered, making bringing back even its corpse impossible. Slapping his hand on the table, Robert felt a rush of excitement run through him. He may have not done much of anything since overthrowing the dragons, but even the chance to face such creatures of legend and kill them was more than enough to get him moving. Jon, call the banners. We're heading for the wall. No, we're not. Robert froze as he stared across the table at Jon, who was sitting calmly with his eyes closed and his arms crossed over his chest. Granted, It wasn't unusual for Jon to deny his requests. But most of those times he didn't really mean it, as Robert was able to do what he wanted to anyway. But there were a few times, like now, when Robert knew that his foster father was deadly serious in his denial. And why not? Robert asked, crushing the boy within him that still cowered slightly at the thought of going against Jon. The North, no, the realm, is in danger from these creatures, creatures that are little more than legends right now, Robert, Jon cut back, his eyes cracking open slightly. While the words of Lord Stark, Prince Oberyn, Lord Nox, and Esser Garland does indeed carry weight, words alone are not cause enough to call up the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms and march them across Westeros to the Wall. And besides, Ned did not send this letter requesting aid. He sent it to us to inform us of the issue because, even he understands that calling the banners to the Wall right now is not feasible. Gritting his teeth, Robert pressed his knuckles against the table. The greatest threat since the damned dragons, and he was being denied his chance to face them. We must. And what happens if we do summon the banners and march to the Wall, Robert? Jon continued over Robert's protest. Say that the lords of the land decided to send even half of their forces to the Wall. The Watch has decayed to the point where only 3 of the castles along the Wall are even habitable. Where would we post our army? How would we feed so many? And what happens when we get there and there is no enemy to face? How long do we wait? A fortnight? A moon's turn? How long do you think the men and lords will allow themselves to freeze at the Wall, wallowing in hunger and the elements with no enemy to face before they decide to turn and leave? And after that happens, how do you expect to get them back to the Wall if these White Walkers truly do show themselves? No, Robert, we will not be calling the banners now. Nor anytime soon. Robert wasn't willing to give up. This was a fight he wanted. No, this was the fight he needed. I am their king. If I call the banners, they will answer. Not necessarily. Your Grace, Stannis, law-abiding stick-in-the-mud Stannis, countered. The lords followed you during the overthrowing of the dragons because your cause was just, and you had managed to turn the tide against the Mad King. They followed you again against the Greyjoys because they were raiding the shorelines from the north down to Dorne. Calling them now, to fight against an enemy that has existed only in legend for as long as there has been written word, and without evidence of their existence. The lords will either respectfully deny the call or send only a token force. We must wait, Your Grace, until the enemy shows his face. Seeing he was outnumbered left him little choice but to sit back down. He hated it, but Jon and Stannis had a point. He knew that his hold on the Seven Kingdoms was not entirely secure. Hells, it was well known that there were many in the land who still referred to him as the usurper. And if he were to bring the armies of the realm to the Wall to face an enemy only heard about in legends, and then have that enemy not appear, he knew that his hold on the realm would slip even further. While he honestly would like nothing more than to hand the responsibility of ruling off to someone else, he knew that Joffrey was nowhere near ready to rule. And gods only know if that boy ever will be ready to rule. Fine, he grumbled, but the moment Ned sends word and proof of these creatures attacking the Wall, I will be calling the banners and bringing every able-bodied man with me to the Wall. Reputation be damned. Until then, Baelish, work your magic and find some fucking coin to send to the Wall. The Watch has been neglected by the dragons for fucking centuries. I intend to change that. His master of coin frowned as he looked over the book in front of him, no doubt full of numbers and shit Robert didn't honestly care about. That will be difficult, Your Grace. The crown's budget is already stretched thin enough that a stiff breeze could break it. Twitching his finger over his shoulder, his golden shit of a squire hurried and gave him a cup of his favorite wine. Do what you have to. But find the coin and send it to the Wall. I want at least 2 more of those castles habitable by the end of the year. Renly, your master of law. Time to get off your fucking ass and do something. Find us men to man those castles or, brother or not, I will find someone who can. Renly paled but nodded while Baelish merely hummed and began scratching notes in his book. Now, he pressed on, taking a drink and glancing around the table. What else is going on in my kingdom? Varys was the first to speak. My birds have been singing a number of songs as of late, Your Grace. All revolving around the same topic. The arcane. It appears that it is not limited to just Lord Nox and those he has taken an interest in. There are several stories from Essos about the re-emergence of magic. And there are even a few here in Westeros who are claiming to have the capability for magic as well. Scoffing, Renly waved the thought off. Those men and women are mostly just charlatans. Little better than court fools who rely on sleight of hand tricks to fool their audience. Are vague words as they try to pass themselves off as some sort of greenseer. Varys nodded. Yes, there are a fair number of those. However, the re-emergence of magic cannot be ignored. On the less savory side of the issue, there are a few of the more devout lords, ladies and religious folk who have taken affront to those who claim to use magic. There have even been stories of torturing and even witch burnings of those who have announced their ability to use magic. Slamming his cup down, Robert felt a fire burning within him as he shot Renly a very pointed look. I want execution by burning to be outlawed. Now, the method reminded him far too much of the fucking dragons and the mad fucker who got off on it. And send out reminders that anyone who takes the law into their own hands without a proper trial will face the king's justice. And just being able to use magic or being from a specific land is not enough to find a person guilty. Jorge, write up the decree by the end of the day and I'll sign it. I want the decree sent out immediately. It will be as you say, Your Grace. Varys nodded before folding his hands in front of him. There has been another song sung that I have heard a number of times. A man whose power is not just tricks. I have no less than 5 accreditable accounts of his powers in action. It seems this man can see past events. And events that have not yet come to pass. The first song I heard was when he went to a small keep and exposed the lady of the keep of adultery. The Lord didn't believe him, of course, but the man was able to lead the Lord to a secret meeting between the lady and her lover. The man was then able to tell the Lord of several past instances of their meeting up, and even showed proof that her children were by her lover. Not the Lord of the keep. The next time he appeared, it was at a village that was experiencing a severe drought. The man was able to show them exactly where to dig a well to bring water to the village. Another time he arrived at a village just in time to warn them to evacuate and hide in the hills. That night a group of bandits descended on the village. The homes were burned, but thanks to the warning, no lives were lost. And the man was able to help the local lord hunt the bandits back to their hideaway and bring them all to justice. Robert's interest was piqued by this point. And who is this man? He has given up his name, Varys replied. But before he started wandering, he was a Septon from somewhere in the Crownlands. Though I haven't been able to track down his origins exactly, he has also started to garner quite the following. Those that follow him refer to him as the High Sparrow, the messenger of the Seven. Standing vigil on one of the few remaining walkways of Castle Black, Ned Stark kept his eyes firmly trained on the west as he waited for any sign of his eldest son returning. It had already been 4 days and nights since he'd departed, and yet still there was no sign of him. The only reason he hadn't gone after his son was a combination of keeping the peace between the Free Folk and the Night's Watch, and the words Knox had laid upon him when he'd first heard that Robb had taken off on his own. This was Robb's trial, something he had to do on his own. A passage to manhood of a sorts. By now, he really understood what Alim had meant. As much as this trial was for Robb, it was also for him. It was his trial to see if he could trust in his son's ability enough to let him do this on his own. Feeling a familiar presence approaching him, along with the light crunching of snow, Ned turned his head just enough to watch as Jon walked up beside him before staring out towards the west. "Father, has there been any sign?" "No," Ned replied, again fighting the urge to grab the nearest horse and ride west to find his son. "He's fine, father, I can feel it," Jon muttered softly, his eyes closing for a brief moment before opening once more. "But with the wall so close, I can't tell how far away he is. It's so odd. It's enough to know his heart still beats." It was a lie, but he wasn't about to say that. "And where is your spear wife? She normally does not let you stray far from her side." Jon's face turned slightly red, and not from the cold. Well, she's around. She said that she gets bored when I go and talk with Maester Aemon. So, when I told her that I was going to speak with him, she said that she would find something more interesting to do." "And did you speak with the Maester?" Ned knew exactly who Maester Aemon was. He knew that his son enjoyed talking with the aged man. It was something that Ned wanted to encourage. It was good for Jon to realize that part of his family, part of who he was, wasn't all monsters. No. Well, yes. Jon quickly retracted. I went to his quarters, but he was asleep. And I didn't want to wake him. So, I thought you might like some company considering most of the others have left. Appreciating the gesture, Ned turned away from his son and back out west as his mind wandered. After all the free folk had sworn their oaths, the other lords and ladies of the north began departing back for their lands. It started with Lady Mage Mormont heading west along the northern side of the wall with the giants and newly knighted Esser Demon Sand. Their destination the Bridge of Skulls to lead the giants across and then onwards to Bear Island. His other lords began departing one after another soon after until the only family to stay behind was Lord Forrester and his sons. And that was only because Asher, Forrester, who had proved himself a true man of the north, were going to head to Winterfell anyway so that the lad could be married by Ned himself to Gwyn Whitehill. And what will you do when we return to Winterfell, and you are once again in the presence of Princess Arianne? Ned wasn't blind. He knew his sons perhaps better than they knew themselves. He knew that Jon was incredibly attracted to the Dornish princess, just as Robb was smitten with the Lady Maegor. In a way, it was refreshing for his sons to have such a normal problem all things considered. While he knew that it wasn't uncommon for Dornish to take paramours, or for the free folk to apparently have group partnering, he hoped that he'd taught Jon well enough to not expect such a thing to happen. If it did, he wouldn't stand in its way. But he just hoped Jon wasn't expecting it to happen. I haven't thought. Well, I have been thinking of Arianne but, gods, I don't know what to do, father, Jon sighed, clearly defeated. I think I love Arianne. When I think of her, my heart races and I feel like I can do anything if it would please her. And it's not just because she's beautiful. She's wicked smart, smarter than most would probably think. And Wigrit, it's only been a short time, but I'm starting to feel the same about her. Father, I just don't know what to do and, wait, what's that? Over there, squinting off into the distance, Ned quickly saw what Jon was pointing towards. A small dark shape on the western horizon that was slowly moving towards them. And beside the dark shape was a second, gray shape that was bounding in and out of the snow. Ned did not remember his descent from where he was standing, nor did he remember the path they took through Castle Black. All he knew was one moment he and Jon were standing next to one another upon one of the walkways, and the next they were both standing outside the limits of Castle Black, rushing towards the hunched-over figure of Robb on his horse. Robb, Ned called out urgently, making his son raise his head. Robb lifted his head and managed a single word, father. Before falling forward and rolling off his horse, Ned barely managed to catch him. With Jon's help, the two managed to get Robb to his feet with one arm slung over each of their shoulders. Beside them, Grey Wind, Ghost, and Winter began their own little reunion. Are you injured, son? Ned asked, fighting to keep any panic from showing. No, Robb replied, shaking his head. Just tired. I haven't slept since I left and I was doing everything I could to keep my horse and Grey Wind going despite not resting. That was a foolish thing to do, Robb, Ned chastised his son, though he was unable to put any heat into his voice as he held on to him. Even the strongest amongst us have limits and need to rest. While he and Jon helped Robb towards Castle Black, their presence was starting to be noticed as several Black brothers and men of House Stark started coming out from within the fortress with Benjen and Knox leading them. Gods, lad, Benjen exclaimed, giving Robb a once-over. Get him to the maester, Ned. He's got warm beds and probably knows what to do with him better than any of us. We'll take care of his horse. Wait, the bundles, on my horse. They'll be taken care of, Robb, Ned said, cutting him off. We need to get you to the mast. No, Robb said with more urgency. One of the bundles, it contains the bones of Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark. Despite the situation, Ned found himself going still, as did many of the Black brothers and all of the men of House Stark. What did you say? Standing up straighter, Robb looked around with a tired, yet proud look on his face. They contain the bones of Bran the Builder. A tomb was built for him in Winterfell, yet he perished at the Nightfort and they buried him there at the base of the Weirwood. He deserved to be with his house, so I brought his bones back with me. And the other bundle, Lord Nox. Why you will want to look at it. I think Bran the Builder might have been like you. There was a hidden meaning in his son's words. But now Ned was too exhausted with worry and relief that Robb had returned to ponder the meaning behind them. We can discuss this in the morning. After you have rested, Robb. Robb agreed, his body slumping more between himself and Jon. A nice rest sounds good right about. He was asleep before he could finish his thought. His body going completely limp and forcing Ned and Jon to outright carry him the rest of the way to the maester so that he could lay down and rest. You did it, Robb, Ned thought as they brought him into the maester's quarters and maneuvered Robb's sleeping form onto the bed. You passed your trials, my son. Rest now, and when you wake, I feel like we will be having a long discussion about what you experienced. New alliances too. The room was silent, as was most of Castle Black as the sun had yet to rise above the horizon. But despite the quiet and the hour, the sole occupant of the room within the King's Tower of Castle Black was far from asleep. Sitting at the sole table in the room, Knox was idly drumming his fingers against the surface of the table while staring sightlessly at the prizes Robb had brought back from his trial at the Night Fort. The armor that Robb had brought back had been pieced together and laid out on the table as if it were a puzzle. The only piece missing being the kyber crystal that had been in the chest piece, which Knox had removed the moment he was alone with it so that he could repurpose the crystal. But the crystal wasn't what had him so contemplative. After all, Jon had found a crystal of his own in Valyria. So, it wasn't strange that Robb had found one of his own. No, what was strange was the armor itself. A type of armor that certainly did not belong in Westeros, or on this world at all for that matter. And then there was the tablet. He would have to ask Robb for more information, but Knox could recognize a Force runic array anywhere. The only question was, what was the array's purpose? He was abruptly forced out of his musings as he felt the imminent arrival of his apprentices and Ned as the trio arrived just outside his door. Without saying a word, Knox calmly flicked his fingers, unlocking and opening the door from across the room. It was a testament to just how used to the Force the three men had become that none even questioned what had happened as they walked into his room and shut the door behind them. The moment they were all in, Jon and Robb immediately worked in tandem to put up a makeshift barrier around the room. It wouldn't stop anyone from entering or leaving, but it would muffle their voices to make sure that no one outside the room could hear what was being discussed. They're learning. Good. Once the barrier was in place, Ned began what was no doubt about to be a very long discussion. What have you learned about what happened during Robb's trial, Knox? I learned that I am not the first of my kind to visit your world, Knox stated plainly as he motioned towards the armor. This armor is without a doubt a type of Force armor. Judging by the general design and using the supposed date of your ancestors' time on this world, I can say that this is a Jedi's Force armor. But it has some very strange markings that I would not expect to find on a set of armor belonging to a Jedi. Pointing towards a symbol on the armor, Knox made sure they could all see it before he continued. This symbol is known as Bendu, or rather balance. The ideology that I am trying to instill in you too. A unification of light and dark, Ashla and Bogan. I would almost be tempted to say that your ancestor belonged to the original order that predated the Jedi and Sith, the Jedi. But the timing doesn't work. The three men met his revelation with completed silence as the full weight of what he was saying sunk in. You, by the gods, Robb breathed, the boy staggering in place and reaching out to grasp onto the wall to steady himself. You, Lord Nox, are you saying that Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark and our ancestor was like you? A traveler of worlds. Knox nodded. Jon was the first to fully recover as he approached the armor and stared down on the symbol that adorned the pauldron of the armor. You said that the timing wouldn't work for him to be one of these, Jedi Master. Why not? Because roughly 21,000 years ago, the Jedi Order splintered as they began drifting more and more towards the ideologies of Ashla and Bogan instead of Bendu. Knox explained, recalling what little was known about the Jedi era and its destruction. The fallout of which is rumored to have caused a cataclysm on the world the Jedi were inhabiting, forcing them to leave it behind. Those who followed Bogan, the dark side of the Force, fled to the Outer Rim and disappeared while those who followed Ashla fell in with the governing body of the galaxy in the central regions, and reformed to become the Jedi. Even with your ancestor living 8,000 years ago, that still roughly separates him from the Jedi by about 13,000 years, give or take a few centuries. The three men stared at him, slack-jawed at the span of history he just shared with them. So, our ancestor was a Jedi, a traveler of the stars, just like you, Lord Nox, Robb stated slowly. But why would he not wear the sigil of the Jedi then? Why did he carry the sigil of these Jedi? How did he come to our world? And why? Nox shrugged. I cannot truly answer any of those questions. He could have been a maverick or a rogue within the ranks of the Jedi. One who wanted to bring back the old ways. He wouldn't have been the first. But as to how he got to this world or why he came here, I do not know. That would be something that we would have to ask him ourselves. Unfortunately, that is no longer a choice as he has become one with the Force. And as such, he has lost the sense of time and perhaps even his individuality. There may be a chance of reaching him through deep meditation. But I wouldn't place any wager on that happening any time soon, or even at all. But questions of your ancestor can wait for now. Right now, Robb, I want to hear every word he spoke to you again. Leave nothing out. Robb did exactly that. The young heir of Winterfell spoke of everything that occurred during his trial, from the time he fell down the hole into the tunnels beneath the Night Fort, to the moment when his ancestor finally became one with the Force. Through it all, Nox stayed in silence, speaking up only occasionally to ask for more details or clarification on something that caught his attention. By the time he was done, everyone was struck by an odd silence over what Robb had encountered. I believe that any doubts on whether or not young Robb here is the true heir to Winterfell have well and truly been silenced, Nox said, making the young man stand up slightly straighter as pride raced through him. As if there was ever any doubt in the first place, Jon replied good-naturedly, giving his brother a light punch on the shoulder as he did so. Indeed, Nox nodded. However, what I am most concerned about is the warning your ancestor gave regarding the White Walkers and their army. Our adversaries appear to be far more powerful and cunning than I had originally thought. How so? Ned asked. Drumming his fingers, Nox laid out everything he could theorize about the White Walkers. Most of this will be mere speculation. But it appears that the White Walkers have access to the Force. Or at least some of them do. And according to your ancestor, they can manipulate the Force in a manner that baffled him. He also mentioned that there is a clear distinction in their ranks: foot soldiers, warriors and those who stand at the top. Which means they have a hierarchy. And the higher up the food chain you go, the more powerful they become. Which also makes me think that the walker that Oberyn, Garlan and myself encountered outside of Caster's Keep was low in their hierarchy. Why do you believe that, Lord Nox? Robb asked. Turning his head, he fixed his attention on Robb. Would you send the likes of Jory or Roderick into Wintertown to pick up something for you? Same instance here. You don't send out your best to run a simple errand. And keep in mind, this simple errand runner for the White Walkers was able to take on the likes of Prince Oberyn Martell and Esser Garlan Tyrell and, for all intents and purposes, win. Now imagine what those who stand at the top of the White Walkers are able to do. Silence answered him as what he was implying sank into the three men. Two of arguably the best fighters in all of Westeros took on one of the lower levels of White Walkers and were basically defeated by it. The thought was not a pleasant one. What can we do then? Jon asked slowly, his fear clear. We do what we have been, only more, Nox answered. We have to step up not only your own training, but also the training of your sisters, brother, and the other acolytes. We also need to push a few more inventions forward. And we need to work on solidifying alliances for the future war that is sure to come. If we are to have any hope of defeating these creatures, it will take the combined strength of all of Westeros, and perhaps even beyond. And to that point, Robb, step forward and kneel. Robb looked at him questioningly, but after a quick glance towards Jon who nodded at him, the young man stepped forward and went down to a knee. Rising to his feet, Nox stood above his acolyte with his hands behind his back. You have been under my tutelage for several years. Your ability with the Force has progressed to the point where few could challenge you. Yet you still have much to learn. But your level is no longer that of an acolyte. You Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark, are now my apprentice along with your brother, Jon. And with this ascension, it is time for you to take up a true weapon of a Force adept." Bringing his hands out from behind his back, Knox revealed the lightsaber hilt he'd brought with him from Winterfell. Even since they'd headed out to Valyria, Knox had made a habit of always carrying a spare lightsaber with him, just in case an opportunity for a set of trials presented themselves. And he was glad he did. While Robb and the others were resting, Knox had set to work. Bran Stark's armor had a kyber crystal embedded in the center, and while it had taken a decent amount of effort on his part seeing as how he didn't have the proper tools, Knox had been able to remove the crystal from the armor and place it into the spare lightsaber hilt. Staring up at the hilt with shock and awe, Robb slowly reached out and took the hilt with both hands as he rose to his feet. Unlike with Jon's lightsaber, Knox hadn't had time to do any customization to the hilt, so the lightsaber was mostly just a plain lightsaber hilt, albeit a slightly longer one than normal, which allowed for an easy two-handed grip, which he knew was Robb's preferred fighting style. Holding the lightsaber before him in both hands, Robb quickly found the activation switch and pressed it. The blade hissed and hummed as it came to life, filling the room with its pale blue light. "Gods," Robb breathed, moving the blade around slowly, taking great care as he did, given their limited space. It's heavier than I thought it'd be. You will get used to it in time, brother," Jon said, smiling as he watched his brother slowly move his lightsaber around his person. "Gods know it took me a time to get used to the weight difference between my lightsaber and even a practice blade." Nodding, Robb deactivated his lightsaber. "Master Knox, thank you. I couldn't have done this without your teachings. Nor yours, father. Thank you, both of you. The credit goes to you, son. To both of you boys," Ned said, coming forward and placing a hand on each of his son's shoulders. "I could not ask for a better pair of sons than you two." Letting the trio have a moment, Knox waited for a few moments before speaking once more. "Unfortunately for you two, though, this is far from the end of your trainings. In fact, now that you are both at the level of an apprentice, your true training in the Force can begin." "What?" Jon asked, sharing a bewildered look with Robb. "Did you seriously think these simple exercises I've been putting you both through was the full extent of your training?" Knox asked with a smirk. "No, that was just to give you all a solid foundation in the Force. And now that you both have it, we can begin your serious training." Breathing slowly, Daenerys Targaryen slowly opened her eyes as she felt herself coming back into her body. It was a surreal experience, waking up, as it were, after being with Jon. Or not being with him or whatever they were doing. Looking around, she found herself in the exact same position she'd set herself in when she'd first reached out to Jon. Sitting cross-legged on her bed in the small room her brother had managed to procure for them for a few nights. Glancing towards the small window in the room, she saw that it was perhaps coming close to midday. So strange, Dany thought, slowly uncurling her legs and rubbing them as she tried to get her blood flowing once more. It was still the middle of the night with Jon. Yet here, it's midday. Jon said that the sorcerer tried to explain why such a difference existed before, but he said he didn't fully understand. The explanation he gave me, the fact that world turns and, depending on when it is facing the sun, it makes sense, but I don't know. Rolling her shoulders, Dany got up and glanced towards her brother's bed. It was empty, still. Of course, it is. Did I really expect any different? She thought sadly, shaking her head. Lady Melario was kind enough to give us enough coin to last us for some time. Yet my brother still insists on using it to pay for pleasurable company or to gamble. At the rate he is going, coin that should have lasted us nearly a year will instead only last a month or two at best. Despairing at her brother's behavior, Dany looked around their small room and started tapping her feet on the floor. And while Viserys is out enjoying himself, I'm stuck here in our room. Without even Jon to keep me company now. Well, I suppose I can go over what Jon taught me, again. Sighing, Dany closed her eyes and started going over everything Jon had taught her ever since she had reached out to him several days ago. Learning from Jon was, well, difficult. Not because he wasn't a good instructor, far from it in fact. No, what was so difficult was that Jon couldn't show her what he was doing or how to do something. All their lessons so far had only been lectures, but they were enough to give her something to work with. Taking several deep breaths, Dany purged herself of all emotion as she raised her hand. She could feel something within her shift. A river flowing not from her, but rather through her. Guiding the river she felt, she let it flow out until she felt her intended target, the small chair in the room. Wrapping the invisible river around the chair, Dany began to strain as she urged the chair to rise. Do not leave yourself room for doubt, Dany, Jon's voice rang out in her mind as she thought back on his lessons. To doubt is to fail. Know that you will do something even before you do it. Opening her eyes, Dany smiled as she saw the chair floating a good several feet off the floor in front of her. Turning her hand, the chair began twisting and turning in response to her movements, as if she were a puppeteer controlling a puppet. Feeling elated at her progress, she carefully set the chair down on a single leg and kept it tilted. Using her other hand, she lifted a straw pillow off her bed and carefully brought it across the room and began balancing it on the tilted chair. Sweat began to form on her forehead as she started struggling trying to keep the chair and pillow balanced. Dany's hand started shaking as it quickly became harder and harder to keep everything up. And far too soon for her liking, her attention broke, causing the chair and pillow to fall to the floor and leaving her gasping for breath. I was able to hold it for longer this time, she thought, partially upset at her failure to keep it up longer, but at the same time thrilled that she was seemingly making progress. Jon said that using the Force was like using a muscle. The more one used it, the stronger and easier it will be to use. I just need to keep working at it, when I have time to do so, that is. She'd yet to tell Viserys about her newly discovered powers, the why of which was still a mystery to her. Her brother could be, well, cruel at times, especially within the last few years as fewer and fewer people seemed to be willing to take them both in. But he was still her brother, the one who looked out for her when she was but a girl. On the other hand, this power was hers, not his, and if he learned that she could do this while he couldn't, while the dragon couldn't, she didn't want to think about that. She didn't want to wake the dragon in her brother again. Her arm and face still hurt from Viserys' slaps the last time she angered him enough to wake the dragon. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Dany tried to think of what to do to occupy her time as she waited for Viserys to return from wherever he was. Even though the town they were staying at was on the smaller scale, he'd still forbidden her from leaving their room without him. Leaving her with naught to do, there weren't even any books to read. No, I'm not some weak little flower like my brother thinks. I'm going out, no matter what he says. This is a small town, there shouldn't be any danger with just a little walk. Pushing herself off the bed, Dany made her way over to the door sealing her in the room. Heart beating wildly, she slowly moved the latch aside and pushed the door open. Peeking down the hall, Dany bit her lip and hesitated only a moment before stepping out and making her way down the hall and out of the small inn her brother had picked for them. The moment she stepped outside, Dany tilted her head back and smiled as she felt the sun on her face. This was perhaps the first time that she was truly disobeying her brother. While a part of her, the part that feared the dragon within her brother, wanted to run back inside and scold herself for even thinking of this, a much larger part of her just didn't care. She was strong enough to take care of herself, especially now that Jon was training her in magic, the Force. Smiling, Dany walked down the slightly busy street with her head held high and light skip in her step. There was so much to see. Granted, she'd been to other cities far larger than this one. Volantis and Bravos were easily the first two that immediately came to mind. But during all those times she was always with her brother or someone else. This was truly the first time that she had set out on her own. At least purposefully, and the freedom of it felt wonderful. Glancing towards a couple of the stalls that were selling everything from food to swatches of fabric, Dany smiled as she felt lighter than she had in a long time. She only wished that she had some coin of her own to buy something. The cooked skewers smelled divine, and she dearly wished that she had something different to wear than this dress that was starting to fray at the seams from constant wear. Moving towards a slightly less populated area, Dany felt something. A slight tingle on the back of her neck followed by a coldness that made her shiver. And fear. What is going? Stopping, Dany turned in a quick circle, looking around the street trying to figure out what was happening. But no matter where she looked, everything just looked normal to her. Jon told me that those who are well in tune with the Force can receive warnings of danger from it. Is that what is happening? Am I in danger? The joy that she had been feeling quickly disappeared as the tingling sensation grew to the point where nearly her entire being was shaking despite the warmth of the midday sun bearing down upon her. Back to the inn. I have to get back to the inn. Now, turning heel, she began to hurry back in the direction she came from, only to have her path blocked by a large man. What's a pretty little thing like you doing in a town like this, little girl? Looking up at the man, Dany nearly recoiled. His face was dirty, unshaved, and his nose was crooked like it had been broken. But more than anything it was his teeth, his yellow and black teeth that made her want to cringe. That and his breath. "Excuse me," she said, trying to get around the larger man. But instead of moving out of her way, the man only made to purposefully put himself in her path. And after he'd done this twice, Dany noticed that the man wasn't alone. There were 3 others just as hideous as the man blocking her path that were standing just a short distance behind her. Desperate, she looked around trying to find help, but what she saw made her heart sink. The people around them were purposefully ignoring them. Some were looking at her in sympathy, but it was clear to her that not a single one of them would raise a hand to help her no matter what was about to happen to her. "They all be smart enough not to get in our way, little girl," the ugly man smirked, stepping closer to her and making her want to gag as his smell, which was almost worse than his look, hit her full in the face. "Now be a good little thing to me and my friends here, and we might be letting you go in only slightly worse shape. That, or we let you go dead. Your choice, pretty little girl." Dany was helpless to do anything as the ugly man grabbed her arm and forcibly dragged her towards one of the darker alleyways, the 3 other men closing in behind her and following closely. The further they got away from the street, the greater Dany's fear grew until she was shaking so violently that the only reason she was still standing was because the ugly man had such a firm hold on her arm. They can't do this. I am Daenerys Targaryen, the last daughter of Valyria and I'm nothing. And these men are there, and no one cares." Far too soon, the man dragging her stopped and let her go. Her shaking knees, unable to hold her upright, folded in. She collapsed to the ground in fear as the 4 ugly, smelly men surrounded her. Grins of lust on their faces as all of them began fumbling with the ties on their clothes. "Remember the deal, girl," the first ugly man grinned. "Entertain us good, and we'll let ya go in only slightly worse shape than ya are now." Time seemed to slow as she watched the men getting ready to expose themselves to her. Her fear and anger reaching heights she'd never felt before as her body shook violently. But just as the first man was about to expose himself, she heard Jon's voice in her ear. "Fear and anger can paralyze even the strongest of men. But to a Force user, to a Sith, fear and anger are our weapons to wield. Do not give in to your fear, do not let it consume you. Use it. Use your fear to fuel your power like oil to a flame. Turn your fear to anger and unleash your power on those who brought you such fear." A calm unlike any she had ever experienced raced through her as Jon's words and his lessons finally slammed home to her. Her shaking ceased as the men around her all stopped their actions and took a step back from her. Slowly rising to her feet, Dany raised her right arm, fist clenched tightly. When her arm was straight out, she flung open her fist, spreading her fingers. The men who'd been surrounding her could only give a frightened yell of surprise before they were lifted off their feet and thrown across the alley and into the stone building behind them hard enough that she could hear several of their bones break. The ugly man who'd first cut her off glared up at her from his spot on the ground, a slight trickle of blood running from his lips, though Dany found she didn't care about the sight. These men, they deserved this. And more. Much, much more. Fucking witch. Dany's concentration faltered as realization as to what she'd just done came to her. She'd just used her powers. In plain view and against 4 men. If word were to spread, the usurper would seek her head even more than he already did. Not to mention all the others who would be coming for her. Whether to kill her, or to claim her. No, my life is my own. Not my brother's, not the usurper's, not some up-jumped magister who would want me as a trophy. I am my own person. I am Daenerys Targaryen, daughter of Valyria, not someone else's tool to use. But, how do I keep these four from talking? I could kill them. They deserve it, but can I kill? I don't know. What am I to do? Quickly, she ran through every lesson Jon had ever given her on the Force, trying to think of something that she could use to get her out of this situation. Almost immediately, her mind turned to the lesson Jon had given her that very night. The Force can be used in a number of ways. Its versatility is only truly limited by the mind of the user, or at least that is what Master Knox tells us. And a very useful tool is what is known as Force persuasion, or rather a Force mind trick. You focus the power within you on an individual and into your words and make you make a suggestion towards the individual. Done correctly, and your intended target will come to believe that whatever it was that you suggested was in fact a decision of their own. Some of my siblings don't like this because it sounds like you're taking a person's free will away from them, but if you can use this technique to force someone out of a fight or end a battle before it could begin, is it not worth it? There is a drawback, of course, and that is the target's own inner strength of mind. Some individuals have such a strong mind that not even Master Knox could use this technique against them. And another thing you must keep in mind is that the more your suggestion goes against the will of an individual, the more power you will have to put behind your persuasion. Seeing that the four ugly men were regaining their feet and wits, Dany decided to put Jon's lesson to the test. Using as much power as she could, Dany focused the Force into her words and onto the minds of the men standing before her. You all will forget about me and leave. The lead man blinked, his sneer faltering for a moment before coming back. I don't think so, which? Gritting her teeth in concentration, Dany focused more of her fear, more of her anger, more of her desire for these men to just leave and forget about her into her voice. You all will forget about me and leave. This time she could feel something, a shifting in the air only she could feel. The four men all blinked as their postures relaxed. Their eyes looked almost dazed. A look that she'd seen before in her brother's eyes whenever he'd enjoyed one cup of wine too many. We will forget about you and leave, they all intoned, nearly as one as they turned and made to leave her alone in the alleyway. More than slightly surprised that it had worked, Dany decided to try one more thing as she gathered the Force into her voice once more. And leave your coin purses on the ground. And leave our coin purses on the ground. The men all intoned as one by one they dropped their coin purses onto the ground without looking back at her once nor breaking their stride away from her. Watching the men turn the corner and disappear, Dany had to physically restrain herself from leaping in joy and elation. She felt, by the old dragons of Valyria, did she feel good. Sneaking out from her and her brother's room had given her a thrill. But compared to this, gods, did she feel good? She felt powerful. She took her life into her own hands, her own power. And she came out on top. By the dragons of Valyria, if this is what Jon and Lord Knox felt whenever they used this power, it was a wonder why they would ever stop. Almost skipping over to the discarded coin purses, Dany felt only a moment of regret as she picked up the small leather pouches and began removing what coins were inside. Part of her was ashamed that she was basically stealing from those men. But another part of her honestly didn't care. They were about to do far, far worse to her than just robbing her. This was justice in her mind, not robbery. Piling all the coins into a single purse, Dany left the other empty purses on the ground and made her way out of the alley. She was tempted to walk back down the way she'd came with her head held high. Perhaps even purchase a few things with her newly acquired coin. But she decided against that. Her suddenly appearing back on the street none the worse for wear and with coin would probably raise more than a few questions about what had just happened. Also, those people didn't raise a hand to try and help her, even though she could tell that more than a few knew what was about to happen to her. So, they didn't deserve her patronage. Keeping to the backways, Dany made her way back to the inn her and her brother were staying at. Now I just need to figure out how to keep this coin out of my brother's hands. Lady Melaria was right when she said that Viserys was not wise with our coin. And so hopefully I'll be able to keep this small amount hidden for when we inevitably run out of coin again. After spending nearly a full moon's turn within the walls of Winterfell, Arianne Martell was beginning to think that the North was finally starting to run out of ways to impress her. But, of course, as soon as such a thought entered her mind, the North had to show her something that completely blew her away once more. First it was their glass gardens and their ability to grow food even during the coldest of times. Then it was the loyalty of the people towards House Stark. Then there was Jon showing her that she had magical powers of her own and he could show her how to use them. And now she was staring at something that at first glance might seem mundane. But the more and more she stared at the contraption and thought of its uses, the more and more she realized she had to bring this model back to Dorne with her. The model itself wasn't particularly large, perhaps the size of a small dog. But it was incredible. A small flow of water that was turning a water wheel that was partially submerged in the flowing water. And connected to the center of the wheel was a long piece of rounded wood that had several short pieces of wood jutting out from its length. As the rounded wood spun, the wooden pieces that were sticking out from it would catch upon a lever as they made their way around, which would in turn cause a small bucket that was within a shaft to rise up out of a body of water until it reached the top, where the bucket would be emptied into a trough before free-falling back down the shaft and into the water, waiting for the log to spin back around and raise the lever. The water that was dumped into the trough would then flow down the length of the channel before emptying into a basin nearby. Glancing to her left, Arianne let her eyes wander over the one responsible for creating the contraption. The young woman inventor, one of Master Nox's students at the Winterfell College, was nervously fidgeting next to her as she waited for Arianne's judgment on the device. "What did you say your name was again?" Arianne asked, turning her attention back to the device, which was still delivering a constant flow of water into the trough, creating an almost stream into the small basin. "Hilda, Princess Arianne," the girl said, her head slightly bowed as she stood by, patiently waiting to hear whatever Arianne was about to say. "Hilda," Arianne repeated, sealing the girl's name in her mind. "Tell me, how is it that you came to create such a work?" "I was thinking of my family's farm, Princess, and the windmill that we have to mill the grain," Hilda explained, pointing towards the wheel. "The idea is the same, just using water instead of wind to turn the wheel. Then I thought of something that Master Nox has had all of us all working on, and I decided to see if I could use the turning of the wheel and implement it in with the other idea. The wheel turns, raises these pumps and brings water up to the water trough, which is then allowed to flow through whatever path one creates before emptying out into a basin a distance away from the source." Nodding, Arianne immediately began thinking of the best way to implement this device. "And do you realize what you've just created, Hilda?" Princess," Hilda nodded as pride showed on her face. "A way to transport water out of a river and across a distance without the use of man or beast. And you say that as long as there is a steady flow of water to turn the wheel, that this device will work?" Arianne asked, wanting to get as much information as possible about the wonderful creation before her. Princess." Making another lap around the display, Arianne watched the device work for a while longer as she gathered her thoughts. "Tell me, Hilda, what will it take to get you to come back to Dorne with me and my uncle when we eventually leave the north?" "Pardon, Princess, what will it cost to entice you to come to Dorne to oversee the construction of your creations?" Arianne clarified, turning her full attention on the girl who couldn't have been older than Arianne herself. "A position. Sunspear has recently become short of capable learned men as it was discovered that our maesters, much as they had here in the north, were betraying us for years. On my word alone, you would become the new maester of Sunspear and become my father's and my own confidant. Or perhaps you need gold. Dorne is not short on coin, and we can provide you with whatever compensation you wish. A homestead, a man, or woman, name your price, Hilda, then double it, and I will see it fulfilled." "Your offer is most generous, Princess," Hilda said, her cheeks stained red as she turned her eyes away. "But I'm afraid I must decline. I be of the north, Princess. And it is in the north I wish to remain. I still have much to learn under the Sorcerer's tutelage, even if I can't use his magic like the Starks." "I see," Arianne replied, just barely managing to keep herself from letting out a growl of frustration. "In that case, what will it take then for Dorne to have access to this invention of yours?" Hilda didn't hesitate to give her answer. "Recognition, Princess Arianne." Arianne couldn't help as one of her delicate brows arched at the request. Recognition. The skills her father had trained into her about playing the game quickly vanished as she stared at the woman. Recognition for something like this was not a fair trade. If she was one to take advantage of a young person's lack of guile, she might have agreed without questioning it. But she'd come to want to foster a good relationship with the North. Or at least with one aspect of the North. She knew that she couldn't rightly do that by taking advantage of one of the North's best and brightest. You ask for such a simple thing, for this. You do realize just what this contraption could mean for my people, do you not? I do, Princess, Hilda nodded, her attention turning to her creation. But recognition means everything to me. Ever since man first started writing down words on animal skins, women have been precluded from learned roles. Or at least we have here in Westeros. And the Maesters kept this going by refusing women to become one of them, saying that we're inferior to men in terms of knowledge and in its pursuit. Not all of them, mind yet it was still in the rules of the Maesters. But ever since Master Knox has come to Winterfell, things have been changing. I know that this water wheel will help the people of Dorne immensely, and that word of it will quickly spread. And I want all to know that it was me, a woman, who created it. Not a man, not a maester, not a highly valued, learned man, but I, Hilda of the College of Winterfell of the North, a daughter to a common farmer. That is what I want, Princess. I see, Arianne said. The girl had a fire within her, that was for sure. Then your name will be on the lips of every Dornishman or woman who comes within sight of this creation of yours. Hope that you are ready for your name to become quite common. Because I have a feeling that once this takes hold, there will be more than a few daughters born in Dorne for the next several generations that'll bear your name. Hilda smiled with pride as she bowed her head. Thank you, Princess Arianne. That is all I can ask for. I will have plans drawn up for you before you depart so that you can begin construction of these water wheels once you return to Dorne. As the young woman turned to start writing down the directions, Arianne was pulled from her continued observation of the device as the door to the workshop opened quickly as her cousin Tyene, her blonde hair tied in a simple braid bouncing behind her head, entered the workshop. Cousin, Tyene greeted her without a curtsy, not that Arianne expected her to. Her cousins were rather unruly, which was one of the reasons why she loved them in the first place. Riders have been spotted approaching from the north. Riders bearing the sigils of House Stark and House Martell. All thoughts of the waterwheel and its potential impact to Dorne fled her mind as a single thought claimed dominance in her mind. Jon has returned. The workshop blurred from her vision as she hurried past her cousin, leaving Tyene to all but run in order to catch up with her. Making her way out of the Sorcerer's Tower, Arianne was immediately assaulted by the cold air of the north. But after spending a moon's turn in this land and with the prospect of seeing Jon once more, it did not affect her in the slightest. Striding into the main courtyard of Winterfell, she was not surprised to see the yard quickly filling up with the members of House Stark, with the 3 Stark children Sansa, Arya, and Bran front and center. As well as all their guests who were currently still residing in Winterfell. Seeing Sansa Stark take the center place within the yard, Arianne took a place close by the eldest wolf girl and trained her eyes on the gates on the far side of the yard. A single letter, Arianne thought as she eyed the gate, willing for those she was waiting for to appear before her eyes. A single letter in nearly a full moon's turn away from me. And not even a thorough letter at that. Just, I'm alive and something has happened that we need to talk about. Clearly, I'm going to have to explain to Jon the expectations I have of him regarding our future correspondences. At least until I can convince him to come to Dorne on a permanent basis. Her heart began to beat faster in her chest as she started to see horses and their riders making their way through the gatehouse of the inner wall of Winterfell. Almost immediately she could spot Lord Stark, his head held high and completely stoic, a true man of the north. Hard and unyielding, riding at Lord Stark's right was the Sorcerer, as she suspected he would be. But riding on Lord Stark's left was an individual that she did not recognize. The woman looked like a northern woman through and through, with her blonde hair braided and her face set in a hard line. And unlike many ladies, this woman was dressed not in a dress or even women's riding clothing. Instead, she wore rough leathers and fur. That must be this new Lady Val of the North, my uncle told me about in the one raven he was able to send. Arianne realized, placing the woman riding at Stark's left. Well, she certainly has the look of a woman of the North. Glancing past the two front riders, Arianne began searching through the riders for the one face she was most anxious to see. It didn't take her long, considering he was riding just behind and to the left of his father. Warmth spread in her chest as she saw that he was indeed unharmed. Though his hair needed a comb and styling, especially if he wanted to keep it on the longer side of things. And while she could appreciate a nice beard if done properly, the light splattering of whiskers Jon had growing on his face most definitely needed a trimming. Perhaps she could entice him to a warm bath and grooming session with her in the hot springs within the fur. Who was that? The fantasy that had been blossoming in her mind of a night in the hot springs with Jon came to a sudden and screeching halt as she noticed a tuft of red hair right behind Jon's midnight black. A tuft of red that unmistakably belonged to a woman. A woman who, now that she looked closer, had her arms around her Jon. Glancing up, Arianne met Jon's eyes. Eyes that were filled with guilt. It appears that something did indeed happen north of the wall, Arianne thought, resisting the urge to grind her teeth and keeping her head held high. Glancing towards her uncle, she saw him grinning at her like a cat who caught a large juicy rat and was intent on savoring its meal. He knew what was going on, whatever it was. And he had neglected to tell her about it before they arrived back. "Oh, uncle, you are so going to pay for this." Pulling herself together, Arianne held herself as a woman of her station was expected to as Lord Stark reached the line of his children and dismounted from his horse, along with everyone else who'd just rode in through the gates. "Lord Father," Sansa greeted her father, bowing her head and a smile plastered across her face. "Welcome home. Winterfell is yours once more." "Thank you, Sansa," Lord Stark replied as the men and women behind him began dismounting while the strong blonde woman took a step forward. "This is Lady Val of the North. She's to be given a room in the family quarters and will be working with me in getting our new people of the North situated before she takes ladyship of her own keep." Sansa gave a warm reply and welcome to the former wildling woman. But Arianne had quickly tuned everything else out around her as her gaze focused solely on Jon as he dismounted his horse, giving her the first real good look at the woman who was riding behind him. Immediately, Arianne began assessing how the girl compared to herself. If she had to guess, Arianne would say that the girl was perhaps her own age, but when Jon helped her down off the horse, an action which made Arianne's fist tighten, she noted that the girl barely came up to Jon's chin. Her red hair perhaps could be considered beautiful if done properly, but right now it was more akin to a rat's nest. And she was far, far too skinny. No curves to her at all. Deciding that she was getting nowhere just standing around, Arianne broke from the line and purposefully made her way over to where Jon was still getting a few of his things, and perhaps some of this woman's things, off his horse. She pointedly ignored the look her uncle and cousin were both giving her as she walked. She would deal with the both of them later for putting her in this position. Making sure she was approaching while Jon's back was turned, she caught the blue eyes of the wildling. She had to be one given she wore similar furs as the Lady Val. The girl, to Arianne's surprise, glanced at her curiously for a moment before something like recognition shone in her eyes. "So, Jon has told her about me. Yet he did not tell me about her." She seethed as she quickened her pace towards the two of them. To her surprise though, the girl didn't say anything to alert Jon to her approach. She just grinned and did she take a step back. Reaching the two just as Jon was starting to turn around, Arianne smiled at her small victory as Jon slightly jumped at her sudden appearance. Arianne," he said, her name sounding odd from his lips. Not at all like how he used to say it. Aye, it is good too." That was as far as Jon got. Or at least as far as she allowed Jon to get as she closed the distance between them, grabbed him by the hair, and pulled his face towards her and threw everything she had into kissing him. She could hear the crowd around them whistling or cheering, but she didn't care. Jon was hers. She was going to make sure that he, and everyone else, knew it. And if it required making a spectacle in the middle of the Winterfell courtyard, well, she really wasn't one to complain. Because, by the gods, was he a fast and eager learner. Just as she was starting to lose herself, especially as Jon began reciprocating and bringing his arms around her waist, Arianne broke the kiss and took a step back, leaving Jon, and herself, more than slightly breathless. Though she would like to think that she was able to recover quicker than Jon, who still looked dazed and confused. "Welcome back, Jon, she said warmly before turning her eyes towards the woman behind him, her grin never leaving her face. And tell me, who is this young woman you have behind you? I can speak for myself, the wildling woman said, coming up and standing beside Jon. I be Wigrit, and I be Jon's woman. And ye must be the one he moans in his sleep when he's havin' a nice dream. Arianne, no, Wigrit, quite the name, unique, wild, wait, did she say that she's Jon's woman? And that she's close enough to him to know that he moans my name while he sleeps? What in the name of all the hells? I do everything including strip naked before him and he can't take a hint. But with her, by the mother Royne, I'm going to strangle something on him the first chance I get. Jon started awkwardly shifting his feet back and forth while beside him the wildling woman was sporting a look not unlike her own uncle's look whenever he succeeded in some new conquest. They are quite alike, now that I look at her, Arianne realized as she began comparing the wildling woman to her uncle Oberyn. My cousins may try to emulate their father, but strangely enough this girl who comes from the far side of Westeros comes closer to matching my dear uncle's mannerisms than his own daughters. Realizing that pretty much all eyes within Winterfell were now upon her and the little display that was being put on, Arianne took a moment to straighten her dress out as she held her head high and did everything she could not to show just how much Jon's reciprocation of her kiss had affected her. We will discuss this more at length, Jon, Wigrit. Away from prying eyes. Until then, I have family I must welcome back. Without giving Jon a chance to respond, Arianne purposefully turned her back on him and made her way over towards where the other members of House Martell had gathered for a reunion. She was not oblivious to the whistles and cheers and even reproachful looks being sent her way as she made her way through the crowd. Let them do and think what they will. It makes no matter to me. Spotting her uncle, who had one arm around his paramour while grinning madly at her, Arianne felt her frustration and anger at not being informed of this development return to her tenfold. Oh uncle, you might like a good show on occasion, but you are dearly going to pay for this. New Alliances 2 Part 2 holding himself steady against the rocking of the ship, though it could hardly be called that as it was barely more than an oversized fishing vessel, that was sailing across the aptly named Bay of Ice. Sir Demon Sand watched as his new home slowly grew larger as the waves and wind pushed them closer and closer to the lone island. The island was covered in old, gnarled oak trees that towered into the sky while at their base bushes and moss-covered gray stones littered the ground. And as if to show how the island got its name, he could spot a family of bears wading through the cold waters near the rocky shores. Turning his attention away from the bears, he focused on the wooden port town that the skiff was slowly pulling towards. It has natural beauty, just like almost everything in the north and the lands beyond the wall, Demon thought as he worked to see past the cold into what was truly there as he began making out the men and women of Bear Island on the docks before them. And it is my home now. My home by choice. Feeling a hard hand land against his shoulder, Demon fought against stumbling forward as the imposing form of Lady Mage Mormont came up beside him. Starting to regret your decision, Southern boy. No. Demon answered firmly, a habit that he'd picked up during his time with the Lady of Bear Island and the Giants as they traversed the northern side of the wall. Good, Lady Mormont smirked, slapping him again on the back. This time leaving a bruise, he was sure. Keep that strength going, boy. We'll turn ya into a proper Northman yet. Taking the compliment for what it was, Demon straightened himself up even further as he noticed a specific grouping that had gathered on the dock. 5 women, ranging from his own age to perhaps the same age as the young Stark boy. But it was the eldest that called. No, that demanded his attention. Her dark hair flowing in the cold northern air. The way that she stood, strong and proud. But most of all, the way that her arms were holding a bundle of cloth close to her person. He could tell the moment she spotted him as her entire posture went from a relaxed stance to completely stiff. Did Lady Mormont not inform her that I was coming? Glancing back and seeing the smirk that was on the she-bear's face, he knew that was exactly what happened. Bloody northern humor, Demon muttered as he realized that no matter what he did, there was going to be quite the scene soon, at his and Daisy's expense. Once they were close enough to the dock, the few men on the boat threw their ropes over to the dock hands, who quickly worked on securing the boat to the dock. Lady Mormont was the first to step off, leaving Demon hurrying to keep up with the larger woman whose single stride was almost equal to 2 of his own. As they walked, he noticed something amongst the small folk that stood in stark contrast to what he was used to. The people of Bear Island were not kneeling to their liege lady as she passed them by. Sure, they showed her respect, but it was little more than a slight bowing of their heads before they immediately went back to work. As they drew up close to the 5 women, Dany took a step forward, separating herself from the others. Her eyes flickered briefly to his own. Her cool gray-blue eyes were filled with so much emotion, joy, hope, and fear. And as he noted her tightening her hold slightly on the bundle in her arms, Daemon felt his heart sink. I knew coming here that the people of this land have a poor opinion of those of us from the south. But is it so bad that even Dany, a woman who I have shared my bed and heart with, would think that I would take a child from its mother's arm and leave? Daughters, Mage said loudly, greeting all the women on the dock. Mother, Dany greeted the larger woman back, her eyes constantly flickering back and forth between himself and Lady Mormont. We heard there was a battle in the north against the Wildlings. And we grew worried when we received no word from you. Blah, just some up-jumped Wildling fucks that thought taking on the north and the group of Wildlings led by Mance Rayder would be a good idea while Knox was with us. Fucking dead idiots. Good fight though, Mage shrugged. Though you were right, Dany. That sorcerer certainly is something else. If he wasn't married already, I would have dragged him to the first bed, or dry patch of ground, and kept him there till I had another daughter growing in my womb. And speaking of, I've brought something, or rather someone, back with me. Someone I know you are all too familiar with, daughter. Daemon wasn't given a choice on a graceful entrance as Lady Mormont roughly grabbed him by the arm and all but threw him forward. By the time he managed to catch his balance, he was perhaps less than a hand's width away from running right into Dany and the bundle she was carrying with her. It's good to see you again, Dany, Daemon said awkwardly as he righted himself, only to stop dead in his tracks as the bundle in Dany's arm moved with a light cry coming from within its confines. You as well, Daemon, Dany replied, her cheeks stained lightly red as she shifted the bundle in her arms. Daemon, as in Demon Sand, sis. The next eldest girl behind Dany asked, nodding her head towards him. So, this is the southern twat who put a child in you. Well, you could have done a lot worse, sister. But I still want to see if his cock is indeed as lar, Alysanne. Dany hissed, turning her head towards the other girl, who was smirking widely. Not now, the newly named Alysanne laughed, as did a few of the others who were close by, but Daemon paid none of them any mind. To him, in this moment, there were only 3 people on the island. Dany, himself, and their child that was in her arms. Taking the last step needed to reach her, Daemon caught Dany's attention as he held out his arms. May I? Dany hesitated only a moment before turning the bundle around so that he could see into its depths. Laying snug within the confines of the blankets was perhaps the most beautiful sight he had ever seen in his entire life. A child, his little girl. Her hair was dark and already covering her entire head, and she looked just like her mother, save for her slightly darker skin. Taking the infant as carefully as he could, Daemon smiled down at the child as she opened her eyes, the same eyes as her mother, and stared up at him. Hello, little one, he cooed, which to his delight made the girl giggle, or burp, he wasn't sure which. What's her name? Olenna. Olenna, Daemon repeated, savoring the name on his lips as if it were the finest of wines. A good name, a strong and beautiful name, just like our little girl. Looking up, he found Dany staring at the 2 of them intently. The corners of her eyes moist with tears threatening to fall. How long do you plan on staying on Bear Island? Licking his lips, Daemon handed his daughter back to her mother. I take it your lady mother has not yet told you then. Frowning, Dany turned her attention away from Daemon and towards the towering form of her mother, who was currently holding the youngest of the girls up in her arms while staring at the 2 of them. Thought it would be better to hear it in person, Lady Mormont answered with a shrug. This southern twat is actually made of better stock than the lot we're used to dealing with. When I told him of Olenna, his first action was to beg dismissal from Prince Oberyn's service so that he could travel to Bear Island and be a father to his daughter. Permanently too, I might add. When I asked why he thought I would let him anywhere near you again, he said that if I denied him, he would simply build a house on the edge of the Bay of Ice near to Bear Island so that he could be near to the both of you. While we were north of the wall, he showed some grit. Didn't bitch once about the cold nor about sleeping on the dirt. And he's not half bad with that sword or that spear of his. Of course, I figured you'd already know just how good he was with his spear, Dacey. Dacey turned towards him. Hope was written clearly across her face. Do you mean it, demon? Are you truly willing to sacrifice everything you have to be here? Demon nodded, the northern word sounding strange on his tongue, but not in a bad way. My father never really took a great interest in me. And for you and Olenna, I would sacrifice everything to be with the two of you. This time the tears fell from her eyes as Dacey closed the gap between them. Opening his arms, Demon grabbed hold of Dacey while being mindful of their daughter nestled between the two of them. His eyes closed as he leaned his head down the last crucial bit and connected with hers. Demon knew that he had made the right choice the moment their lips touched. He would miss his life in Dorne. He would miss serving with Prince Oberyn and spending time with Arianne and the Sand Snakes. But this was where he truly belonged, with his arms around the woman he loved and their daughter. Well, save some of that shit for later, you two. Lady Mormont boomed, breaking the two out of their daze as they were quickly reminded of just where they were at the moment, which was to say on the dock in front of hundreds of eyes. Someone dump this southern twat in an ice bath and find something decent for him and my daughter to wear. I want the both of them made presentable and before the weirwood by sundown. What? Diem and Dacey said at the same time as they both stared in shock at the matriarch of House Mormont. Did I stutter you too? Lady Mormont asked with a smirk. Do either of you have a problem with marrying the other? Dacey, you've been moaning about this boy in your sleep for weeks, even while you were giving birth. And you boy, don't pretend I couldn't hear you at night when you thought everyone was asleep. Now, are you two going to go before the godswood on your own? Or shall I drag you both there by the ear like the pair of errant children that you are? It's not that, Demon said quickly as he glanced at Dacey. Breathing deeply to try and steady himself, Demon went down to one knee before the woman who'd borne his child and took her hand in his own. Lady Dacey Mormont, I am but a humble man with little to offer you, no flowery speeches ya, southern boy. One of Dacey's other sisters yelled, making Demon wince as he looked up into Dacey's eyes. Dacey, will you do me the honor of allowing me to become your husband? I will stand by your side now and forever, in the court and on the field of battle. This I swear, before the gods, old, new and on Mother Royne. Dacey's smile was all the answer that he needed, but the words still warmed his heart and soul. Demon, I will take you as my husband, now and forever. Good, that's settled then, Lady Mormont announced before turning and raising her voice for all to hear. Break out the good ale. We got a wedding a new man amongst the she-bears to celebrate. Time to show this southern boy what a true celebration is all about. When she was a little girl, Wigrit had often dreamed about the so-called castles the elders would talk about around the fires at night. Like all the other children amongst the free folk, they would joke and laugh about how weak the Kneelers were that they needed to hide behind walls of stone. They would laugh about how the keeps must have been the Kneelers' way of trying to compensate for their weak hawks by building something impressive and massive. But those laughs would always fade when the cold came, and they were forced to do whatever they could to find warmth to stay alive. On those days, the talks of the Kneelers' castles turned from jokes to envy. And just like almost all the children amongst the free folk, she had vowed to herself that she would one day step foot in one of the Kneeler castles. And now she was standing in the middle of Winterfell, the home of the Wolf Lords and the long-known Kings of Winter. And all that she could think was that the stories of the ancient fortress of the Wolf Lords that she'd heard throughout her life were all greatly understating the sheer size of the place. She could still recall her first sighting of a castle, a few days south of the wall. Or at least what she thought was a castle. But to her surprise, and mild humiliation, Jon and the Kneelers explained to her what she'd thought was a castle was not a castle at all. But rather something called a windmill, whatever in the gods that meant. But apparently, they were common. So much so that one didn't even need to be some fancy Kneeler lord to claim one of the stone structures. In truth, she didn't fully believe Jon after he told her that. She'd never seen anything like that before besides the wall. But now that she was standing in Winterfell, now she fully understood just why Jon and the other kneelers laughed at them calling that windmill a castle. Winterfell was massive. The stone walls, while not as tall as the wall itself, were taller than any other structure she'd ever seen in her life. There were the households, she believed Jon called them, within the confines of the walls. Not leather canvas tents patched with animal furs to keep out the cold, but stone structures that people lived their lives within. And then there was the warmth. It was so warm within the walls of Winterfell, warmer than it should be. When she gave voice to these thoughts to Jon, asking him if there was some fancy magic at work, Jon just shook his head. Apparently, the man who built this massive castle built it atop of hot springs. And not only did he do that, but he also somehow managed to build this place so that the hot water from the hot springs flowed through the stone walls like blood flows through the body. And recently, the sorcerer had apparently figured out a way to tap into the hot water and created a series of hot baths in the big round keep next to the huge tower that honestly looked like a cock no matter how hard she tried to tell herself it didn't. Shaking her head, Wigrit continued her stroll around the grounds of Winterfell, marveling at the ancient fortress that she now found herself in. Her walk had started near the place the kneelers called a Godswood, this morning after leaving her room, which was another oddity that she still hadn't been able to understand. Her room was a space that was within one of the massive stone buildings that was large enough for a family of 5 free folk to easily live comfortably in. She'd asked where Jon's room was, but the kneeler girl who'd led her to her space just pointed towards the large tower shaped like a cock and told her that he slept there. She'd then told the girl that she would sleep there, but the kneeler denied her, saying that only those who were given approval by Lord Stark and Lord Nox could have a room in the tower. While part of her wanted to scoff and go there anyway, she held herself back. As Val told her constantly, they were kneelers now. At least for now. Thus, they needed to follow the ways of the kneelers. And truth be told, she really did not want to cross the sorcerer. Not after having seen him using his powers beyond the wall. Passing by yet another gathering of kneelers who were carrying boxes, Wigrit stopped her walk and stared upwards at the tower that rose high over Winterfell. Fuck it, she muttered to herself as she began making her way towards the base of the tower. Jon is in there, and I'm his woman. Ain't no reason why I shouldn't be allowed with him. Getting to where she could see the access way to the tower, Wigrit began running through what she would say when she finally caught up to Jon, only to stop in her tracks as she watched a group of 4 women leave the tower. 2 she knew, 2 she didn't. And it was the 2 that she did know that caused her blood to boil. So, I'm not allowed in the tower, but she is. Jon claimed me. Sure, he might have intentions to claim her as well, and perhaps that might not be so bad, but why does she get to see him and not the one he's already stolen? Resolved not to let her get away with whatever it was that woman was thinking she was doing, Wigrit pulled herself up to her full height and marched straight for the group of women, her sight set on the one who was in the lead. Her approach didn't go as unnoticed as she'd hoped as one of the other women, a yellow-haired girl, noticed her and said something to her target, making the woman turn around towards her. The woman smiled at her, and dipped her head in greeting. Fair morning, Igot, is it not? If you are here to see Jon, then I'm afraid to say that you've missed him. We broke our fast together and then his brother Robb and the ward Theon took him away to be groomed for the festivities tonight. Wigrit ground her teeth in frustration as she stared at the woman. Me name is Wigrit. I know and can say yours right, Arianne. The least ye can do is say mine correctly. From behind her, the one girl that Wigrit did recognize as the daughter of the spear-wielder Oberyn, Obara, took a step forward in a challenging manner. You will watch your tone, Wigrit. Princess Arianne is heir to Sunspear and future ruler of Dorne. And you will show her respect. Wigrit waved Obara off. I give respect to those who earn me respect. I know you, Obara. I know your father and I respect ya both. But her I don't know. And yet she thinks she has the right to try and steal Jon. Not a quick way to earn respect, try and steal who is already stolen. The grin slid off Arianne's face as she took a step forward, putting her so that there was less than an arm's reach between the two of them. I knew Jon long before he went north and ran into you, Wigrit. If anyone is intruding on an established relationship, it is you. But we in Dorne are rather more open-minded than others in the Seven Kingdoms. Something that we apparently share with you free folk, or rather former free folk. So, tell me, why should I let you into what is forming between us? Wigrit was losing ground, and she didn't like it. From one side of things, she could see where Arianne's thoughts came from. She did know Jon first, and the fool had told her that he had feelings for Arianne before coming north of the wall. But the fact remained that he stole her first. Not Arianne. Granted, they might not have completed their coupling yet, but she knew it was only a matter of time before she wore down his resolve. And what do ye have to offer him? Wigrit asked, taking a half-step closer to Arianne. Ye don't look like ye got much meat on her bones. And your hands are soft. Bet ye ain't never had to fight for anything in her life, always just had to ask and men would be trippin' over themselves to see to her every need. What strength do ye have offered Jon? How do ye expect to stand by Jon's side when ye can't even stand on her own? This time it was Arianne who took a half-step closer as Wigrit held her ground. You have no idea of my strength, Wigrit. In a pure test of martial prowess perhaps you would get the better of me. But that is assuming of course I would even let such a thing occur when I can but snap my fingers and have 100 spears vying for your blood. You say I haven't fought a day in my life, and you are wrong. Perhaps I never had to physically fight, but I have been fighting my entire life for what is rightfully mine to claim. And as for me not being able to stand by Jon's side, Wigrit had but a moment's warning. Little more than a slight tingling on the back of her neck. Trusting her instincts, she shifted her body and twisted herself just in time to dodge what looked like a ball of water of all things to pass right where her head had been. Pushing with her foot, Wigrit closed the distance between herself and Arianne in a blink, putting the two nearly chest to chest as Wigrit held a closed fist just over where Arianne's heart would have been. The three girls behind Arianne all looked like they were about to jump in, but the dark-haired girl held them all back with an open hand. Smirking, Wigrit tapped Arianne on the chest. Had I had my dagger, princess, ye would be dead. And magic wouldn't be able to save ya. Her smirk faded though as she felt a light tapping on the back of her neck. Arianne's dominant hand had come up behind her when she'd closed the distance and was poised right at the base of her neck. And I can say the same, Wildling. Don't think that, just because you managed to get close to me means victory is yours. Assassins are commonplace in some circles that those of my standing walk amongst. And guards can only do so much. So, my father and uncle made sure that I would be able to defend myself should I need to. Looking up into the dark-skinned woman's eyes, Wigrit expected to find something like fear from the pampered princess. But instead, what she found was excitement. And something else she didn't necessarily recognize. Or rather she did, but she'd just never seen that type of look directed at her. At least, not from a woman. And what, pray tell, is going on here, ladies? Arianne immediately stepped away from Wigrit as if she'd suddenly caught fire. Turning, Wigrit quickly found the source of the voice that had put a stop to her. Standing just at the base of the stairs leading up into the tower was another dark-haired woman, her hair tied into a tight braid and slung over her shoulder. She was dressed almost all in black, just like a crow. Though unlike a crow she had bits of dark red scattered amongst the black. And on her chest, she wore a gold wolf's head maybe half the size of Wigrit's fist. Wonderful, another pampered kneeler woman who thinks she can tell me what to do just because I am of the free folk. Growling at having her claim disrupted, Wigrit turned her frustration on the woman. And who the fuck be you? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the three girls that had been following Arianne all gape at her, while Arianne herself just sighed and shook her head. The older woman however didn't seem fazed at all by her, instead she just smirked and shook her head. Well, this is a bluntness that I have and have not missed. Stepping up beside her, Arianne motioned towards the dark-haired woman. Wigrit, this is Lady Darth Nox, stewardess of Winterfell and lady wife of the northern sorcerer, Lord Nox. Wigrit's blood went cold as she stared at the suddenly imposing woman standing just before her. This is the sorcerer's woman. The one who was strong enough that the sorcerer decided to steal her. Oh, shite. It was all Wigrit could do to stand her ground as the woman approached the two of them. The woman's cool eyes went back and forth between the two of them. Do I need to ask you both again? The woman said, her gaze as cold as ice as she beheld them both. What is going on here? Just a minor dispute over the meaning of strength, Lady Nox, Arianne replied smoothly, surprising Wigrit slightly as she'd half expected the princess to blame everything on her and run like most weak kneelers. I see, the sorcerer's woman said simply. I advise the both of you to be mindful of where you have such disputes. Neither Lord Stark, nor my lord husband, nor myself will stand for such displays outside of the training yard. Especially amongst guests of Winterfell. Of course, Lady Nox, it will not happen again, I assure you, Arianne responded almost immediately before jabbing Wigrit in the side with her elbow. Hey, what? I mean, of course, milady. I won't start nothin' outside the yard. Wigrit muttered as she rubbed her side where the princess had elbowed her. The Lady Nox eyed each of them one more time before nodding. Good. Then I wish you both a good day. Ladies. Princess Arianne. And just like that, the most intimidating woman Wigrit had ever stood before walked past them and towards the large buildings in the center of Winterfell. Shite. Wigrit breathed once she was sure Nox's woman was out of earshot. I was wonderin' what kind of woman the sorcerer would be interested in stealin'. And now that I met her, shite, is she always so intense? Arianne finished for her. Yes, though, one has to be when they are the wife of perhaps the most feared and respected man in Westeros. And perhaps even Essos as well. Giving herself a shake, Wigrit turned towards the kneeler princess. So, where did the sorcerer find a woman like her? Here in Winterfell actually, Arianne answered. She was living as just another serving girl for the Starks before the sorcerer came to the north and took an interest in her. Those who are jealous of her say that she immediately went for the sorcerer's bed, which is how and why she rose to her current position. Ha! I doubt that all it took was a tight cunt and a nice pair of tits to sway the sorcerer, Wigrit snorted. On that we agree, Wigrit, Arianne nodded. Those that actually know her though know that their relationship did not start right away. And that Lady Nyra Nox had to claw and fight for every scrap of respect she's ever been shown. Even now that she's the Lady Nox, she must keep proving that she belongs at the sorcerer's side and not some other strumpet. Especially with what happened during their wedding. Turning, Wigrit eyed Arianne. And what happened at their wedding? The kneeler princess didn't answer her immediately, and when she did even Wigrit could tell that her words were chosen carefully. A few disloyal houses in the north tried to assassinate the Starks and the sorcerer on the night of their wedding. Their plan was foiled, but Lady Nox was severely injured and nearly died. And I will say no more on the subject. Recognizing that it would be better for her not to press for more, Wigrit merely accepted her answer while continuing to rub at the still slightly sore spot the princess had struck with her elbow. Maybe I was wrong bout ya. Oh, the princess replied, turning towards her. Ye ain't as weak as I thought ya were, she said, coming to terms in her mind that maybe, just maybe, that her and Jon stealin' this princess wouldn't necessarily be such a bad thing. Plus, how many of the free folk could say that they stole a kneeler princess? Well, I suppose I can admit that you are perhaps not quite the useless barbarian I first thought you to be, the kneeler princess shrugged before giving Wigrit a look that she did not necessarily care for. Tell me, Wigrit, it's been what, a fortnight, perhaps two since Jon stole you. Have you truly managed to bed him yet? Wigrit couldn't stop the reddening of her cheeks and she was forced to turn her eyes away from the kneeler princess. Though her embarrassment didn't come from talking about fucking, but rather from the fact that she'd failed to get Jon to dance beneath the furs yet. No, and I be willin' to bet that he ain't fucked ya either. The stubborn princess didn't even flinch. No, unfortunately, Jon is far too honorable by half to do such a thing. No matter how much I want him to. Hells, I've done everything short of sending up signal fires between my legs for him and he is either too dense to understand or he doesn't want to dishonor me. Noble fool. He is at that, Wigrit laughed. For some reason feeling slightly better that the kneeler princess Jon kept moaning about didn't have any more luck than her at getting her wolf beneath the furs. The first night after he stole me, he got roaring drunk and couldn't get his cock up. Then the morning came, and I was with him willin' and waiting beneath his furs with him, and he went running. And ever since then he might as well have put da fucking wall between us for all the luck I've had with getting to him. The Kneeler princess smiled at her, then tilted her head and started looking her over. When was the last time you bathed? Bathed? Wigrit asked, taken aback by the sudden change and lifting her arm to her nose to give herself a sniff. I jumped in the river before we got to Winterfell. Tried to drag Jon with me, but the fool couldn't take the hint I was giving him. The Kneeler princess shook her head, then before Wigrit could protest, she had her arm hooked through her own and started pulling Wigrit towards the large round building next to the Sorcerer's Tower. That simply won't do. Not with the wedding that is happening tonight. Yes, I think that will do quite lovely. Nymeria, please send someone to my room and fetch the purple and the red from my dresser. And send someone else to find a seamstress. Wigrit is close to my shape, but it will need some alterations if it's to fit her properly. Wait, what are ye doing? Wigrit floundered, looking around as she was all but helpless as one of the girls split off while Arianne led her into the round building. Wah, what are we doing? And what is this wedding ya keep talking about? Is that the fancy thing you Kneelers do instead of stealing your partners? Yes, Arianne nodded, and it is also a cause for celebration. A celebration which you desperately need to be cleaned up for. Hence why we are heading for the baths now. Wigrit ceased struggling as the Kneeler pulled her along, mostly because she realized that despite her soft hands, she was actually deceptively strong. I don't need a bath. Yes, you do, the princess countered, her nose twitching in a manner that made Wigrit want to knock it off her pretty face. And your hair is in desperate need of a comb and proper styling as well. Besides, this will give the two of us a chance to talk away from unwanted ears. Blinking, Wigrit stared at the Kneeler princess. Talk about what? Jerking to a stop, the princess pushed open a door, revealing a large room with what looked like a hot spring of all things in the center of it. What da fuck? How did the wolves build a hot spring inside one of these buildings? Did they find a cave or something and build around it? And it looks nothing like the hot springs that are north of the wall. Getting pulled into the room, Wigrit turned from the large hot spring before her to the smirking Kneeler princess. We have quite a bit to still discuss, my dear wildling, Arianne said as she started to disrobe right as the door closed behind them, making Wigrit more than slightly envious as she saw the woman's curves. No wonder Jon moans her name at night. Like for instance, how are we going to break our far too honorable wolf? New Alliances 2 Part 3. Sitting with his head tilted back, Jon kept perfectly still as he felt the cool edge of the straight blade run up the length of his neck and across his jaw, cutting away the several weeks' worth of stubble growth he'd had on his face. Even if it hadn't been for the fact that there was to be a wedding tonight, Jon knew that the stubble on his face was not long for this world. Not after Arianne had rubbed his chin this morning and casually mentioned that while she did find a well-formed beard handsome, his stubble was not there yet. So, Robb, are you going to try your luck with one of the girls tonight? Or spend the whole night sending eyes at Talisa like some poor maiden? Or do you actually believe you've worn her down to the point where you can take her to bed? Tilting his head slightly, Jon eyed Robb and Theon, both of whom were shirtless just like himself as they waited for their turn under the razor. I think she's starting to come around to me, Robb said, a grin appearing on his face as the two stood with their arms over their chest. She did give me quite the embrace when we returned the other day. And even if I haven't, I'm not about to give up trying. A woman like Talisa, well, one doesn't simply give up on them. Just because you take another willing woman to bed doesn't mean you've given up on her, Robb, Theon replied with a shrug. And it might actually do you good. If she sees that she's got competition for a spot in your bed, it might just encourage her to actually get into your bed with you. I doubt it's that easy, Theon, Jon remarked as the groomer finished with him, letting him stand so that Robb could take his turn under the knife. Sure, it is. Just look at yourself, Jon, Theon replied as Robb to his place. Before we left Winterfell, the most you were doing with that princess of yours was talking. But now that you've come back with that spear wife attached to your hip, well, the princess did come to your chambers to wake you this morning, didn't she? Jon blushed while Robb scoffed. It's not the same, Robb mumbled lowly, taking care as he spoke while the groomer did his work. True, Theon nodded. The lucky bastard here managed to catch the eye of a Dornish princess and a spear wife. And if the saying about the Dornish and the spearwives are true, they'll probably start sharing a bed with one another before they let Jon join. Lucky bastard. And what about you, Theon? Jon asked, desperate to get the conversation away from himself, Arianne, and Wigrit. Any girl catch your eye? Always. Theon smirked. Think I might just bed the whore from King's Landing that the sorcerer brought north with us. Shaking his head, Jon let out a tired sigh as he realized they were about to have the same argument about Megan. Megan has been working the looms since she arrived in Winterfell and has even started to help with the arrangement of the printing presses, Theon. She's no longer a whore. Perhaps if you would realize who she has become instead of who she once was, you might be able to speak more than a handful of words to her before she tries to get away from you. And considering the way you pine after her like a maiden after a shiny southern night, it might do you good. Theon immediately scoffed and waved his hand. I'm not pining after her, Jon. She's just a challenge. You mean that she's one of the first women you've gone after that's now refused both your advances and your coin? Robb chuckled as he rubbed at his freshly shaved face before vacating the chair and letting Theon have his turn under the knife. Face it, Theon, your ego just can't take the fact that she's turned you down how many times now? 6, 8. Point exactly, Theon. Jon laughed as he realized the trap his brother had set, and Theon had walked right into. You're keeping count of the number of times she's rejected you. And if I'm not mistaken, you've only been to the brothel in Wintertown once since we've returned from King's Landing. I think our dear squid brother is long past the longing stage, Robb. I think it's love. Fuck off, Jon, Theon growled, dropping heavily down in the chair and tilting his head back. I'll make you two a bet. By morning I'll have gotten a maiden in bed. And you two will still be maidens. There is more between a man and a woman than just sex, Theon, Jon countered, not wanting to take the bet because he knew that there was a good possibility that Theon would indeed win. True, Theon nodded as the groomer got to work. But all that other shit is not nearly as fun as a good hard fucking. Not that either of you two know that. But take my word for it. The two brothers shared a look with one another and shook their heads. You're hopeless, Theon, Robb sighed not unkindly. Theon merely smirked and waved the two off. Maybe, but at least I'll be having a lot more fun making a pretty maiden moan tonight while you two are left with nothing but your own hands to pleasure yourselves with. As the sun began to descend towards the horizon, the activity within the Great Hall of Winterfell grew in leaps and bounds as everyone began preparing for the wedding soon to take place between Lord Asher Forrester and Lady Gwyn Whitehill. In his solar, Ned Stark stood before the large double glass doors leading out onto his balcony overseeing the Godswood, watching as the citizens of Winterfell went about preparing what needed to be prepared for the night. To his, as well as just about everyone else's surprise, the former free folk had been acclimating to their new lives with relative ease. There had been a few instances where he had needed to intervene, but mercifully they were usually relatively minor, few and far between. Val had been invaluable in helping to mitigate any issues that rose amongst the former free folk. And even though he'd only been teaching her on her new role for less than a moon's turn, he could already tell that she would become a lady to be reckoned with that would do right by her people once she ascended to her seat. Sensing his eldest daughter approaching his chambers, Ned turned away from the goings-on below him and towards the door just as it began to open as Sansa stepped through. "Father," she greeted him, curtsying slightly as the door shut behind her. "You wished to see me. Gods, she is so like her mother, the perfect little lady," he thought as he walked towards her before enveloping her in a hug. Father," Sansa stuttered, clearly embarrassed by him being so affectionate with her, despite the fact that they were alone. Is everything all right? Is it so wrong that a father might wish to embrace his daughter?" he asked, smiling slightly as he backed away and held her out at arm's length. "By the gods, you are becoming more and more like your mother every day. She would be so proud of you, my little red wolf." "Just as I am." Sansa's cheeks tinted red as she turned her eyes away from his. "Thank you, father. I mean it, Sansa," he said, getting her to look at him once more. "I've put you in a difficult position twice now. Once when I and your brothers went south to deal with the maesters. And once again when we went north to deal with the free folk. Yet both times, you were not only able to do what had been asked of you, but you excelled at it. And words cannot properly describe how proud of you I am. Thank you, father," Sansa replied, clearly preening under the praise. But you did not want to speak with me, especially here in your solar, just to say that you are proud of me. Sighing, Ned let his hands drop from Sansa's shoulders. No, I did not. Olenna and Willis will soon be arriving, and you know what they will be coming to ask. Sansa nodded. Her face became set as strongly as any she-wolf. I do, father, and my answer has not changed. Are you sure? He asked once more. This was her future they were talking about after all. There was no room for doubt. I will support you, no matter your decision, Sansa. Sansa smiled and nodded. I know, father, yet it doesn't change my answer. I know my duty, and I will see it done, for House Stark and for the North. The feeling of loss was strange. He knew that this wasn't an end, merely another path on the road of life that would one day need to be taken. Yet still, that sense of loss remained. What did I ever do to have such a wonderful and dutiful daughter like yourself, Sansa? One of us has to be the dutiful daughter, father. And gods know, as much as I love her, Arya will never be the dutiful one, Sansa replied with a chuckle, which drew a light chuckle out of him as well. I pity the poor man that ever dares think he can lay a hand on Arya. On that we can certainly agree. Leading his daughter over to his desk, Ned pulled out a small bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Much to his daughter's surprise, he filled both glasses before handing one over to her. Special occasion, he said, picking up his own glass and motioning for her to do the same. Normally, he preferred ale or something stronger the few times he drank, but given that this was his daughter, he figured something lighter would be easier for her to drink. Staring down at the liquid in her cup, his daughter hesitated a moment longer before slowly raising it to her lips and taking a small sip of the wine. Her eyes widened as she took another, then another larger sip. It's sweet, but it burns. That is why you drink it slowly. Ned smiled as he watched his daughter slowly sip at her cup of wine. But even as he enjoyed this small moment with his daughter, his smile faltered as he felt 2 familiar presences approaching his solar. And sooner than he would have liked, there came the knock on his door as one of his guards announced the arrival of his expected guests. Milord Stark, Lady and Lord Tyrell are here to see you. Send them in, he said, fighting to keep himself in check as the door opened and Willis Tyrell led his grandmother Olenna into the room. Lord Stark, Willis greeted him cordially, while Olenna just gave him a curt nod. You called upon us to discuss something, my lord. I have. He nodded before taking a breath and glancing at his daughter. Sansa stood tall and proud, her head held high, and her eyes set. Meeting her eyes, his beautiful red wolf gave him the slightest of nods, and Ned knew that the path was set. The only thing left for him to do was to walk it. My daughter and I have talked at length. I have given this much thought, and I have decided to agree to your betrothal request of Willis to my daughter Sansa. The relief that both Tyrells felt was clearly visible as their offer was accepted. Good, Olenna said curtly, I take it that you have signed the betrothal. We have stipulations, though, Ned cut in, bringing the matron of House Tyrell up short. Understandable, Lord Stark, Willis answered, shooting the elderly woman a quick glance. We will do all we can to honor your stipulations. First, the marriage shall not be performed until Sansa reaches the age of 10 and 7. Ned began, keeping a close eye on both Tyrells as he went through the list changes that he and Sansa had discussed when he'd first brought the potential betrothal to her attention. Of course, Lord Stark, Willis answered quickly. Second, we will be taking you up on the offer of 2 weddings. The first to take place here in Winterfell before the Weirwood and the eyes of the old gods. And the second will take place in Highgarden in a sept. The 2 Tyrells seemed surprised for a moment, but considering that they were the ones that had brought the idea forward first, their surprise was short-lived. Traditionally, marriages in the South, even his own, were conducted only in front of the faith of the 7. And that was something that Ned wanted to change. His daughter wasn't just of the South, she was of the North as well. And while she perhaps preferred the gods of her mother, Sansa still held reverence for the old gods of the North. I am happy you decided to agree to such an unusual request, Lord Stark, Lady Tyrell said, smiling faintly. It had been her idea after all, as stated in the betrothal contract. A marriage in both faiths will, if anything, only strengthen the future bond between our 2 families. Is there anything else? Third, Ned pressed on. Sansa will remain in Winterfell until her marriage to Willis. While I understand that this is not desirable as Sansa will have much to learn about Highgarden and the Reach, she still has much to learn. Both under my own tutelage and the tutelage of Lord Nox. Therefore, to help her prepare for her future role as Lady of the Reach, we are consenting to a tutor of your choice to take residence here in Winterfell so they might teach Sansa all that she will need to know about her future home. However, we do stipulate the tutor you send be one from outside the faith of the Seven. Olenna and Willis both quickly agreed to the idea. A fair point and a good idea, Lord Stark, Olenna nodded. Upon my return to Highgarden, I will draw up a list of tutors and send them to you for your final approval. Is there anything else you wish to add to the contract? Glancing towards his daughter one last time, Ned shook his head. No, though we would like it understood that while we agree to the requested dowry, and you may choose the blade while you are still here in Winterfell, it will not be handed over until the first wedding ceremony here in Winterfell. Understandable and acceptable, Lord Stark, Olenna nodded as her eyes began glancing towards his desk, no doubt searching for the betrothal contract. Shall we now make the betrothal official then? Aye, Ned nodded, moving over to his desk with Sansa and pulling out the contract that Olenna had given him after their first meeting. Laying the betrothal contract flat on his desk, Ned took his time in once again reading every word that had been written, just to make sure that he hadn't missed anything the previous dozen or so times he'd read it over. Dipping his quill in the ink pot, Ned added the few stipulations that had been agreed upon before signing his name to the bottom of the contract. Feeling like he'd just run to the wall and back, he handed the quill off to his daughter. Knowing what was expected of her, Sansa made a show of reading over the contract very carefully before placing her own delicate name at the bottom. Turning the contract around, Ned held out the quill for Willis to take. The contract will stay with me until you depart, Ned said as he watched Willis read it over as well before placing his name at the bottom. And I will have Maester Luwin create a copy so that one can be kept with you and the other with us. Acceptable, Olenna said, quickly taking the quill and barely reading over the contract before placing her name at the bottom right next to Ned's. And now our families are set to join as one. I trust you will be making the announcement public tonight as soon as it is appropriate to do so. Aye, when it is appropriate. I would prefer not to take away from the festivities tonight, Ned answered. He knew how important wedding ceremonies and feasts were, and he did not want to take that away from Asher and Gwyn. Olenna nodded as if she expected the answer. You will consent to Willis escorting and dancing with your daughter tonight though, will you not, Lord Stark? I see no reason why he shouldn't, Ned answered, shaking his head and feeling like another piece of him had died. He had just signed away his daughter. He knew it would happen at some point in time, but he'd held out hope that it would still be years before he would have to face what he was facing now. They are betrothed after all. Splendid, Olenna replied. Well, come now, Willis. We have an evening to prepare for, and I'm sure that your betrothed needs time to get ready herself. Of course, Willis nodded before stepping forward and slowly reaching out for Sansa's hand. Taking her hand, he brought it up and placed a chaste and respectful kiss to the back of her hand. I look forward to getting to know you better, my Lady Wolf. Sansa smiled warmly as Willis let her hand go. And you, Lord Tyrell. Willis, please, Lady Sansa. Then it is Sansa to you as well, Willis. Yes, that is enough of that now, Olenna sighed, separating the two from one another. You two will have plenty of time tonight to get better acquainted with one another. As you say, grandmother, Willis sighed before giving Sansa and Ned one last acknowledgement of goodbye and following his grandmother out into the hall. Now alone once more with his daughter, Ned let his defenses fall as he all but collapsed back into his chair. I do believe it was easier to fight on the front lines of battle. Father, Sansa's voice sounded worried as she approached him, her fingers lightly touching his arm as she knelt next to him. Are you all right, Father? He nodded, patting her hand with his other hand. I had hoped that you would still be my little wolf for a while longer. Sansa's smile was bright, just like her mother's. I'm still your little wolf, Father. Just because I'm betrothed now, by the gods, is that strange to say? It doesn't change the fact that I am still your little wolf, Father. I always will be, and there is still a long time before I'm to be married. 5 years is not necessarily a long time, Sansa, Ned replied good-naturedly as he stared down at his beautiful, dutiful daughter. Smiling, Sansa got to her feet. Come now, father. This is not a night for brooding. It's a night for celebration. For Asher and Gwyn, for myself, and for Robb. Holding onto his wife with one arm wrapped around her waist and the other in her hand, Knox led Nyra through a waltz with everyone else who was on the dance floor as he kept his movements in tune with the music coming from the rear of the hall. The wedding feast was well underway, and already more than a few of the more overambitious within the crowd had to be escorted back to their rooms after one too many pitchers of ale or wine. Of course, while the marriage between Asher and Gwyn was the primary focus, as was evident as the two were seated at the head table next to Ned and Robb, the marriage was not the only reason for celebration. Ned had announced at the opening to the feast that he'd agreed to the betrothal between Sansa and Willas, and that Robb had succeeded in not only passing his trial in the Force to become an apprentice, but that his son had also brought back the armor and remains of Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark, so that he could be properly laid to rest in Winterfell. So, with those three events, it was no wonder as to why so many were celebrating so hard. But despite rambunctious celebration happening around them, neither Nyra nor himself were feeling quite as joyful. Neither needed to say it, but both were thinking of their own wedding, and the disaster that occurred during their wedding feast and the subsequent losses that came shortly after. "Am I a horrible person, Aleem?" Nyra whispered as she rested her head against his chest as the music slowed in its pace. "Why?" he asked, holding her close. He could feel his wife's sorrow as she pressed herself harder into him. "Because this is what our night should have been like. A time for celebration, a time for joy, and tonight, we should have had our son Kem with us. But instead, our son is gone. And all I can think is, why should this ceremony be so full of joy when ours was so full of sorrow? I'm such a horrible person, am I not?" Holding her close, Knox rested his forehead against hers. "No, you're not, Nyra. Trust me, I've met more than my fair share of horrible people. And you are certainly not one of them. All that your thoughts mean, Nyra, is that you're human." He could feel his wife nod into his chest as she took several long breaths, during each of which the ill mood that had permeated her being slowly dissipated. "Thank you, Aleem," she said, pulling back enough so that she could lean up and gently press her lips against his own. "It seems that Robb is quite enjoying himself tonight. Though that might be because of the company that's staying by his side." Smirking, Knox let his attention slide over to where Robb was sitting, or rather slouching in his seat as he drank his fifth tankard of ale, while around him the men and women of the North cheered him on, led by none other than the bride and groom. There was one amongst them, however, that did not necessarily look particularly amused, and that was Talisa. Though her lack of amusement seemed to stem more from her worry of Robb over the amount of alcohol he was consuming, even if she wouldn't admit that out loud, he could sense it. "Shall we place a wager on how much longer she will continue holding out?" Knox asked as he tilted his head towards where the two were sitting. Leaning back, Nyra turned her head towards the two and gave off a light chuckle. "I would say 2 years, 3 tops. And that is because I know that girl and what she wants to accomplish. And if she does manage to do what she hopes, then she will win over every lord and lady in the North quicker than you did, my love. But tonight, I'm more concerned with poor Jon over there. He looks like someone has kicked ghost." She wasn't wrong. Jon was sitting on his own near to Robb, drinking almost as fast as his brother was. The reasoning for his drinking was obvious to anyone who knew anything about the lad. When the feast had started, Arianne had made quite the showing by arriving with Wigrit on her arm, her in purple silk dress and the spear wife in a bright red silk dress. Needless to say, the two had drawn the eyes of just about everyone in the hall. And Jon had drawn the ire and jealousy of just about every man in the hall when he danced first with Arianne and then with Wigrit. However, after those single dances the two women had shooed Jon away from them and proceeded to completely ignore the poor lad. Knox recognized the game the two girls were playing. They were trying to break Jon. And judging from the smug feelings emanating from both girls and the amount of ale Jon was consuming, they were well on their way to succeeding. "I wouldn't worry too much about Jon," Knox replied, smirking as he could just about tell exactly how his young apprentice's night was about to play out. "I have a feeling that his brooding will be well and truly gone by morning." Nyra tilted her head at him, then turned just enough so that she could eye the two young ladies that were the cause of his apprentice's melancholy. Those two are going to eat him alive, aren't they? Of course they are. Knox nodded, smirking as he thought of just what his young apprentice was in for. But I can think of a lot of worse ways to go. Some of them include getting eaten alive by a few very unsavory creatures that exist. I really don't think I want to know, Nyra chuckled, leaning her head against his chest once more. But the slight humor she had faded as a new wave of despair slowly coursed through her. Aleem, I know that we haven't really spoken of this but what if losing Kem, what if I am no longer able? Nyra, Knox said, cutting his wife off before she could say more. I told you before, it doesn't matter. Her despair didn't lessen as she shook her head against his chest. But it does, Aleem. You need an heir. And if I can't do my duty to provide you with one, then we will live out our lives together with it just being the two of us, Nyra, he said, pausing in their dance so that he could tilt her face up, his sightless covered eyes staring down into her beautiful eyes. I've told you before, Nyra. You are what I need. You are the lone light in my world in a sea of darkness. And I will not set you aside, no matter what anyone else says or tries to do. And as for you being barren, trauma like yours my love takes time to recover from. Even with Sansa's healing ability, it will take time for your body to return to normal. And it will come back, Nyra, I swear to you. No matter what I have to do. Her despair lessened, if even, only by the slightest bit. Thank you, Aleem, she said, leaning forward and pressing her lips against his own. I was thinking, Aleem, we never really had a proper wedding night. And since everyone is here, well, there wouldn't be much of a need for either of us to hold back once we return to our rooms then. Would there? Smirking, Knox pressed his forehead against Nyra's. No, my dear, there certainly wouldn't be. Stumbling more than slightly, Jon Stark slowly made his way down the corridors of Winterfell towards his infrequently used chambers that were in the family wing of the Great Keep. He still had his chambers in the Sorcerer's Tower and often preferred to spend his night there. But between the look that Lady Knox was giving Lord Knox during the wedding and feast, which promised that no one in the vicinity of the tower would be getting a decent night's sleep, and the amount of ale and wine he drank, his chambers in the Sorcerer's Tower were out of the question tonight. Damn it, he muttered, as the world began to turn slightly, forcing him to stop and lean against the warm stone walls of Winterfell to try and regain his sense of balance. I didn't drink that much, did I? Well, I guess I did, but it was their fault. The night had started off, well, perfectly he guessed. The wedding between Asher and Gwyn went off without issue. Then there was the feast, that was serving as a dual, or rather thrice, celebration. Asher and Gwyn's marriage, Robb's ascension to apprentice, and then the announcement of the betrothal between Sansa and Willis. After the first course had been cleared and the music began, Jon immediately got to his feet and sought out Arianne for a dance. When he finally found her, his heart nearly stopped. She was wearing a beautiful purple dress that hugged her body in such a way that you could see every single delectable curve on her body. And while the sight was enough to take his breath away, she wasn't the only contributing factor to his hesitation. For sitting right beside her was Wigrit, wearing a red dress that, while obviously not tailored for her, still looked completely amazing on her. Unfortunately for him, before he realized it, he was standing before the two most beautiful women in the room. And he realized that he was well and certainly screwed. How could he ask one of them to dance while neglecting the other? Mercifully, Arianne took pity on him, and before he could ask anything, she rose to her feet and took his hand in hers, intent to lead him out to the dance floor. But not before shooting a passing remark over her shoulder that Wigrit would be next. The dance was pure bliss. Holding Arianne in his arms, there were no words to describe it. He truly cursed every god he knew the moment the song ended, and she parted from him. But the moment she did, Wigrit immediately took her place. The spear wife clearly did not know how to dance, and it showed as she stepped on his toes more than once. But she was nothing if not a quick learner. And by the time the song ended she was able to successfully follow his lead through the steps of the song. If the night had continued that way, Jon would have been able to die a happy man. But it hadn't. After sharing just a single dance with each woman, they promptly sent him away and then ignored him. Which was why he ended up so deep into his cups with Theon and Robb. Arianne and Wigrit, while quite talkative with each other and the other ladies from Dorne, seemed completely content to utterly ignore him for the rest of the night. By the time the bedding was called for, which Asher and Gwyn managed to avoid by sneaking out while no one was looking, Jon was so deep into his cups that he was finding it difficult to keep his head up, or his eyes focused. But as bad as he was, Robb was worse. It seemed like, just as they did with the married couple, everyone in the hall wanted to congratulate Robb on his ascension to apprentice with a drink. And when Lord Stark called for an end to the night, Robb was so far gone that he had to be aided out of the hall by Talisa. Something that caused no small number of cheers and whistles and more than one suggestion about what they should be getting up to. But unlike his brother, or even Theon who managed to snag a woman of his own during the night, at the end of the feast Jon was left alone. Both Arianne and Wygrit had disappeared from the hall at some point in time while he was distracted, leaving him without even a parting goodbye. Pushing himself off the wall, Jon resolved not to let himself wallow in self-pity as he finally made it to the hall with his chambers at the end. What did I expect? He thought sourly to himself as he fumbled trying to get the latch undone to his room. I should have known that it was too much to hope for that I might just have a chance with both of, oh, gods. Jon's mind completely ceased to function as the door to his room swung open and he found himself staring at both Arianne and Wygrit, laying on his bed. Both had been stripped of their dresses, and they were both down to nothing but their small clothes and chest bindings, if the almost see-through material they were wearing could be called that though. What was more, each woman was casually trailing her fingers across the length of the other's skin. Well, Jon, Arianne's rich voice called out through the haze that had settled in his head. Are you going to come in and shut the door? Or just stand there like a fool and let all the heat out? Wygrit's light chuckle joined her. He's still such a shy one. Ye would think that men would be dreamin' of something like this. And he just be standing there like one of the maids in the hall, waitin' for some man to ask them to dance. Jon somehow managed to clear his head enough to step into the room and shut the door behind him. He wasn't a fool. He knew what was going on. It was just, oh gods, was this happening? As one, Arianne and Wygrit slipped off opposite sides of his bed and walked towards him. Jon was unable to do anything as the two beauties came up beside him and started running their hands along his arms and shoulders. Or rather, he was unwilling to do anything that might shatter this dream that he had to be having. Because there was absolutely no chance that this was happening, was there? You see, Wygrit, Arianne said on his right, her voice as calm as if they were discussing the weather even as her hands ran up and down his chest and shoulders. Sometimes the hinting of something is far better than just outright stating it. And now that I've proven my point, perhaps I can convince you to try some of the other underclothes that have begun being brought over from the Somerset Isles. On his left, Wygrit hummed as she pressed his arm into the valley between her breasts. Ye be right on this one, Arianne. But, mayhap it work a wee bit too well. I do believe we broke our wolf. If he hadn't been held in place by the two women, he would have jumped to the roof when Arianne's hand snaked down his chest and grabbed his painfully hard length through his pants. No, he's not broken. He's more than ready for this. So, the question is he ready for us? Wygrit's hand slid down his back before slapping his backside. Perhaps you're right. I thought he was strong enough for both of us. But apparently not. Perhaps we should go and find some stronger men to steal us. Seeing as how this one here apparently ain't ready to steal that which wants to be stolen. The thought of the two of them leaving to find someone else broke something within Jon. The wolf and the dragon that he'd long since kept locked away deep inside him both broke free, howling and raging at the challenge and thought of losing that which was his. Wrapping his arm around both women, Jon picked them both up at the same time and ran for the, thankfully, large bed in the center of his chambers. Arianne's and Wygrit's surprised laughs slowly turned into moans as the fire within Jon propelled him forward as he began placing kisses along every spot of flesh he could find while also tearing off his own clothes in the process. He wasn't entirely sure how it happened, but Jon suddenly found himself atop of Arianne, his length pressing against her warm core while her legs wrapped around her waist while Wygrit ran her hands through his hair and whispered into his ear. She may be first, but don't spend yourself completely in her, Jon Stark. Ye be mine as well, and I want ya to claim me like the wolf ye are before the night be over. Feeling the most wonderful sensation of warmth overtake him as Arianne's legs tightened, Jon roughly grabbed Wigrit by the back of her neck and kissed her forcibly. I plan on doing more than just claiming you two tonight. I plan on ruining you both for anyone other than me. Then do it, Jon. Arianne moaned from beneath him, her legs traveling up and down his legs and backside. Show us, oh gods, show us the wolf within you. Claim us both. Breaking free from Wigrit, Jon leaned down and latched onto Arianne's delicate neck as he began moving as fast and hard as he could. These two had been teasing him for as long as he knew them. It was far past time they both learned what it meant when you let a dragon wolf out of its cage.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.